The Eve, The Eden Trilogy, Book 3. Written by Keary Taylor. Narrated by Elizabeth Phillips. Prologue. Once upon a time, there was an intelligent, beautiful young woman. Her hair was blonde, her eyes a cross between gray and blue. She had sharp features and a small but strong frame, but her intelligence outweighed all else. She excelled in the field of science. She studied hard in school, and then she secured the job she had always dreamed of. She was helping to save the world. They were engineering a technology that was going to save and improve so many lives. She believed in what she was doing. There was a boy outside of work. Whether it was like, lust, or love, she wasn't entirely sure. Sometimes he was there, most of the time he wasn't. Then she found out she was pregnant with twins. This did not hinder her work, for a while. She told no one at first, kept it a secret so as not to risk losing her job, but eventually her stomach grew disproportional to the rest of her body. Everyone found out, and while she was scolded and looked down upon by some people, she kept her job. She kept working towards what she believed in. She had worked so hard to see this dream actualized. There were complications with the pregnancy. Her blood pressure was too high. She was swelling. Things were happening too early. She shouldn't have kept the babies. That was what she was told. But those babies were all she had in this world. She had no siblings of her own. Her parents were long gone, and the father was out of the picture, this time for good. So she kept those babies, let them grow inside her. Their arrival was early and brutal. There was blood. There were tiny pink and blue slimy bodies. The mother took her last gasping breath as she saw her two daughters for the first and only time. She was laid to rest not far from the place she had dedicated her life to, and the babies were watched over at all hours. One baby, though small, seemed healthy. The other, it seemed, would not live past her first week. Her lungs couldn't function. They were underdeveloped and weak. Her heart couldn't pump fast enough to keep up with the demands of the world outside the womb. Each and every day she grew weaker. But a man of science, one the child's mother had worked with, had been watching her, knowing he had to do something to help. He had an answer, but it had yet to be approved to be cleared for official testing. He couldn't just let the tiny child die, though. So, in the dead of the night, when the baby's nurse was distracted, he slipped into the nursery and administered an injection. Just a tiny dosage, barely enough to be measurable. The child was too weak to even cry at the sharp prick. A small twitch of the leg, and that was all. The man of science pressed a kiss to the child's forehead and left the room. He didn't sleep that night. By morning, the infant's vitals were improving. It was just fractionally, but she should not have been getting better. The nurses and doctors couldn't explain it, but the man of science smiled from the back of the room. The twins' mother had helped him develop a way to save her child. The following night he gave her another injection, and he continued them for the next 2 days, 4 injections total. Each and every day the child continued to improve. She was going to live. Others suspected what he had done, but they knew better than to question. Questions would make the actions real and known, and for now what was done had to be kept secret. He named each of the girls Eve. The child who had been born healthy would be known as Eve 1. The other that he had saved was Eve 2. They were, after all, the first of their kind. 2, who had been given injections, was studied, watched, and revered, and the technology that had saved her continued to creep towards approval. The children grew, 1 more quickly than 2. They ate, they slept, they lived. But there were complications that later manifested in 1, the child that had been born healthy. She wouldn't talk, she wouldn't keep eye contact. She never smiled, and she did not like to be touched. The man of science's son, a man of medicine, confirmed Eve 1 was autistic. Questions started circulating. The technology had fixed 2. Could it help 1 as well? Injections were given, once again behind closed doors and in hushed words, but she was given treatment. It took a year to see the difference, but it was working, slowly. 1 improved. She learned to talk, learned to interact. She formed an inseparable bond with the man of medicine's son. She still trusted few people, but always the boy. The Eves continued to grow and progress and to amaze and astonish. They were studied, and the technology continued to develop. Official testing was announced, but then the government blackmailed the man of science, and his course of direction was shifted. The girls' emotions and pain were stripped away. They were given different kinds of tests. Years went by, and finally they were passed off to be kept and preserved when the blackmail money ran dry. For 2 more years they simply existed, emotionless. They were given to a keeper to be maintained. The development of the technology was finally continued. It was stronger, better, quicker, and required only a single dose. The technology was finally ready for the public, but not everyone agreed with what the man of science was doing. Man was not supposed to be combined with machine. Man was not to play God. There was a plan laid under the keeper's nose, a carefully plotted one that had been developing for over a year. They infiltrated the company, gained trust, secrets, and information. When the time was right, they took one of the girls. She had trusted the traitor and went willingly outside. The sun was so bright she had never seen it before. The air was so fresh and cold. She didn't get to enjoy it for long, though. She was pushed into a vehicle and a needle was pressed into her neck. Then there was nothing but blackness. When she woke, there was a set of doors before her. The world was fuzzy and too bright, and there was something ringing in her ears that drowned everything else out. The doors opened and people rushed outside to drag Eve 2 back in. When they reached the center of the building, shouts started rising into the air. Other men of science came running out of rooms. People were dying. People who had been given the first dosage of the new, stronger technology. The technology was shorting out, and as it did, it shorted out their very lives. Eve 2 had been tampered with. The people who had taken her had put something in her head, something deadly to the technology, and she was killing everyone around her who had just received it. Everyone went crazy. Eve 2 was scared, one of the first emotions she had felt in years, and tried to hide, to escape. And then her sister was there. Eve 1 raged, holding her hands against her head as if trying to keep it from splitting open. Maddened bellows poured from her mouth and her eyes were blood red from the damage being caused inside her body. She did, after all, have only a slightly different version of the technology that was being shorted out. The boy, the one that caused hatred and rage inside of 2, but was the only friend of 1, came into the chaos, and not being able to tell the difference between 1 and 2 in such a disordered moment, tried to comfort the wrong girl. 2 tried to push him away as she attempted to hide, and even though 1's emotions were locked away, the heightened moment brought out jealousy and rage. She attempted to push 2 away, but in the scuffle, nearly ripped the boy's windpipe from his throat. 2 got the blame because they looked exactly the same, and as the chaos continued, alarms sounding, the man of medicine, father of the boy, beat 2 within an inch of her life. She would have died if she'd been a normal human. But the man of science understood what had happened. He locked 2 away when his son ordered her destruction. Weeks later, the unspeakable happened. His technology started evolving. The first generation that had been upgraded with the new and better technology, the ones who had been cured 6 weeks earlier, started evolving. They were losing their humanity, and it quickly took over their bodies. Soon it was spreading to everyone around them. The company had just ended the world. The man of science took precautions to save himself, hoping it wouldn't be too late. Once again, there were alarms and chaos and people dying. The man of science took 2 by the hand and led her down the halls. He told her not to say a word, to not reveal that she wasn't really her sister. 2 realized then that everyone at the company thought the man of science had disposed of her weeks ago. He took her to her former keeper, and even he could not tell the difference between her and her sister. The man of science ordered the keeper to make 2 forget. The keeper questioned, but did as he was told. And then the girl didn't know anything, didn't recognize anyone, couldn't understand what the panic and alarms were about. The man of science took her to the back of the building and opened the door. He was about to give her instructions when she was tackled to the ground. The man of medicine had realized what had happened. He knew one was hiding with his son. He knew the truth when he saw two with his father. And still believing two had nearly killed the boy, he was filled with rage. Once again, he nearly beat two to death. And even though two couldn't remember anything in the world, she had survival instincts. Her strong hands wrapped around her attacker's throat, and soon he slipped into unconsciousness. The man of science, with a shaking voice and hands, turned once again to the door and told Eve 2 to run and to not stop. Covered in her own blood and not knowing she should question, she ran into the desert mountains. She didn't stop until a pair of burning blue eyes met hers and asked her if she was okay. The man of science found the sister, but having no time to save her from her horrible past, turned her out to the wild as well. They would never know a normal life, but they would live. Of that he was certain, because he had made those girls indestructible. He soon sent his grandson away with the answers, the key to reversing what he had done, in hopes that someday the boy would understand how to use it, in hopes that he would someday realize what the key to making it work was. There hadn't been time to complete the plans before he could no longer wait. The man of science turned back to the building and waited for the end of the world to come. But once upon a time, he found the girl who was the key to saving the world he ended, and was given a second chance to right his wrongs. 1. The memories started floating to the surface as Dr. Evans recounted the truths of my past, like they were just under the water and I could see hints of them down there, but I couldn't quite reach them. Everything looked distorted and murky, but there was the breath of the truth begging to fill my lungs. If I closed my eyes, I swore I could almost picture my room at Novatore. I could almost imagine Dr. Evans's and Dr. Beeson's younger faces. I could almost reach out and touch my sister. I had a sister I had no doubt was still alive. She was out there somewhere. I had family, blood family. I recalled what I'd started to recover while at the underground. I had seen myself through a window. West was reading to her, an arm draped over her shoulders. He smiled as he looked over at her. Her eyes lit up when she looked back. And there was a conversation I'd had with her when we were transferred to Dr. Beeson's care. My sister liked West. I had hated him back then. It wasn't a true hate, but it was a resentment. Just before I'd taken off to the desert, West had commented on how the truth about my identity explained so much about us now. And it did. Even as children we had fought. I hadn't liked or trusted him, and he would lose his patience with me quickly. It had been my sister West had pined after for those 5 years we had been separated. It was her, in fact, that he had grown up with, cared for, plotted escape for. Not me. I heaved a deep sigh, feeling something loosen around my heart. West and I had, in fact, had something. Something fast and hot and consuming. It was positive and negative at the same time, but in the end it would have been something that destroyed us both if I had chosen him. And now I had little doubt West could move on, because West was West, and I knew he would do everything in his power to find my sister, and I would help him. The sun rose on the horizon. Almost as if he couldn't stand to wait another moment, Dr. Evans crossed to me and placed a hand on my shoulder. I looked down at his mechanical fingers, both repulsed and fascinated by them. I closed my eyes for another moment, took a deep breath, and finally rose to my feet. I looked over the masses. They circled around me, all with their eyes firmly fixed on my form. There were so many bodies I couldn't see any ground beneath them. Off in the distance, I could see the mountains that separated us from New Eden. There were so many Bane here gathered around me, all called by the underground's beacon. There were probably over 1 million of them here, but there were still billions out there. "Are you ready to save this planet, Eve 2? Dr. Evans had asked me that impossible question. I couldn't answer it, though, until I understood who I was. So he told me the truth, all of it. "How?" I asked, finally. He opened up his old, tattered notebook to the last few pages, the pages with the device Avian, West, and I had mistaken for an electromagnetic pulse.
When you were abducted from Novatore, they put what is essentially a kill switch in you, a damn strong one,
he said, his voice hard and angry.
You only had to get within 50 yards of the latest generation of Bane, and the signal you were emitting killed it off. Completely destroyed.
Is that why I can control them? I asked, my eyes turning out over the Bane that surrounded us. Dr. Evans nodded.
As soon as I realized what was going on, I disabled it. Or I thought I had. Apparently the line wasn't completely cut off. You can still connect with Bane. You are still emitting a signal that they understand. That's why this,
he said, waving his hand around,
is possible.
Okay, I said, shaking my head. He was starting to get scientific, and it was all about to go over my head completely.
Do you not see?
He asked, the excitement growing in his voice.
If we can turn that kill switch back on and amplify it.
How is that any better than the pulse, though? I asked, my brow furrowing as I looked at him. We can only reach so far with an amplifier. A wicked grin pulled at the corner of his mouth.
You mustn't be afraid to think a little bigger.
I don't understand. Tucking the notebook under his mechanical arm, Dr. Evans crouched. He drew a picture in the dirt with his finger. It looked like a square with 4 skinny fingers extending from the sides. Attached to those, he drew rectangular shapes. Am I supposed to know what those are? I asked, my voice growing impatient.
Satellites,
he said, looking up at me with a grin on his face.
Are you ready to save the world, Eve 2? There are hundreds of them still up there floating above the Earth. We send the signal up to those satellites, your kill-all signal. They bounce off each other, get amplified stronger than they were transmitted, and reflect the signal back to Earth.
Wiping out the Bane. I breathed as I grasped his plan.
Worldwide.
There should have been unbearable relief or excitement that built up inside of me at his words. He was claiming we could kill off the Bane on all continents. But too much had gone wrong in my life. The world seemed too far gone. I was simply filled with doubt. And how do we send the signal from me to those satellites? I asked. He grabbed the notebook again, pulling the pages open. He drummed his fingers on one of the drawings.
The design is almost complete,
he said.
I ran out of time before I could finish drawing it up, but the rest is up here.
He tapped the side of his head.
We just have to build the transmitter, and if Eric Beeson is still alive, it won't take long.
There's also the man named Royce, I said, looking back in the direction of New Eden. He was in weapons development for the government before we ended the world. He'll be able to help you. He and Dr. Beeson were the ones that designed the pulse. Dr. Evans's eyes grew darker.
Not that I have any trust for any former employees of the government, but we have to work with what we've got these days. We need to get back home so we can get to work.
I looked out over the Bane. I don't see how that is going to happen anytime soon.
You just told me how you commanded hundreds of thousands of them to jump off a bridge into the ocean,
he said, placing his hands on my shoulders.
You really cannot think of a way to take care of them?
I furrowed my brow at him before glancing out at the masses again. Water was their greatest weakness, the only one I had ever exploited. There was certainly none of that out here. I thought of ways I'd killed them off before, aside from bullets and the pulse.
You mustn't be afraid to think a little bigger.
You will leave this place, I called over the masses. Very few of them would actually be able to hear me, if they even processed sound, but I knew they would understand my nonverbal commands. You may head any direction but west. Seek out others like yourselves, and then kill them. Every one of the Bane around me stood a bit straighter, and I heard feet shuffle as their legs snapped together. A deadly army who had heeded my every command. You will never touch another human again, I said, pushing my thoughts out to them. I imagined the signal that poured from my body, feeding into every one of them. You may not even look at one, but if they share your technology, you will destroy them. I stared out over the masses. I noticed individuals as I observed them. a boy my age with shaggy blonde hair, a naked older woman with wrinkly skin. There were hundreds of children that were no longer children. There were endless mechanical components mixed in with them, but still, the evidence that they'd once been human was there. At one point, that older woman had been someone like Gabriel's wife, Leah. They'd been someone like Avian, or Tuck, or Lynn. Something pulled at the back of my heart. I could end the existence of over 1 million former humans right this very moment. Had they been normal flesh and blood, it would be genocide. I hadn't realized how long I'd stood there frozen until I felt a firm hand on my shoulder. I looked up to Dr. Evans's brown eyes. How do you live with yourself?
I don't plan to much longer.
I hadn't realized I'd verbalized the question until he responded. I wanted to hate this man for ending billions of lives, but I couldn't ignore the fact that if it wasn't for him, I would have died nearly 19 years ago. Go, I breathed. My army did not need any more command than that. They broke into perfect formations. Rows of tens of thousands formed. Some marched north, many marched south, most headed east. Their footsteps thundered with deafening volume as they walked in perfectly matched steps. Massive clouds of dust rose into the air. It took me a few minutes to realize Dr. Evans was no longer standing at my side. "Dr. Evans?" I shouted, searching the masses around me. It would take at least an hour for every one of the 1 million Banes surrounding me to be able to move out, but they had all shifted, standing in formation. Finally, I spotted his form 10 yards from me. He stood on the edge of a squad, eyes forward, awaiting his turn to march forward. "Dr. Evans, you cannot go with them," I said, my tone impatient, as I forced my way toward him. He started blinking as if to clear his head as I grabbed his mechanical arm and started dragging him back to my cleared circle in the middle of the army. His voice broke off.
I am not immune.
His voice cut out and he attempted to step toward the army once again. I pulled him back.
Immune to your commands, it seems.
I suppose that is a good thing, I said. I kept a strong hand on his shoulder as I looked back out over the masses. Another wave of Bane marched east. They didn't get far before their forms disappeared into the clouds of dust. But what if my command doesn't last? Who's to say they won't forget what I told them to do when they get more than a mile away?
The Bane.
His voice cut out again, and he took a stumbling step forward as he fought my command.
Think like a computer. You give it a command, and it doesn't stop running it until you tell it to start running another.
You think they can be programmed that easily? I asked. Then why haven't we been doing this all along? Telling them to rip each other to pieces and leave us alone?
Yes,
he said, taking deep breaths even though he didn't need to breathe anymore. He rested what would be his plans against what would be his knees to keep himself from walking away.
The Bane's accidental program was to spread the infection, but that couldn't be changed by anything other than something compatible with Torbane, something that can transmit.
Like me, I said, hints of a sigh in my voice. I watched as another wave of Bane moved out.
Exactly. You are the only being capable of bringing about any sort of change,
Dr. Evans said as he stood finally.
You, Eve, are the last hope this planet has. You will be the savior of this world.
I actually rolled my eyes. Dr. Evans must have seen it because he brought the conversation back to where it had started.
My point is that your command should last. They won't be able to forget it until you tell them something different.
Dr. Evans suddenly took 2 jerky steps forward again. I placed a firm hand around his upper arm and pulled him back once again. Stay put. He instantly locked still. I could make you do anything, couldn't I? I said, giving him a sidelong glance.
That's a damn powerful influence you have,
he said. His eyes were set hard on me, but I saw the twitch of a smile in the corner of his lips. You're essentially one of them, I said as we went back to watching the army disband. If your plan really works, if we can send my signal worldwide, what's to save you?
Nothing,
Dr. Evans answered with a gritty voice. He was quiet for a moment as he observed the masses. Over half of them had marched out by now. His shoulders were set hard. For a moment, he almost looked human, except for the lack of flesh.
I nearly ended the world. I will go with them when the time comes.
I pressed my lips together and didn't say anything. Instead, I just watched as the Bane continued to march out. In the end, it took over 2 hours for the Bane to leave the desert. I was too afraid to turn my back and leave until I could see that every one of them had moved away from the city. But finally, the dust settled down and the horizon was once again empty. We turned and headed back west. After a while, we passed the all-terrain vehicle that had run out of gas on me and died. Finally, when we were about half a mile from the entrance of the canyon that led into the city, I spotted 2 vehicles waiting for me. Royce, Bill, and Tristan were all there. And West. There was Avian. My face broke into a huge grin as I started jogging forward at the same time Avian and Royce did. But then guns were raised. Tristan fired off a shot that thankfully missed Dr. Evans by an inch. I waved my arms, clambering in front of him, blocking their shots with my body. "Wait!" I yelled as the group raced toward me, guns drawn. "Wait, he's not going to hurt anyone!" Avian, Tristan, and Royce slowed not 20 yards from us, but my eyes locked with West's as he jogged the slowest, still recovering from his surgery and Avian's beating. As he joined the others, his face washed stark white.
"Grandpa?"
he breathed.
"Hello, West." "Holy shit,"
Royce said, actually stumbling back in fear. His eyes grew wide in disbelieving.
"It talks?"
Bill bellowed, keeping his rifle leveled in our direction. "He's safe," I said again, holding my hands up in front of him. "Don't shoot!"
"You'd better explain real fast,"
Royce growled, recovering from his shock.
"It's taking everything I've got not to shoot this thing down. This here kept Torbane out of my head,"
Dr. Evans shouted for himself, indicating his helmet.
"I've kept my humanity even though the rest of me evolved." "You're supposed to be dead,"
West said, his voice shaky. There was no color in his bruised face.
"You evolved in the beginning. The guys who took me away, they said you were gone." "I told them what I had to,"
Dr. Evans said regretfully.
"I needed to make sure you were taken to safety. I had to take care of things at Novatore. I've believed you were gone for the last 6 years,"
West said, his voice hardening even though it cracked on the word gone.
"And you were doing what this entire time? Who is this?"
Royce demanded as he looked between West and I.
"And where did you send all those Bane off to?"
Avian questioned.
"I'm Dr. Rhys Evans,"
he said as he stepped from behind me.
"The creator of Torbane."
I had expected at least Royce to shoot him dead then, but instead, everyone simply froze. All eyes remained fixed on his evolved body, and no one said a word. "He has some designs," I said, my voice coming out quieter than I meant it to. "And a plan. We all really need to talk." 2. There was a different feel in the air when we rolled back to the hospital. The buildings that surrounded it were riddled with bullet holes. Windows were broken everywhere. Empty shell casings littered the ground, and the roads were stained with dark patches that could be nothing but blood. How many lives had been lost in the battle after I left to head off the Bane? We all stepped outside our vehicles as they rolled to a stop. Dr. Evans climbed down from the roof of one. Of course, he hadn't been allowed in it. The streets were eerily quiet. "Where is everyone?" I asked.
"We can talk about that later,"
Royce said, looking Dr. Evans over warily once more. His finger hovered over the trigger of his customized assault rifle. As soon as we'd gotten 3 blocks from the hospital, Dr. Evans made a sound like he was dying, a choked-off cry mixed with a grinding mechanical sound. Royce reluctantly radioed in and told Addie to shut the wireless transmission system off. That didn't mean he wasn't ready to mow Dr. Evans down at the slightest wrong move. Royce, understandably, made us all wait outside the hospital while Bill ran inside to retrieve Dr. Beeson and a CDU. Dr. Beeson? He knew the truth about me and my sister too, didn't he? I asked West as we waited for the 2 of them to return. West shifted from one foot to the other, his eyes dropping from mine.
"Yeah,
I shook my head and turned my gaze back to the hospital doors. Avian reached for my hand and gave a reassuring squeeze. I gave one back to him, mostly in an attempt to keep my fists from meeting Wes's face. We all stood across the street while we waited. None of us said a word. Maybe because there were too many words to be said. Maybe because everyone was just afraid. We were in plain sight of the doors to the hospital, so the moment Dr. Beeson stepped outside of them, we saw him freeze. The color drained from his face, and then his knees gave out. He was looking at not just one ghost, but two. Not that he knew I was one yet.
"Come on,"
Bill said, hauling him back up.
"No time for that. We've got some things to talk about,"
Royce said as the two of them stumbled across the street.
"No,"
Dr. Beeson said, shaking his pale head, his eyes locked on Dr. Evans.
"No, you're dead. You were infected. You are not supposed to be here. My days at Novatore are over!"
He suddenly bellowed, his eyes growing wild.
"I'm afraid not, Eric,"
Dr. Evans said, folding his mechanical hands in front of him.
"You and we need to fix what we created." "We?"
Dr. Beeson spit.
"I had nothing to do with Torbane. You used my research to amplify all of this. We need to fix what I created,"
Dr. Evans said solemnly.
"Okay,"
Royce shouted, raising his gun into the air to get attention.
"You need to do some quick talking so I can decide if I need to shoot you or not. Can we please go inside and move things along?"
Frustration made his voice rise in volume. He waved his arms for us to step inside the coffee shop that was directly across from the main entrance to the hospital. There had once been bodies lying on the floor after the pulse went off, but Tuck's Bane removal crew had cleared it in the first week after it went off. Avian and I stood at the back of the building, hands on weapons. Royce stood next to the cash register, his firearms still gripped securely. Dr. Beeson collapsed into one table with shaky legs. West and Bill stood across the room. Dr. Evans sat at the table as far from everyone as he could manage. His actions were perfectly calm and relaxed, as if he didn't need to worry about someone's nerves getting too set on edge and blasting a crater through his half-human face.
"You can talk,"
Royce started us out.
"but you'll still spread the infection."
Dr. Evans nodded.
"I would never allow any of you to touch me. I designed this helmet to repel the technology, so it stays out of my head. I've kept my humanity, but yes, I still carry Torbane, the same as any of the other evolved out there." "The Bane, you mean?"
Royce growled.
"Did you ever realize how appropriate your little name was? The name of Torbane was fitting."
Dr. Evans sighed impatiently.
"That was precisely what it was, a biological and nanorobotic enhancement. And the literal meaning of Bane is something that causes death and destruction, ruin. You're telling me that is just a coincidence? Are you here to interrogate me about the past, or would you like to talk about how to save our future?"
Dr. Evans asked with hard eyes. Royce scoffed and shook his head.
"You have some grand master plan to save us all?"
"Royce," I cut in. "You should listen to him." He looked over at me and held my eyes for a long moment, as if reevaluating if he could trust me. I didn't blame him for doubting me. I'd made a nuclear mess of things the last few days. I'd nearly gotten one of his original crew killed. Avian had joked and said Royce was protective enough of me to be called my father. Was that still true? I wasn't so sure I deserved that anymore.
"What do you have in mind, World Ender?"
Royce finally said, turning back to Dr. Evans. He held his hand out toward me, and I hesitated for a moment. He was asking for the notebook. Suddenly, I felt protective of it. The information within its pages could be our last chance. But what could I do with it on my own? I handed it over.
"First, you all need to know the truth about Eve here,"
Dr. Evans said as he set the notebook down on the table he sat at.
"What does Eve have anything to do with this?"
Avian asked, his brow furrowing.
"Everything,"
Dr. Evans said ominously. He turned to Dr. Beeson.
"I'm afraid I pulled the wool over your eyes all those years ago, Eric."
Dr. Beeson's expression grew serious and he shook his head.
"I'm afraid I don't understand." "Eve,"
Dr. Evans said.
"Show him."
My stomach dropped into my knees. I was so sick of the lies and the secrets and the revelations and the hard feelings and apologies, but it had to be done.
"What's going on?"
Avian whispered. Without answering, I turned my back to everyone in the room, revealing the tattooed 2 on the back of my skull.
2.
Dr. Beeson whispered. I turned back around.
"No,"
he said, shaking his head.
"No, Eve 2 is dead. You killed her after what she did to him."
Dr. Beeson shouted, pointing at West.
"No, my good man,"
Dr. Evans said.
"I'm afraid I didn't dispose of her as my son demanded, and she remembered Eve 2. It wasn't she that attacked my grandson. It was her sister." "What?"
West questioned. He looked at me, our eyes locking. A million nerve endings of hurt and betrayal were as fresh as ever between us.
You remember?"
I shook my head. Not a lot of details, but I remember being brought back to Novatore after whoever it was took me. I remember her melting down. The kill code made her go crazy. It was she that attacked you, West. You'd tried to comfort me, thinking I was her. I don't know if she was jealous or what, but it was her, West, not me. His eyes glazed over as if replaying the scene in his head.
"Okay,"
Avian said, shaking his head and pressing his thumb and forefinger into his eyelids.
"I'm totally lost. Eve has a sister?"
He looked back up at me, his eyes wide and confused. An identical twin sister, I said, my voice quiet. Suddenly, all the exhaustion I'd been staving off for the last 4 days hit me, and my entire body sagged.
"And you knew?"
Avian said, turning cold eyes on West and taking a step forward.
"Cool it!"
Royce growled, pointing the barrel of his shotgun at Avian's chest.
"Let's not have a replay of the other day. I can't afford to have any other soldiers laid up."
"Nick?" I suddenly asked.
"He'll live."
Royce growled. Avian had accidentally shot Nick when he'd tried to break up a deadly fight between Avian and West.
"The point is,"
Dr. Evans interrupted as tensions grew thick,
"that because we have Eve 2 and not Eve 1, we may be able to end this catastrophe I created." "Those are big claims,"
Royce said, shaking his head as he relaxed his weapon.
"And while we've all been very impressed with Eve, and especially her newfound abilities, I don't see how that's possible. Eve 2 was taken from Novatore just as Torbane was released to the public. She was tampered with. She was given the ability to transmit signals. When she was taken from Novatore Biotics, they programmed her with a kill switch, if you will. When they returned her to the facility, she killed off over 50 people who had just gotten Torbane. She did this wirelessly. I disabled the kill switch, but she obviously maintained the ability to send signals. You saw what she did in the desert."
Every eye turned to me, and the air grew thick and heavy and desperate.
"Where did you send them?"
West asked. My eyes darted to his before sweeping everyone else. I told them to search out and destroy other Bane.
"Nice,"
Tristan complimented, but I could tell everyone else barely heard what I'd just said. They were still mulling over what Dr. Evans had revealed. There had been a shift in each of their eyes. It was small, but it was there. I was no longer Eve, protector in their eyes. Unwillingly, I had just taken one step up.
"How do we end this?"
Avian finally said. I hated that he, too, was looking at me slightly different.
"What means of communication did we all use before the world came to a quick halt?"
Dr. Evans asked, breaking the silence.
"What is still floating up in the sky above us?" "Satellites,"
Bill said from his corner.
"Exactly."
"Holy shit," Dr. Beeson breathed, his eyes growing wide as the wheels started instantly turning in his head.
"He may be right. This could work. You turn her kill switch back on and somehow transmit it to the satellites in orbit,"
Royce said. His voice didn't betray excitement. He was a smart man, but he was also a man who knew to keep his hope in check after living in a post-apocalyptic world for the last 6 years.
"The Bane can obviously receive signals since Eve can control them. It will only take an instant. Once they receive the kill code, they'll be gone."
Dr. Evans said with a nod and a smile.
"The notebook."
Avian said, his eyes suddenly jumping to it.
The plans. That's what they were for. The transmission device for Eve.
Dr. Evans nodded again.
She is the key to saving the planet.
Told you, Tristan said quietly from the back. That brought a twitch of a smile to my face.
This is almost too much to process,
Dr. Beeson said, shaking his head, squeezing his eyes closed.
She is not supposed to be alive, and there is not supposed to be hope for this scale of reclamation of our world. What I want to know is why we can't just create a signal with the same kill code and beam it up to the satellites,
Royce said, placing his hands on his hips. His curiosity was stronger than his distrust of yet another Bane human hybrid.
Why does all this hinge on Eve?
Dr. Evans shook his head.
They would not be compatible. Eve has Torbane, so a signal from her would be receivable. Anything else wouldn't be read, and she is the only Torbane receptacle capable of transmitting.
So it's Eve or nothing, West said.
She's our last hope,
Avian said, slipping his hand into mine.
I do believe so,
Dr. Evans replied. Everyone was quiet for a long while, processing everything that had been revealed. I looked around at each of them. There was a mix of emotions spread throughout. Hope, disbelief, unbelief, uncertainty.
I thought those satellites had to be maintained.
West broke the heavy air.
Without someone controlling their orbits, some of them will just be crashing out into space. How do we know all of them aren't completely useless now?
I didn't really understand what West was talking about, but everyone else must have, because their eyes darted instantly to Dr. Evans.
There is a chance that this won't work,
Dr. Evans said, his eyes dropping from everyone else's. For the first time since I reunited with him, he didn't seem confident in his plan.
It has been nearly 6 years since the world fell apart. This is quite some time. But I do believe that since there were thousands of satellites orbiting us at one point, that there will be enough that will be functional to reflect the code back to Earth. So this might not work?
Avian asked. Dr. Evans paused. He refused to look up, which told me that whatever was about to come out of his mouth would be a lie.
I have enough data to believe that it will work.
How long will it take you to build the device? I asked, ignoring the lie.
Difficult to say,
Dr. Evans said.
Obtaining all the parts will take some time. It needs to be done precisely.
We'll have to scavenge, Dr. Beeson said. He was still shaking his head and blinking rapidly.
But I can't imagine it will be much more difficult than the pulse. And we did that when the city was still infested with millions of Bane. How long?
Avian asked again. Dr. Beeson looked at Royce.
7 weeks?
Royce nodded.
The challenge isn't just in the amount of time it will take to build the device,
Dr. Evans said, his voice serious.
We have to turn her kill switch back on. What's the problem with that?
Avian asked.
I blocked the kill switch with another code,
Dr. Evans said with a heavy sigh.
The code is long and complicated, not something I could memorize. So I wrote it down, made backups.
We have to go back to Novatore to get it, don't we? I asked, my insides growing cold.
Yes.
3. Royce, Dr. Beeson, and Dr. Evans had a lot of work to do and a lot of plans to lay out. West had stood to leave when Dr. Evans insisted he stay. West hadn't fought the request, but did look hesitant. But I had hit my information limit and needed sleep. I could catch up later. Avian, Tristan, Bill, and I stepped out of the coffee shop into the empty street. Where is everyone? I asked.
All of New Eden is still confined to the hospital,
Avian said as we stood in the street. He slid his hands into his back pockets. His shoulders were stiff, his brow drawn together.
Everyone went into lockdown when we realized what you were doing, just in case. So no one has been allowed outside the hospital for the past 4 days.
What about everyone from the underground? I asked, looking over at Tristan.
They're a bit more like refugees at the moment,
he said. There were mixed emotions behind his eyes. What happened after I left? Tristan slung his rifle over one shoulder and folded his arms over his chest.
The fighting died out pretty quickly after. Everyone was so shocked by Margaret's death that they weren't sure if they were supposed to keep fighting or not.
Do they still think Royce and I killed her? I asked. I recalled Royce's rough interrogation of her after the beacon went off. We'd been up on the 6th floor, and then shots were fired below. Royce and I tore out of there. Just before we exited to the building, Margaret jumped from the window, ending her own life. Tristan nodded.
They're angry, and more than a little scared about what is going to happen to them. About half of them are still convinced you and him pushed her.
How is there any peace here, then? I asked, again looking both ways down the silent street. How has the fighting not picked back up?
Separation,
Avian said, his voice sounding like his mind was far away. Tristan nodded.
We're all staying in an old hotel 3 blocks from here. Tuck and his BRC crew cleared it out a few months ago. Until we figure things out, they stay there, you lot stay here.
And what about you, Tristan? I asked, meeting his eyes. Where do you stay? There was hesitation in his response, so Avian answered for him.
Tristan has been the peacekeeper,
he said.
The go-between. He's been doing an excellent job, I think, considering we haven't gone back to war.
I nodded, knowing how hard this must have been on Tristan. He wanted to be a member of New Eden. He'd never fit in at the underground, but you can't escape your past. And you? I asked, turning back to Avian. It looks like Royce hasn't locked you back up. Nick is going to live. Avian looked away from me, and his entire countenance grew dark.
He doesn't need to put me behind bars. My borderline exile is punishment enough.
Excuse me? I said, my brows drawing together.
I've been stripped of all duties and rank.
Avian responded, still not looking at me.
Most people wanted all my firearms taken away. Royce only let me keep them because of my marksmanship, and he wasn't sure what was going to happen while you were with the Bane. Things are going to be different now, Eve. I've made a huge mistake.
Honestly, I wasn't sure what to say. Avian had made a huge mistake, one that had almost ended 2 lives just a few days ago. He had accidentally shot Nick and threatened to kill West. He'd had the gun in West's face and everything. Good thing in this world there are plenty of chances to prove yourself and gain redemption, I said. I slipped my hand into his, and we started across the road. Avian had never held my hand so tightly.
How are you holding up?
He asked. I don't even know what I am right now, I said with a shake of my head. Out of the corner of my eyes, I saw Tristan set off east to where I assumed the hotel was. I feel a bit delirious right now. It was true. As we crossed the lobby of the hospital, shapes and colors floated across my vision. It didn't even really feel like my feet were touching the floor. I felt as if I were floating and drowning at the same time.
Sleep deprivation can do that to you,
he said quietly as we started up the stairs. I don't think it's just the lack of sleep. We stepped out into the hall and started out toward my door. We hadn't gotten more than 2 yards, though, when a man stepped out of his room. His eyes grew wide when he saw me, and a ridiculous smile spread on his face.
Eve's back!
He bellowed. Suddenly, he started clapping his hands above his head. I was confused and taken aback by his loud gesture. My face grew warmer, and I started to grow irritated with his very loud display. Doors suddenly opened, and more than a dozen people stepped out of their rooms. As soon as they saw me, they started cheering and clapping as well.
Thank you,
some people shouted.
We would all be infected if not for you,
others said. There was a lot of other ridiculous praise being spouted off. A disbelieving chuckle worked its way up my throat, and a smile actually tugged in one corner of my mouth. Avian let go of my hand, took half a step back, and joined in the clapping, despite the dirty looks some people threw in his direction. I shook my head to try to fight off the embarrassed smile that kept pulling at my lips. Lynn suddenly broke through the crowd and rushed forward to engulf me in a hug. You're alive! She laughed. She placed her hands on my shoulders and looked into my eyes. They didn't rip you apart! Nope, I said, hardly able to hold back the laugh in my throat. It was actually pretty boring out there in the desert. You're an absolute idiot, she said, shaking her head. Tears pooled in her eyes even though she was smiling. Heading out there with all those Bane by yourself?
But it worked,
a man from just behind her said.
We aren't dead because she was an idiot.
I finally did laugh. and it felt so good. Avian placed his hands on my shoulders and started steering me through the crowd to my bedroom.
"Eve hasn't slept in 4 days,"
he said. "Let the poor woman rest," Lynn interrupted, pushing her way through everyone ahead of us. "Let her pass." We made our way through the joyous crowd to my door. I placed my hand on the knob and looked back at them. The noise had calmed down, and they all looked at me. There was hope in their eyes, and they didn't even know about the plans that were to come. But maybe that was what made New Eden special. Against all odds, we had survived. We still had qualities like hope and humanity. We managed to love and to conquer against a world that crushed most of our kind like a tsunami. I placed a fist over my heart and pressed my lips together. The entire crowd placed their fists over their hearts as well. "Thank you," I said, barely loud enough for them all to hear me. No one said a word. They each just gave a small nod of their head. Many of them tapped their fists to their hearts as if this simple gesture connected each of us in on a way that said, "We are here, and we will remain." I pushed the door to my room open and stepped inside. 4. I slept a dreamless sleep. It was dark and heavy and peaceful, arguably the best sleep of my life. When I woke, the sky was fading to black. With how rested and hungry I felt, I knew I hadn't been asleep for only a few hours. I'd slept for more than 24. My room was empty, and for that I was grateful. I wouldn't want Avian sitting and waiting around for me to get rested up. He had to have a lot of other things to do. Well, maybe not. He had said he'd been stripped of his duties. The water felt rejuvenating as I took a shower. Dirt trails slid down my skin into the white shower floor. I recalled the first time I had showered here, after we discovered the hospital, after we fled the mountains when the Bane burned our gardens. That felt like a lifetime ago. I felt slightly overwhelmed as I got ready for the end of the day. There was so much to do, so much we needed to talk about. There were so many plans to lay. I didn't even know where to begin. Thankfully, I was never alone, and the fate of the world didn't quite rest solely on my shoulders. I pulled my clothes and boots on and stepped out into the hall. This time, there was no applause, no crowd to welcome me home. It was quiet and empty, as it should be. I descended the stairs and came out onto the main floor. As I approached the medical wing, I spotted Gabriel standing in the doorway, hands on his hips. His expression was grim, the kind of dark look that only comes with death. I stopped at his side, looking into the wing. There was a door open, and inside, one of the doctors zipped up a black bag. Dr. Sun closed her eyes and hung her head. "How many died in the fight?" I asked. Gabriel didn't glance down at me. He just kept looking at the black body bag.
"Alec and Perry were both killed,"
he said, his voice rough. They'd both been members of security, and later, the rehoming crew.
"Elijah's badly wounded. It will be months until he's back to normal. 4 of the refugees were killed as well."
I shook my head, hatred and resentment boiling under my skin. It all felt so meaningless. We had a much bigger enemy to fight than ourselves. Gabriel gave a big sigh, his thick shoulders rising and falling with the effort. He turned and wrapped his arms around me, pulling me into a bear hug.
"Thank you,"
he said.
"for what you did. You saved a lot of lives."
I patted Gabriel's back. I kind of wish people would stop talking about it. It's making me uncomfortable. He laughed, his large belly bouncing up and down as he released me.
"You're the key to saving the planet, but you're still uncomfortable about it,"
he said, a twinkle in his eye.
"Your humility is just one of the many things that make you special, Eve."
I rolled my eyes at him and started walking back down the hall. "You're not helping," he laughed as I walked away. Evening light spilled in through the front doors, warm and golden. I saw others outside, going about their day, taking their rations for the next day home to their families. Once I returned with news the Bane threat had been neutralized, they must have been allowed to return to their homes. Their activities and lives seemed so normal, yet our lives were about to change once more. I turned to see Gray heading back for the armory and jogged to catch up with him. "Hey," I called as he stepped inside the room. "Have you seen West?"
"Probably at dinner,"
he said as he set to cleaning his weapon. "Thanks." I started to turn when I noticed he was using Elijah's prized assault rifle. I assume you're in charge now, since Elijah is out of commission? Gray grunted in confirmation, not once looking up. Unsure of what else to say, I turned and started for the dining room. A low hum sounded ahead of me, and I found the dining room full. Scanning the room, I spotted West in one corner, sitting on his own. I was about to start toward him when Royce, Dr. Beeson, Addie, and a few of the other scientists stepped up to the counter to get their trays. I changed course and made a beeline for Dr. Beeson. "We need to talk," I said from behind him as he grabbed a plate of steaming potatoes. Dr. Beeson glanced back at me and then looked over at Royce, as if hoping Royce would say he had more important things to attend to and that it would have to wait.
"This is your messy past, not mine,"
Royce said, shaking his head as he forked some kind of meat onto his plate.
"Go deal with it, and then we'll get back to work. You owe her that much."
I hoped appreciation reflected on my face as I looked over at Royce. He placed a solid hand on my shoulder and gave it a squeeze. I covered his hand with mine for a brief moment. He gave a wink before walking away. Maybe I was forgiven after all. "I'd like a word with you and West, if you don't mind." His tray fully loaded, Dr. Beeson nodded, his eyes dark. We made our way through the crowded room. When West spotted us, his still, slightly blackened eyes widened, and he sat back in his chair as if preparing for another blow. "I don't think I'm going to hit you this time," I said as I sank into the seat across from him. "But I do want to talk. It's time for the truth, all of it." As Dr. Beeson sat in the other chair, West's eyes were hesitant. He'd spun such a complicated web of shaded truths and all-out lies. Could he dare untangle them all? "This isn't a choice, West," I said, fixing my eyes with his. "I can't imagine there is much left to hide. Well, there better not be. This all ends, now."
"What more do you want to know?"
he finally asked. "First," I said, turning to Dr. Beeson, "you knew I had a sister. You never said anything either. How did you not spill the beans?" Dr. Beeson set down the fork he'd picked up and had yet to use.
"The first time I saw you, you were with West, when Royce wanted to test you with the CDU."
I remembered. That was when our team had first arrived in New Eden, a mission to simply see if there was actually anyone alive in the city. Royce ordered everyone to be tested for infection. Everyone had gone into panic mode when he insisted that I was no exception for testing, until Dr. Beeson stepped in the room and confirmed I couldn't spread Bane.
From the look on West's face the moment our eyes met, I knew there was something he didn't want said, so I said as little as possible in those first few minutes. He came to find me an hour or so later and told me about keeping your sister a secret. I didn't have a hard time agreeing to keep it all buried either. I screwed up big time before, not spotting the mole that took you and tampered with all your other programming and hardware. All this time I thought it was my fault you were dead. So it seemed easier to just not say anything."
"Like you were going to let the past stay dead," I said, looking at West.
"Yeah,"
he said, with a roughness to his voice. A long, heavy silence followed for a few moments.
"You have to understand, Eve,"
Dr. Beeson continued, desperation rising in his voice.
"No one wanted you disposed of, but we had no idea what you were capable of anymore. We thought it was you that attacked West. You shorted out and killed all those people. Given that was in no way your fault, all mine, but we were on the verge of the biggest medical breakthrough in history. I hate to say it, but you were a liability. You were supposed to be dead. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that you're Eve 2 and not Eve 1.
His honesty was brutal, but I appreciated it. It was better than soft lies. "My sister." I looked back to Dr. Beeson. "You only wiped one of our memories, right? Mine." He nodded. "So she's still out there somewhere," I said, imagining her running scared through the desert and forests like I had on her own. "And she remembers everything we went through at Novatore."
"I would imagine so,"
Dr. Beeson said as he started picking absent-mindedly at his roll.
"Your sister had an impeccable memory. I'm sure she remembers every little detail."
I nodded, processing the implications of that. "Is it true that he and I hated each other?" I felt West's eyes jump to me, but I didn't look back at him. Dr. Beeson suddenly chuckled, his bright teeth in stark contrast to his darker skin.
I don't know that hate is the right word, but you two fought every time you were in the same room. You always had to one-up each other. You each thought you were better than the other. Given that toned down a bit once your chip was in place, but the animosity between the two of you never went away.
I glanced over at West just a moment. His eyes were locked on mine, and I could tell the past, our childhood, was playing through his head. It does explain a lot between us, I said, looking back to Dr. Beeson. The way I would black out every time we were together, too much emotion, hate, and interest going on in my head, even if I didn't understand it or why. But he and my sister, they liked each other?
Yes,
Dr. Beeson said, his eyes dropping to the roll he had now demolished.
Your sister was very unattached to everyone at the facility, except West. She didn't always like to cooperate with us. She was colder and more removed than yourself, but with West, she was different.
I looked at West again. His eyes were on the table, and there was moisture pooled in them. He squeezed his eyelids closed and shook his head. While West looked conflicted, I simply felt relief. Half of the tie and pull I had felt toward West was because I thought there was history that grounded us together. The weight and guilt I had felt was clipped away. My entire body felt lighter. You see why I made the decision I did? I asked quietly. What would have happened if I picked you? Dr. Beeson cleared his throat and shifted uncomfortably.
Is there anything else you wanted to ask me, Eve? I sense that the rest of this conversation needs to be just between the two of you.
No, that's all, for now. Thank you for your honesty, I said as he stood. He nodded his head and turned and left with his tray of food. West and I were quiet for just a moment after he was gone, neither of us meeting the other's eye.
So I guess this is where we finally have the non-breakup conversation,
West said, twirling a salt shaker on the table with one hand. It's just a lot more complicated and simple at the same time, I mused, grabbing the salt shaker from his hand and setting it on the far edge of the table. It required everything I had in me to take his hand in mine and calm his shaking. He was instantly still. My eyes locked on our hands together on the table, and a hurricane of emotions whipped through me. I hadn't forgotten the passion he and I had shared last year. Waking up emotionally like that would be something I would never forget. How much of your pull to me was based on the past, on what you thought had existed between you and me? I asked, still not looking up at him. He hesitated a moment before responding. I knew his answer, and knew he didn't want to admit it.
A lot,
he finally responded. I nodded, rubbing my thumb over his. How different did I seem all that time before I picked Avian? I asked. It wasn't an easy question for me to ask, but I had to paint a very clear picture. West slowly let out a big breath and sat forward. He never let go of my hand, though.
Your emotions were a lot stronger than I ever thought you capable of. Eve 1 was always so steady, predictable, but you...
He trailed off.
I guess that should have been a good indicator.
A tiny smile suddenly came to my lips. I remember when we were in the desert, heading here, you said something like, you used to be a lot easier to deal with, that I didn't used to freak out over every little thing. Suddenly, West gave a little chuckle.
I was being an ass that day, wasn't I?
The smile on my lips grew. I deserved it. West pulled his hand out of mine and groaned as he rubbed his eyes.
How did this all get so complicated?
I think we were both just born into a complicated life. West chuckled again.
Yeah.
We were quiet again for a moment as the air around us grew serious once again. So what would have happened if I'd picked you, West? I said as our eyes met. And we learned the truth all these months later. He didn't respond, and I could see it playing out in my head. You would have broken my heart, West. My sister was always a girl you were looking for, not me. He chewed on his lower lip, his eyes once again dropping to the table. I know this isn't easy, I said, folding my hands on one another. But you know it's true. He took a deep breath, and then his eyes rose up to meet mine.
There was something real between us, Eve. You know that. We both felt it, and you did break my heart. Well, more than that, when you picked Avian. But
I'm right. I filled in for him. He didn't nod or say yes or acknowledge it, but I could feel it. He knew. So now you can start to move on, to heal.
That doesn't make it easy,
he said, his eyes meeting mine. No, I said, shaking my head slightly. But it makes it possible. I heard footsteps behind me a second before I felt a hand on my shoulder. I recognized the warmth and tenderness that came with it, and knew it was Avian. West looked up at him, and finally the anger and hatred was gone from his expression. I looked up at Avian and met his uncertain blue eyes. This is over, I said, looking from him to West. The anger and the competition, the fighting, it's done. We are in the business of saving the world together. It's time to move on. They both hesitated. The distrust and hatred that had been building between the two of them the last few months wasn't going to instantly disappear, but I knew they were both going to try when Avian extended his hand. West shook it.
Friends?
Avian asked, his voice guarded.
We'll get there,
West answered. 5. Dr. Evans couldn't stay in the hospital for obvious reasons. He was kept in a building half a block from the hospital. It was another medical facility building, and it had this glass room that worked perfect for keeping him separated from everyone. Not that he was going after everyone, but if nothing else, our world had taught us to err on the side of caution. Royce radioed for me and Avian, and we made our way there. When we stepped inside, we found Royce, Dr. Evans, and Dr. Beeson. All done with the plans yet? I asked as I settled into a chair. Avian stood just behind me, his arms crossed over his chest.
Nearly,
Dr. Evans said, his voice muffled slightly because of the glass.
I wanted to run some things by you before we finalized plans,
Royce said, opening a notebook and pulling a pen from behind his ear.
So, according to our freakish friend here, he needs to get back to the Novatore biotics facility to get this code and a few supplies for the Nova...
The Nova? I interrupted.
The transmitter device,
Royce clarified. He gave a sidelong glance at Dr. Beeson and Dr. Evans that said he didn't love the name.
Anyway, he needs to get some supplies for the Nova we won't find around here. I'm designing a solar vehicle with Dr. Beeson's help that will get him there quickly but won't require fuel. We've been lucky in the past with gas, but luck doesn't last forever.
Makes sense, I said, nodding my head. How long will it take?
We have a single-person vehicle we should be able to convert in a week, maybe 2.
Dr. Beeson said, looking over some files. So a bigger vehicle is going to take a bit longer to convert, right? I asked, sitting back in my chair, propping my elbows up on the table behind me.
Excuse me?
Dr. Beeson asked, his brow furrowing. My sister is still out there, I said, crossing my ankle over the opposite knee. She remembers everything that happened to her. She's probably alone, or someone could have found her and twisted her into who knows what kind of weapon. I'm not going to not look for her. I've got to start somewhere. Novatore seems like a good place to begin. The 3 of them looked at me for a long moment. There was disapproval written all over their faces.
We cannot afford to delay in setting the Nova off,
Royce said, shaking his head.
And what are the odds that you will ever find her?
Dr. Evans asked.
It's a big country out there, a big continent.
I looked to Dr. Beeson. His expression was conflicted, but he understood. I saw it in his eyes. I have to at least try. She is my only family, the only one who understands what it's like to be what I am, I said, my voice hard and firm. So I'll be going too. They were all quiet again for a long while, arguments forming behind their closed lips.
You know it's pointless to argue with her,
Avian said.
I wasn't going to be the one to say it,
Royce retorted, shaking his head.
Fine,
Dr. Evans said.
A slightly bigger vehicle shouldn't be too big of a deal, right? I don't think so,
Royce interrupted almost before Dr. Evans could finish his sentence.
Eve just became the most valuable being in the entire universe. There's no chance I'm sending just you and her out into the wild. She'll be going with an arsenal of backup. That big of a team will require a 15-passenger van,
Dr. Beeson protested.
That will take 3 weeks to construct.
Then we'll wait 3 weeks, I said, my blood boiling. I understood everyone's points, but that didn't mean the entire conversation wasn't annoying.
Were you not the one who told me about a particular Bane sweep?
Dr. Evans asked from behind the glass. He was getting angry, and I'd never seen anything scarier than an angry Bane human freak.
What makes you think they won't move faster than predicted? What makes you think they couldn't destroy the Novatore facility tomorrow?
By this point, he was shouting, his cybernetic fists pounding on the glass wall. Avian pulled a firearm and pointed it in Dr. Evans' direction.
I suggest you calm down, sir,
he said, his voice deadly serious.
All of you just shut up,
Royce said, irritated as he stood from his seat.
We can't control the element of time, so we're just going to have to hope that we can get there quick enough. It seems smart anyway to send more than one person on this mission. We'll get the van ready and you'll leave as soon as possible, got it?
Royce yelled at Dr. Evans. He didn't give any kind of response except for a glower.
You can take 4 guards with you,
Royce said, turning back to face me.
Your choice, but I suspect I already know who you'll pick. The rest of the space in the vehicle will be needed for supplies and firepower.
Avian's coming, obviously, I said. Avian finally relaxed and put his weapon away. I don't care what anyone else thinks of him right now. I trust him and that's all that matters. I think I owe it to Wes to let him come too. He wants to find my sister as bad as I do. He hadn't said as much, but I knew it was true. And Bill. We've worked together for so long. He's part of my team. I'll let you know the 4th as soon as I decide.
Peachy,
Royce said, turning to the other 2 and giving an annoyed smile.
So, we good?
Dr. Beeson shook his head and looked slightly irritated.
I'll have my team start working on the vehicle tonight. We'll work as quickly as we can. Great,
Royce said as he set to collecting his things. He turned to Dr. Evans.
Can I get you a magazine or something?
He said sarcastically as we all turned to leave.
I'm fine, thank you,
Dr. Evans replied with just as much vice and chill. Royce stalked out of the building, myself right in tow. There was a group of refugees walking out of the hospital and toward the hotel, and our paths had no choice but to cross one another. There were 2 men, one in his younger 20s, another in his 40s, and a woman who looked just older than me. The 2 men glared at Royce and I, distrust and hatred in their eyes. The entire time we walked past them, body stiff, fingers just a little too close to triggers, I kept telling myself to simply ignore them. I was doing a good job of it, until one of them muttered murderers once they were behind our backs.
Okay, this is enough,
Royce growled. He reeled around, and moving faster than I thought him capable of, grabbed the younger man by the front of his jacket and had him pinned against the side of a building.
I can deal with you wrongly accusing me of murdering that psychopath you all called a leader,
Royce hissed in his face.
But I won't tolerate lies about Eve. After everything you lot did to her, and after everything she's done and will do to save your sorry asses, you ought to be bowing down at her feet. Any of you says anything about her again, I'll have every one of you escorted from New Eden in a very uncomfortable way.
Both of you just stop! The woman from their group was instantly crying, and I actually felt sorry for her. So many of the refugees just wanted peace, but the 2 men were bristling with anger. But when a man like Royce makes threats, fear overrules anger.
Corbin?
Tristan suddenly called from behind.
Do we have a problem here?
Royce released the man, who shrugged his jacket back on straight and tried to look unbothered by the encounter.
No problem,
Corbin said, his eyes burning into Royce's.
Apparently I've been put in my rightful place. Good,
Tristan said, his finger resting just to the side of the trigger on his shotgun.
Now how about we get on home, okay?
Without another word, the small group turned and started back for the hotel.
I hope they weren't too much trouble,
Tristan said, watching them retreat. Royce's jaw was set hard. He shook his head once, hatred burning in his eyes as he stared after Corbin and the others. Finally, he just stalked back in the direction of the hospital.
We've got to start bridging this gap and animosity between us,
Avian said, placing a hand on my back.
Or there's going to be another war.
Over the next week, Avian, West, Bill, and I made plans for our journey and departure. We gathered supplies, carefully picked our firepower, and we discussed who the fourth member of our crew should be. Elijah was laid up and in bad shape. He'd been shot twice in his left leg and once in the chest. If the bullet had hit 2 inches higher, he would have died. But even if he was at fighting readiness, he would be needed here in New Eden. Gray was in charge as head of security detail until Elijah was healed up, so Gray was out too. Gabriel was still working with the civilians to carve out a normal life. He was helping to keep the peace between the refugees and the members of New Eden. Plus, Gabriel wouldn't have been my first choice on this kind of mission anyway. Had we not had to deal with the refugees, I would have picked Tristan in a heartbeat, but nerves were still on edge, and a fight was ready to break out at any moment. If not for him, we'd finish each other off like we'd tried to do 2 weeks ago. So there were very few options left. There were others on security detail, but none that I knew well enough to trust their skills on a mission of this importance. I was considering Tuck, but he also had duties he needed to fulfill here in New Eden. Maybe we don't even need a fourth, I said late one night as Avian and I stepped into my room. We've got you, me, West, Bill. We all know what we're doing. Why do we need another? I pulled my boots off and tossed them into my closet cupboard.
I think that's totally up to you,
Avian said as he slipped his own shoes off and lined them up by the door. He started pulling his firearms off and laid them on the counter.
I think I'd rather work with a tighter crew anyway.
I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with how well you and West have been working together for the past week, I said as I walked into the bathroom. I turned the water on in the shower and leaned against the door, my shoulder pressing into the cold steel of the frame.
He's different now,
Avian said as he crossed the room. He stopped just short of me. He placed his hands on either side of the doorframe.
Whatever you two talked about last week sure put him in a different state of mind.
I just pointed out a few things to help him move on, I said.
I'm certainly enjoying the benefits of it,
Avian said, a slow smile creeping on his face. He leaned in closer.
I haven't seen you this relaxed in months.
Having a purpose will do that to you, I said as his lips met mine. His arms wrapped around my waist, and my hand ran over his once again shaven hair. He lifted my legs and set me on the counter in the bathroom. Oh, no, 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 I said, smiling against his lips. I placed a hand on his chest and pushed him away. I'm supposed to get in the shower and then go for my last meeting with Royce. If we get started in on this, I said, waving a finger between the two of us. I will not make it in time.
You will be the death of me, woman,
Avian teased as he nipped at my jaw. I couldn't help the ridiculous smile that spread on my face as he stepped away. I very much didn't want him to go as he crossed back to his shoes and bent to pick them up. He looked back at me where I still sat on the counter. He gave a low, playful growl before opening the door and stepping out. I climbed into the shower and turned the water freezing cold. 6. Over the next few days, a truce began to form between the residents of New Eden and the refugees. Their 6 children were welcomed into Lynn's schoolroom. She insisted children were children, no matter where they had come from. They deserved an education. That was a first step. At Tristan's recommendation, 2 of their men joined security detail. They were friends of Tristan's, and he was sure we could trust them. Royce hesitantly allowed them to be assigned firearms. 2 of the mothers joined the kitchen staff. It was the women who seemed to be making the biggest leap in bridging the enormous canyon between the 2 groups. Victoria was among the first of them that made the intimidating journey to the hotel to try and make peace. She'd formed quick friendships there. Her first step invited others to do the same. Maybe we wouldn't go back to war after all. It was dangerous getting people's hopes up too high, especially in a world like ours. Those of us in the know said nothing of our plans and about the slim possibility that this might work to anyone. Most people knew something was going on, but they knew better than to directly ask questions. That didn't keep the rumors from spreading. Some thought Royce was keeping at least one Bane holed up in the building that Dr. Evans was kept in. Since Dr. Beeson frequented the building so often, people suspected we were experimenting on them. Others speculated on why a vehicle was being worked on and why we were stockpiling supplies. They thought maybe some members of Eden wanted to return to the mountains. None of them suspected we were making an attempt to save the world and looking for a girl who would be almost impossible to find. Royce and Gabriel made sure life went about as usual, Security detail continued in the rehoming effort, without Avian as second in command. The incident still left him stripped of trust. He now had a more important mission to focus on, though, as did Bill. Nearly everything was back to normal after the death match between the refugees in New Eden. Most everyone was healed, back to work, except one person. She wasn't a victim of the fight. She was a victim of nature and Mother Earth. I stepped into the medical wing and walked to her door. I saw her still form through the window, looking as if she were simply sleeping. I pushed the door open and sat in the chair next to her bed. Morgan had been a member of Eden for almost as long as I had. Since we had different abilities and interests, I didn't know her well. She had been the caretaker for our horses, until one died, and the other we had no choice but to leave behind in the mountains. 2 years ago, she married Eli in a makeshift wedding gown and a crown of daisies upon her head. She loved him, and now he was dead. Now she was fighting for her life, and losing. So was the baby. During the earthquake just a few weeks ago, the roof had caved in on Morgan and Eli, killing him, and nearly killing her. My eyes shifted from her pale face to her growing stomach. How far along was she? I was no pregnancy expert, but it seemed like I remembered Avian once saying that pregnancy lasted 9 months. She had found out she was pregnant just a few weeks before we left the mountains of Eden, so 5 months? I myself had arrived into this world 3 months early. I knew the child stood almost no chance if it arrived 4 months early. True, we were in a hospital with some amazing doctors, but the odds were not in her favor. Eve? I jumped to my feet when Morgan spoke my name. The word was weak and rough and totally unexpected. Yeah, I said, backing up to the window, suddenly embarrassed that I was here. It's me. What happened to you? She asked, concern breaking over her face as she looked at me. I hadn't seen Morgan awake since I had returned from the underground. She didn't know that the top of my skull had been cut off and a device had been implanted in my head. You don't think bald is a good look on me? I tried to joke. I was terrible at it. A small smile pulled at her chapped lips. I didn't say that, and I wouldn't call you bald. I tried to return her smile, unsure if I succeeded. It was true, my hair had grown out to about 2 inches long. I stood there for a while, unsure what to say. Are you okay? She asked, breaking the silence. You look terrified, like I might bite you. An awkward laugh bubbled out of my lips. Sorry, I said. I'm not really sure what to say. It's okay to feel awkward, Eve, she said with a warm smile. It's part of being human. Thanks. I appreciate that. Morgan nodded, and then a small grimace crossed her face. Her hand went to her stomach and she crunched in on herself. What's wrong? I asked, jumping to the side of the bed. Do you want me to get the doctor? Morgan shook her head and rolled onto her side. No, there isn't anything else they can do. What do you mean? I asked. All of the heat drained out of my body in an instant. You know what I mean, Eve, she said, her eyes locking with mine. I'm dying. I probably don't have more than a few weeks left. What's wrong? I croaked as I sank into the seat next to her. I don't remember exactly what the doctors said, but it has to do with the damage done when the building came down on me. Something about arteries being damaged beyond repair. My heart can't pump the blood to the rest of my body fast enough, and with the pregnancy it just makes it twice as bad. I took a hard swallow, feeling as if ice were coursing through my veins. I imagined my mother, the babies inside, killing her. What about the baby? I asked, my voice almost too quiet to be heard. Morgan's eyes reddened, and a bead of moisture slipped from her cheek. When I go, they're going to try an emergency C-section, see if they can save the baby. But the odds aren't good. The baby isn't getting enough blood. It could die any second. I took a deep breath, shaking my head. C-section, what does that mean? They'll cut my stomach open and pull the baby out, she said, her voice wavering. That is, if she doesn't die before I do. She? I asked. What? Morgan questioned, confused. You said she, I said, trying to smile.
It's a girl? Oh, Morgan gave a small laugh. I don't really know. They've done ultrasounds, but they didn't tell me what it is. I guess I just think it's a girl. She'll be beautiful, I said, trying to think what Sarah might say in a situation like this. She knew how to handle these very human moments. Thank you, Morgan said, smiling. She started coughing, and soon she was moaning in pain. A nurse rushed in and shooed me out. Once in the hall, I leaned against the wall and closed my eyes. 0.5%. That was all that was left of the human population on Earth. In reality, it was probably far less than that now. Morgan was only one person. But when there is only 0.5% left or less, one person makes a huge difference. And one baby lost was one less person to live in the hope of a restored future. 7. I'm just now realizing that I have no clue where Novatore is, I said as I looked at the map. Dr. Evans stood inside his glass room. He had spread the map out on a table in front of him. This was our final planning meeting. The van would be ready in 3 days. He placed his finger on the map. The place was a few hundred miles northwest of the original location of Eden. Made sense. I had probably walked for weeks after he released me. Novatore's location is secluded. Not many towns nearby, and the ones that were close are small, Dr. Evans said, looking up at Avian and Bill, almost as if he forgot I had no idea what Novatore was like either. That was on purpose. We didn't want to be disturbed. But the climate there this time of year will be cold, arid. There may or may not be snow to deal with. Pack warm clothing that will keep you dry. We can go scouting this afternoon, I said, nodding. How long will it take us to get there? Avian asked, placing a hand on the glass wall and leaning in for a closer look at the map. Since the vehicle we are taking is large and solar-powered, it won't travel all that fast, Dr. Evans said, that annoyed tone back in his voice. We'll be lucky to get to speeds of 40 miles per hour. So, Bill calculated as he studied the map. Roughly 20 hours of driving time. Dr. Evans nodded. Thankfully, most of the trip is through desert, so there won't be many towns, but we will still hit plenty. Vegas could be fun, Bill said, shaking his head. We'll try to swing around it, Avian said, studying the map. Shouldn't take us more than 2 days to get there, right? West said. Who knows? I said, shaking my head. We could be walking out into anything. There are likely to be more packs of hunters. They're getting smarter, more aggressive. Hopefully your army is quick at their job, West teased. But if not, it's a good thing we've got the Queen of the Bane to protect us out there, huh? I punched him in the arm and tried not to smile. Damn, woman, he hissed through a laugh. Not all of us have cybernetic skeletons. That hurt. You're not getting an apology out of me, I said, shaking my head and letting the smile crack through. Everyone in the room laughed, except for Dr. Evans. Do you really want to mess with Eve these days? Avian asked, raising an eyebrow. West just chuckled and shook his head. How is the packing of the supplies going? Dr. Evans asked, back to business. The kitchens have 2 weeks' worth of food packed for us, I said. More of that last forever crap, but we'll survive off of it. We've also got plenty of water. I've put together an emergency medical kit. Nothing too extensive, so don't anyone go and get blown apart, Avian said. We've collected firepower, assault rifles, grenades, the usual. Bill wrapped us up. Dr. Evans nodded. Sounds like we're ready to go. Just got to wait on the vehicle. You've become quite the traveler, considering it's the end of the world, West said, elbowing me in the side. And whose fault is that? I said, raising my eyebrows at him. Are you wanting me to knock you out today? A teasing grin spread on West's face. Avian chuckled as he slapped his hands down on West's shoulders and steered him toward the door. Best not push your luck. After lunch, the 4 of us headed for an outdoor store. We had looted all the ones that were closest to the hospital, so we hopped in one of the electric cars and crossed the massive city. This was close to our pulse perimeter, about 15 miles inside it, maybe a bit less. Bill parked on the sidewalk right in front of the building, and we all stepped out. Avian checked the doors and found them locked. Taking out his firearm, he shot it open.
The store was pretty dark, one of those double-storied, spiffed-up warehouse types that only had a few windows scattered on the bottom floor, but unlike most of the buildings around us, this one was completely free of bodies.
Owners must have shut down pretty quick once the evolution started,
West said, looking around the huge building.
They were smart,
Avian said. He pulled a flashlight out of one of his side pockets.
Most of these big box stores stayed open until the babies were ripping their faces off as they tried to sell them a shotgun. Man, we haven't seen any babies in how long?
West said as he too pulled out a flashlight.
Not many people left to infect,
Bill said as he headed for the clothing. There were 3 classes of Bane: babies, the newly infected, sleepers, self-explanatory, and hunters, those who actively sought humans to infect.
There aren't many babies of either species being made anymore.
With that grim thought, we split off. The 3 men to the men's clothing section, me toward the women's. And as I started browsing, I thought of the ability to have children. If this really did work and we killed off all the Bane, it was going to take a very long time to rebuild any kind of population. I knew of one other pregnant woman in New Eden besides Morgan. Bringing children into this world felt too dangerous, and there weren't many people left to repopulate the planet with anymore. My eyes drifted over to Avian, halfway across the building. Did I possess the ability to bear children? I'd never considered it before. I'd honestly never even thought about being a mother. I was only 18. But when the time came that I was old enough, when Avian and I followed tradition and that was the expected next step, would I even have the ability? Somehow, I didn't think so. I had cybernetic bones, a mostly cybernetic heart and lungs. Why wouldn't my baby-making organs be cybernetic too? Surely a fetus could not survive in a body like mine. Pushing the thought aside, I tried to pay attention to the task at hand. It didn't take long to find some waterproof clothes, all skin-tight running clothes. They would fit easily under my usual cargo pants. I grabbed 3 pairs. I also found 2 short-sleeved shirts and 1 long-sleeved of the same kind.
You finding any coats or anything like that?
Avian called from across the building. Nope, I replied, scanning the racks around me with my flashlight.
It was late spring when the evolution started,
Bill said.
They would have stopped carrying that kind of stuff by that time, especially here, where you barely need a coat in the winter anyway. Let's check the back room,
West said. We all walked to the central aisle that cut through the building, leaving our findings in a pile on the floor. There was a narrow hall that had changing rooms branching off of it, and at the end there was a solid steel door. Bill, at the head of us, pushed it open and stepped inside. We had all shuffled in when Bill stopped short, covering his nose and reeling back. The smell hit me. I didn't even see the source of the stench before I started gagging. West lost his lunch to the side of me, and I was just stepping out of the spray when I saw a tiny little foot poking out from behind a box. Avian, I whispered when I heard a muttered moan. We both leapt over the pile of boxes and then instantly froze. There were 2 young boys lying in a nest of rags. One couldn't be more than 10 years old. His skin was ashen-colored and covered in some kind of rash. His stomach was swollen and bulging. There was a gaping bullet hole in his chest. He was obviously dead. He was the source of the smell. And lying next to him, his chest barely rising and falling, was a child that looked about 5. Avian dropped to the younger child, pulling him into his lap. He held his fingers to the boy's neck, feeling for his pulse. He, too, had a bullet wound in the fleshy part where his arm met his chest. It looked deeply infected.
Pulse is very slow,
Avian said, gathering the boy up into his arms.
He looks like he's been starving to death, and infection has been eating at him, too.
It was true. The child was nothing but skin and bones. I took Avian's firearm, slinging it over my shoulder as he stood, the boy in his arms.
We've got to get him back to the hospital,
Avian said, already headed for the entrance.
He isn't going to last much longer.
Bill, can you go with him? I asked, watching Avian's retreating form. Bill simply nodded and followed. By this point, West was on his hands and knees, dry heaving. Here, I said, grabbing a shirt that was hanging out of a box. I ripped the plastic off of it and handed it to him. Put this over your nose. It will help with the smell.
Thanks,
he said, his voice shaky. He spit on the floor and wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve. He climbed shakily to his feet and tied the shirt around his nose and mouth. Better? I asked.
Yeah.
He nodded, taking a deep breath, hands on his hips. He turned away from the body. I wonder what happened to them, I said, looking down at the dead boy once again.
I don't think he's the only body in here,
West said, shaking his head, still not looking at the boy.
The smell is too intense to be coming from just one small kid.
I swore under my breath and started looking around. I didn't have to search for long before I found who I assumed was the mother in another alcove of boxes. There was a hole blown through the side of her head, and a handgun rested beside her, but she also had a massive bruise mark on her decaying skin, a perfect mechanical handprint on her forearm.
Shit!
I breathed. West, she was infected. Her boys could have been infected too before she shot everyone.
Come on,
West said, waving toward the exit.
We've got to get back to the hospital. Avian just picked him up.
We darted back out of the building, gathering up the pile of supplies as we ran. We paused outside momentarily.
They've got the car,
West said.
And we're like 75 miles from the hospital.
Start checking vehicles, I said, racing across the street to a parking lot. Maybe we'll find something with keys.
Eve,
West said as we started yanking car doors open.
You know if that kid was infected that it's too late for Avian. He'll get infected.
I shook my head, my jaw set hard. No, I said as I checked another car. No keys. There's a chance the boy wasn't infected, and if it just barely happened, he won't be able to spread the infection for a few hours. But even as I made my argument, I knew it wasn't true. Those bodies had been dead for days, maybe even over a week. If the kid was infected, Bane would be fully saturated into his system.
Got it!
West shouted. He held up a pair of keys as a floor mat came tumbling out of the truck.
Get in!
I hopped into the passenger seat and slammed the door shut. I tossed our supplies in the back seat. You don't know how to drive, I said, my voice breathy.
Today seems like a good day to learn,
West said, shoving the key in the ignition. The truck clicked and sputtered. It had been a sitting, rusting dinosaur for 6 years. We'd been stupid to think any of these vehicles might start.
Come on!
West shouted, pounding the steering wheel. He slammed one of the pedals with his foot, and suddenly it roared to life.
Yes!
That there puts it into drive, I think, I said, pointing to the stick on the side of the driving column. West yanked on it, and the truck jerked backwards and slammed into the vehicle behind us.
Okay,
West said, shifting the stick again.
R stands for reverse, so D for drive?
Let's assume, I said, my blood racing and pounding in my ears. Let's go! D was indeed for drive, and we rocketed forward, clipping another vehicle as we swung wildly out of the parking lot and onto the street. That woman was touched, I said, bracing myself as we swerved madly. She had probably gone out to look for food or something when a hunter must have found her. West, this means they're starting to come back into the city. The speedometer crept up to 80 miles an hour as we peeled back onto the on-ramp. Just as we pulled onto the freeway, there was a figure ahead of us. There was no time to stop, and the truck plowed right into it. The mechanical body broke right in half, completely cybernetic by this time. The upper half of the body crashed into the windshield, shattering it. We both screamed as the glass burst into tiny, glittering pieces and an arm dangled between the two of us.
Holy!
West bellowed as the truck swerved violently back and forth, and we ran over the lower half of the body. Keep driving! I shouted. I was about to reach for the shoulders of the body when its hand suddenly flung out at me and wrapped around my throat. West swore loudly.
It's still alive?
Keep! I gasped for air as West swerved in an attempt to put distance between himself and the Bane that was somehow still attacking. Driving! Wrapping my hands around the wrist, I squeezed until the cybernetic bones crumpled and bent and the hand let go. Plowing the heel of my hand into what was left of where its nose should have been, its head whipped back with a sickening crunch. The thing was instantly still, but still carrying active Bane. I coughed violently, unbuckling my seatbelt.
You okay?
West asked, wild fear in his eyes as he attempted to drive straight. He leaned as far to the left as possible, attempting to put some space between him and the mangled Bane. Yeah, I croaked. My throat was probably bruised.
Keep driving. I'll take care of this. I half stood as well as I could in the cramped space. Placing my hands on its shoulders, I gave a good shove. The body slid forward 2 feet and to the right, but one of its arms slipped down the front of the hood and caught in the grill.
Oh, come on,
West said, looking at the body in disbelief. Keep driving, I repeated. I used my boot to knock out the rest of the glass hanging around the frame of the window. Crawling up onto the dash, I slowly worked my way out onto the hood of the truck. As we drove over the bumpy freeway, the arm wedged its way tighter and tighter into the grill. Finally, I simply snapped the arm off at the elbow. The rest of the body crashed to the ground. I tried yanking the rest of the arm free, but it wouldn't budge.
Get back in here, Eve,
West shouted.
We can have it melted down later. Sit down before I kill you.
An amused chuckle worked its way through my lips as I carefully climbed back up the hood and into the vehicle.
Well, this turned into an exciting day,
West said, shaking his head. Yeah, I think the Bane are getting back into the city, I said, pushing my wind-blown hair back off my forehead. That store was supposed to be 15 miles inside our perimeter. They'll be getting back into the center of the city soon. I thought I'd cleared all of them out for 500 miles after the beacon went off.
Just another day in the world of the evolution,
West said.
Must have been a sleeper that recently woke up. It could have been inactive when you called them all out to the desert.
For once, could the element of time just be on our side? I said, exasperated.
What?
West said, smiling at me as he swerved around a particularly large crack in the road.
And make life simple and boring?
I shook my head and laughed. Seriously? West was quiet for a moment as he continued to make our way back to the hospital.
I'm really sorry for how I've treated you the last few months. I'm glad we can be friends again.
I looked over at him, a smile pulling on my lips. Me too. And I meant it. Avian! I screamed as we burst through the front doors of the hospital. I sprinted toward the medical wing, where I was sure I would find him. Avian! We collided with each other as I turned the corner, tumbling to the ground.
What's wrong?
Avian asked as we rolled to a stop. He pulled me up to my knees and placed his hands on my upper arms. His eyes started scanning me for injury. We found the mom, I said, searching him over for any early signs of infection. His eyes seemed normal, still burning blue. She had a hand-shaped bruise on her. She was infected, Avian. She shot herself and her kids.
It's okay,
he said, shaking his head furiously.
I'm fine. I had the kid tested with the CDU. He wasn't infected.
I swore, my hands rising to knot in my hair.
It's okay,
he said, pulling me towards him into an embrace.
I'm fine.
I shook my head and took a deep breath. My hands shook. It was crushing when West got infected. I wouldn't survive it if Avian was taken from me. Okay, I said, calming my nerves. I pulled back and rose to my feet. Do you know where Royce is? I need to talk to him.
Right here,
I heard him call from inside the medical wing. I turned to see him talking with one of the doctors. Royce, they're closing in again, I said, walking toward him, Avian in tow. One of them infected the mother of that kid, and then West and I plowed into another on the freeway as we were headed back. We were 15 miles inside the perimeter. Royce swore, his hands interlocking behind his head.
Well, we always knew it wasn't gonna last. How much longer until the pulse is fixed?
Avian asked.
Dr. Beeson's crew has been so busy working on everything else, they haven't had any time to devote to it. They've been working on the solar tank non-stop for the past 2.5 weeks, and then they're supposed to start in on the Nova.
Have Gray get security detail back on perimeter watch, I said as I started pacing. There was too much adrenaline coursing through my body and not enough space to do anything with it. We're going to have to risk them staying on the outskirts for now. You can't turn the WTS back on until after we leave with Dr. Evans. We've got to get that transmitter built. Royce gave a snicker and a smile pulled in the corner of his mouth.
Well, yes, ma'am.
His sudden amusement broke through my nervous pacing and pulled a smile from myself. Sorry, didn't mean to get bossy.
Hey, it's good practice, kiddo. You will be the boss in 2 days,
he said with a wink. He then turned and started walking back down the hall.
Leadership looks good on you.
How's the kid doing? I asked, turning back to Avian. His eyes darted to a room. I assumed that was where the child was.
Not good. He's extremely dehydrated, malnourished. He's basically starved to death. That bullet wound is disastrously infected. He's got lice and all sorts of other critters living on him. I'm pretty sure I need to go burn these clothes now and wash myself with bleach after touching him.
He rubbed a hand over his head as he crossed the hall and peered through a window to the child's room.
We've got him on IV fluids and antibiotics, and they'll wash him up as soon as he looks a tad more stable. But I think he'll live.
That familiar pride I had so often felt for Avian back in the mountains returned. Avian had little need to practice his doctorly duties now that there were 3 other physicians here, but this was one of his best elements. He was so good under pressure.
What?
He asked. I hadn't realized he'd looked back at me. Nothing, I said with a smile. I guess I just miss seeing the doctor side of you sometimes. It makes me miss home. He crossed the space and once again pulled me into his arms. His heart thumped steady and peaceful. Thinking once again of Eden made my chest ache. I missed the trees and the cool morning air. I missed my tent and our watchtowers. I even missed pulling weeds from the gardens. A nurse stepped out of Morgan's room. How's she doing? I asked, pulling away from Avian. The woman's face fell and she hesitated. Not well. It looks like she's going downhill fast. I gave a hard swallow. And the baby? It doesn't look good for the baby either, I'm afraid. It will probably go when she does. I nodded. Thank you. The woman shuffled away. It's not fair, I said, standing there in limbo between the rooms of 2 fading people. People can't just keep dying.
That's why we're leaving the day after tomorrow,
Avian said, rubbing a hand over his head again.
It's time to do something about it.
I kept staring at the window to Morgan's room and kept thinking about that baby growing in her stomach and how it didn't have a chance of surviving. I thought about how crowded it must have been inside my mother's stomach with my sister and me in there. I wondered if it felt like a relief as an infant to finally have some room once I was out, but that I probably wasn't aware enough to feel anything. I'd been dying too at that point after all. I suddenly gasped, feeling as if I had been punched in the heart with a ghostly, impossible fist. Avian, I need your help. 8. Avian and I slept little more than a few hours that night. We had a whole new list of things to collect. We scoured the 5th floor for supplies, took what we knew could be spared from the hospital wing, and knocked on select doors of people we knew would help us and not say a word. And I, very carefully, asked Dr. Evans some very careful questions about my past. The plan was improbable, but not completely impossible. I informed Royce that I hadn't come up with a 4th member of our crew, but that I thought we could work just fine with the team I had come up with so far. He didn't fight me about it, but we were packed for an extra person. The night before we were to leave, Dr. Beeson radioed to let us know the van was ready. Bill, West, Avian, and I made our way to the back of the building to check out what they'd created for us. We stepped out into the evening light, which reflected blindingly off the beast before us.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
West said, clapping and whooping as he walked toward it.
That's what I'm talking about!
I couldn't help but admire the vehicle as well. It had indeed been a 15-passenger van at one point, but it looked as if it had the top of it chopped off and raised an additional 3 feet. It also had a huge luggage rack on top of that already held a great deal of our supplies. And on top of the cargo rack were 6 large solar panels. The beast had been raised at least a foot, and it sported massive rugged terrain tires. A set of floodlights had been mounted to the front of the roof, and the entire thing was midnight black. Even the windows looked blacked out. Is that a firing turret on top? I asked, spotting the thick, long cylinder atop the solar panels.
Indeed it is,
Dr. Beeson said, a grin spreading on his face.
Hey,
Royce said, sounding offended.
This thing was mostly my baby. Don't you go taking all the credit. Excuse me,
Dr. Beeson said in an exaggerated voice, holding his hands up in mock surrender.
It's all yours to show off. Thank you,
Royce said, his chin lifting, a coy grin cocking in the corner of his mouth.
Come on, reclamation team.
By this point, we were all grinning ridiculously as we followed Royce closer to the vehicle. He threw the side doors open and held his arms out grandly for us to check out the inside.
The solar tank is made to withstand raging Bane, looting humans, and just about anything else this apocalypse has to throw at you,"
he said as I stepped inside first. The last row of seats had been removed and was stocked full of weaponry. The very middle of the roof had a hatch cut into it and opened up to the firing turret, just like a smaller-scale version of our actual tanks. Running alongside the hatch in the raised portion of the roof were two very tiny claustrophobic-looking beds. The front passenger seat was a glass encasement. No one had to ask what it was for.
"If you can't get there and back in this thing, you can't make it anywhere,"
Royce said, pride sounding in his voice.
"It's a thing of beauty,"
West said, settling into the driver's seat.
"Your only problem should be if you get some particularly cloudy days,"
Royce said, his excitement falling.
"Since this is such a beast, the batteries powering it get drained fast. They don't get to store much, so if you can't get access to sun, you may be stuck for a while."
"I see now why you called it the solar tank," I said, stepping back out and admiring it from the outside. "You did good, Royce. You did good." Royce laughed, a full-hearted, belly-birthed laugh, and clapped a hand on my shoulder. Avian met my eye knowingly as we took one last look at the solar tank and headed back inside. "You ready?" I hissed. Avian seemed to materialize out of the dark pack slung over his shoulder. He clicked on his small flashlight and nodded. Taking my hand in his, we slipped silently down the hall. We descended the stairs, taking our time to make sure our footsteps would not echo on the concrete walls. Pausing briefly at the door to the hall, we found it empty and slipped out. Not a soul seemed to be awake as we jogged to the medical wing. A few lights had been left on in the medical wing. We paused around the corner, watching for signs of life. "Is there anyone besides Morgan and the kid in there?" I whispered.
"Just them,"
Avian said, looking around the corner again.
"A nurse comes to check on things twice a night, but no one will be around until morning. We should be good."
We darted forward into the harsh light. Placing my fingers on the handle, I paused, looking up at Avian. "I love you for doing this," I said.
"Anything,"
he breathed, a smile playing on his lips. Taking care that the door handle didn't make any noise, we pushed it open and stepped inside. Morgan lay still and silent on her bed. She had slipped into a coma the morning before and was given less than 5 days to live. The baby's vitals dipped, but not enough for the doctors to pull it from her stomach yet. Grabbing the portable bed from the hall outside, Avian wheeled it into the room right next to her bed. He opened the cupboard across the room and pulled out the portable oxygen unit.
"Careful with the tubes,"
he said as I helped him switch her oxygen. Once replaced, we each took hold of the sheet beneath her and lifted her onto the wheeled bed.
"Grab the IV tower."
Wrapping my hand around it, I carefully steered it as Avian rolled Morgan and the bed with the portable oxygen unit out into the hall. "Hold on," I said before we entered the main hall. Avian stopped and I parked the tower next to him. Slipping to the entrance to the hall, I peered around the corner. One of the members of security detail walked across the lobby. He paused, looking around, sweeping the area before stepping out the front doors. Royce had already started night patrol back up. I could only hope this was the only man on duty. "Let's go," I said when he was out of view. Once again, Avian and I rolled quietly down the hall toward the back entrance. The automatic doors opened with a whoosh of cold air. The faintest hint of light was phasing into the eastern horizon as we rolled across the sidewalk and down to the side of the solar tank. I opened the doors as wide as they would go and adjusted the pillows and blankets we'd stashed in the back row of seats earlier that day. Avian, in the meantime, had unhooked the IV bag from the tower and laid it in her lap. Shouldering the oxygen unit, he took the sheet at her feet. I grabbed it by her shoulders. Together, as carefully as we could manage, we lifted her into the van and onto the back seat. "I guess it's a good thing she's unconscious," I said as Avian adjusted her, placing a pillow under her knees. "This isn't going to be a comfortable 800-mile ride." Avian didn't respond as he hooked her IV bag over a catch on the side of the vehicle. He double-checked everything, setting the oxygen unit on the floor next to a box full of batteries and full oxygen tanks.
"Think she'll be warm enough?"
Avian fretted as he laid another blanket over her. "We'll be back and on the road in an hour," I said, glancing back toward the hospital. As I did, a light on the second floor flickered on. People were starting to rise. "She'll be okay," He helped me shift bags of bedding around so both Morgan and the IV bag weren't so visible. We just had to hope Bill, West, and Dr. Evans didn't notice until we were too far away from New Eden to turn back. "Come on," I said, pulling on the back of Avian's shirt. "We better get back or they're going to know we're missing."
"Okay,"
he said, looking her over one more time before he closed the doors and ran hand in hand with me back into the hospital. I had just slipped into my room and set to gathering the last few things I needed into my pack when there was a knock on the door. I opened it to find Bill.
"Time to get rolling,"
he said. Just then, West stepped out of his room from behind Bill. "Okay, 1 second," I said. I ducked back into my room, shouldering my pack and placing my Desert Eagle into its holster. Avian stepped out of his room the same time I did. We were just walking past Lynn's room when she stepped out. Her hair was sticking in every which direction, and she was wearing bright pink pajama pants. She looked very Lynn. "You weren't going to sneak out without saying goodbye, were you?" she said, giving me the look of death. I chuckled and crossed to give her a hug. "Of course not," I said, giving her a tight squeeze. "I know the penalty for such would be a public stoning." "That's right," she said, patting my back before releasing me. "You be careful out there. You're not immortal, you know." "I know," I said, smiling back at her. "Take care of Tristan for me, will you?" She wiggled her eyebrows at me. "You know I will." She quickly said goodbye to the crew, and we made our way downstairs. There was a small crowd waiting for us when we got to the kitchens. Royce, Gabriel, Dr. Beeson, Gray, and Tristan were all there, finishing up breakfast.
"There they are,"
Tristan said with a wide grin when we stepped into view.
"The reclamation team."
I just shook my head and smiled. The kitchen had already made us breakfast sandwiches with eggs and ham on them. We each grabbed one and headed for the back entrance. The others talked softly, going over details and plans and things I should probably be listening to, but my mind was on the back seat of the van. My hands started sweating as we stepped outside the doors. My eyes darted to Avian's. He looked as nervous as I felt. I spotted a soldier across the street, escorting Dr. Evans to the solar tank. No one said a word as he climbed into the glass box in the front. Closing the door, he rolled down the window.
"This feels like watching you leave Eden all over again,"
Gabriel said as he observed the van.
"Not knowing if I'll ever see you again." "You saw what she did on the way back from the Redwoods,"
Bill said, clapping a hand on my shoulder.
"We'll be fine." "I know,"
Gabriel said, but his eyes said he didn't.
"Get that kill code and get back as soon as you can,"
Royce said. He shifted from one foot to the other. It was hard for him to let go of control over something so important.
"Dr. Evans knows the stuff he needs for the transmitter at Novatore. Get him back as quick as you can, so we can end all this madness."
"Yes, sir," I said. I was and wasn't surprised when he wrapped his arms around me in a tight embrace. He pressed a quick kiss to my temple before letting me go. I considered briefly making some speech about how I didn't need to know who my real father was or if he was still alive. Royce was all I could ask for, even if I was all grown up now. But all I did was say a quiet, "See you later."
"You have no idea how bad I wish I could go on this mission,"
Tristan said as I turned to him. He had a crooked smile on his face.
"To see this freaky place where you were cooked up."
"I wasn't cooked up," I said in mock offense. He just shook his head and pulled me into a quick hug. "Besides, you've got Lynn here."
"True,"
he said, backing away and shaking Avian's hand.
"Fair trade, I guess. Bring them all back in one piece,"
Royce said to Avian, shaking his hand next.
"And you too,"
he said, pointing at Bill and West.
"I expect you to take the bullets for her. Got it?"
The two of them both laughed, but I knew that they would, in fact, do it. I hated that I was so important that I would have to let them do it if it came down to that. And that was all the goodbyes we could say. Avian turned and opened the side doors and strategically placed himself in the third row of seats to block everyone's view of Morgan. Bill climbed into the driver's seat. I sat behind him, and West sat at my side. No one looked in that fourth row. I turned and watched everyone else wave goodbye as we rolled out of the parking lot and into the street.
"You all ready for this kamikaze mission?"
West bellowed, pounding against the glass that surrounded his grandfather. Bill nodded, Dr. Evans didn't respond at all. "Yep," I said, looking back at Avian. Both our eyes darted to Morgan's still form. I was ready for not just one impossible crazy mission, but 2. 9.
"So, how much do you think will go wrong on this trip?"
West said as he looked away from the side window. "Given the last 3 months, I'm assuming everything is going to go wrong," I said as I shook my head. We were headed northeast and were just outside our 100-mile cleared circle, but there were no Bane around in these smaller towns, none of them rushing at us from the off-ramps or chasing after us with helicopters. Maybe the ones we'd seen just a few days prior were an isolated case. Somehow, I doubted that. Their absence out here made me uneasy.
"Yeah,"
West said, looking out his window.
"I think that's probably a pretty safe assumption. Things will go a lot smoother if you two would give up the ridiculous idea that we might find Eve 1.
Dr. Evans said. He didn't bother to turn and look at us. He simply stared out the front window. "I have to try," I said, my throat turning dry. I knew our odds of finding my sister. They were close friends with the number 0, but we had no idea if she would be shorted out the instant the transmitter went off. If we could, in fact, build the thing and set it off. I didn't want to risk it. "She's my sister."
"Look inside yourself, Eve,"
he said, still not turning around.
"When you think of your sister, do you feel anything? Do you feel a bond, a pull?"
My eyes darted away from him back to the window.
"There isn't anything there, is there?"
he said, finally looking back over his shoulder at me. Not that I was going to look at him.
"We kept you apart for a reason. It was not beneficial to have the two of you bond. Admit it, this is just another rescue mission for you." "You can still be the world's biggest dick, can't you?"
West said, annoyance in his voice.
"It is not logical to attempt to find one person on this huge continent,"
Dr. Evans explained smoothly.
"One person who took off almost 6 years ago." "That doesn't mean we shouldn't try,"
West said, his voice not so defensive. I took a deep breath and sat up straighter. I shoved aside the grating nerves Dr. Evans's doubt caused. He wasn't in charge of the mission, at least not in the way that mattered. "I need you to tell me everything that happened," I said, my voice under control. "After I was brought back to Novatore's doors, what happened with my sister, how you were supposed to dispose of me, how you released us, all of it."
"We've already discussed this,"
he said, though I could hear the resolve in his voice wavering. "Not everyone has heard it," I said, my voice hard but measured. "Don't underestimate the competence of my team." I saw the twitch of a smile on Bill's face.
"Details bring clarity,"
Avian said.
"Fine,"
Dr. Evans said.
"Where would you like me to start?"
The tension in the solar tank started to ease back, and everyone relaxed into their seats. None of them would admit it, but they were all at least a little afraid of Dr. Evans and the freakish hybrid he was. What if he decided to turn on them? What if he lost the miraculous grip on his humanity? He could infect them all before I could immobilize him. "After I was taken from Novatore and tampered with," I said, "they dropped me off and I started killing off those who had just been implanted. You said it affected my sister differently. Why?" He took a deep breath, looking out the side window. He rubbed his cybernetic hands together, as if contemplating all that had happened in the past.
"Your generation of Torbane and the generation we released to the public were different. You could say they receive on a slightly different frequency. While it immediately killed all the others off, it basically just scrambled Eve 1's brain. It should have killed her, but your healing capabilities are unprecedented. She was in bad shape, but she recovered."
"I remember seeing her," I said, looking over at West and then back at Avian. "Sort of like a muddy memory, but her eyes were bloodshot. She went crazy."
"And that's when she attacked me,"
West said, his hand rising to the scar on his neck. Dr. Evans nodded without looking back at us.
"Her brain was basically being melted. She'd never experienced pain, at least as far as she could remember. Anyone would have reacted the way she did, coupled with the fact that my grandson thought she was you, Eve 2. He tried to help you. Eve 1, I believe, was jealous."
This brought a small smile to my face. I looked over at West, who met my glance. When the smile on my face grew fractionally bigger, he rolled his eyes and shook his head.
My son Lance, he got the two of you mixed up.
Dr. Evans continued.
He had worked with Eve 1 extensively, knew how emotionless she was. So when she did what she did, he couldn't imagine it was her. You, on the other hand, frequently had to be adjusted emotionally. You evolved. It had to be you. She was a very expensive, very valuable project by then,
Avian said. I turned slightly in my seat to see his brow furrow.
And he wanted her disposed of? Why not just lock her up and fix her? Do not underestimate the love a parent has for their child,
Dr. Evans said, looking back at us. His eyes grew dark and severe.
Or the lengths one will go to protect their offspring. West nearly bled to death after Eve 1 accidentally attacked him. My son wanted his attacker destroyed.
Okay, I said, shaking my head. That part didn't really matter at this point. I understood what desperation did to people. So you pretended to dispose of me. You locked me up for a few weeks.
More than a few weeks. I hid you for 15 weeks.
Dr. Evans said, his voice heavy with the difficulty of his task.
You were hidden for the entire time that Bane supposedly saved the world. And then the world started to fall apart.
Bill said quietly. His eyes were fixed on the road ahead of us, but his knuckles turned white where they gripped the steering wheel. Dr. Evans nodded.
12 weeks after the first 1,500 implants were given, we started getting calls that people weren't feeling right, that they weren't quite themselves. We told them it was just going to take some time to adjust to the technology. It was, after all, a blend of machine and man that had never been attempted before. But then, another week later, we were getting some much more serious reports.
He said, his voice growing quiet.
I took a look at the research again. I had never considered, until that point, that the Eve project's spreading Bane was just because of the technology. We had always thought it was because of the chip. We had ignored what was standing right before us for 13 years.
There was nothing but the sound of the tires rolling over the pavement for a few moments, as we heard an account of the end of the world from the lips of the man who created it.
Anyway,
he said with a heavy sigh.
At that point, we were preparing the second round of Bane recipients. I realized what was happening and created this,
he said, tapping a finger on the helmet that covered his head.
It's nothing short of a miracle that the timing of it all worked out. I'd been exposed many, many times, but it had yet to overtake me. At that point, Bane was still spreading slowly. Novatore was invaded by the U.S. government. They came to take over our research, to destroy all the components that we used to make Bane. Things turned violent. Once they realized what the Eves really were, they would have killed them without hesitation.
He said, his voice suddenly rough-sounding.
I had to do something about Eve, too. So I took her, you, from the holding room, told you not to say a word to Dr. Beeson or anyone else about who you really were. You were obedient. You never said a word. You know what he did. He did it not having the faintest clue about who you really were. He thought you'd been dead for months. Everyone did. So he wiped your memory, and then I set you free.
But not before your son tried to kill me again, I said.
What?
West choked on the word.
Dad? Your father was angry that I'd lied. He reacted on impulse.
Dr. Evans said, shaking his head.
Eve, too, defended herself. That's probably why you were covered in blood when you arrived in Eden.
Avian mused.
You'd been attacked.
I'd nearly forgotten that, one of my very first memories. When I first walked into Eden, I was mostly naked and covered in blood, but didn't have a scratch on me. Considering the distance between Novatore and Eden's location, my blood would have dried in the journey, but it wouldn't take much rain or sweat to make it look fresh again, and my body would have healed in just a few hours.
In all of the chaos that was happening that day, I did not plan as carefully as I should have.
Dr. Evans continued. Regret echoed in his voice. He folded his hands and placed them in his lap.
I should have watched. I should have paid attention to what Dr. Beeson did to take away your memories. But there was no fixing that. The soldiers that took over the building were tearing things apart. So I took your sister to the back entrance and told her to go.
And did she run? I asked. He shook his head.
At this point, my son knew what I had done. There was a confrontation. and I had to worry about getting West out of that building, but I told her to run, and I have no reason to believe she wouldn't have.
We'll look, I said, glancing out the window. City areas started to fall behind us, dropping us into desert terrain. I understand we might not be able to find her. We won't lose focus on the bigger picture. West shifted in his seat, and his change in demeanor grabbed my attention. What? I said, turning my eyes on him.
I understand that saving the world is more important,
West said, his voice unsure and uncomfortable.
But I searched for her for 5 years. I thought I'd found her, only to find out I'd found my nemesis. How could I possibly stop trying to find her?
Our eyes locked on each other, and the silence was heavy inside the vehicle for several long moments. West, I said, my voice quiet. Will you come back with us if we have to leave, if we can't find her? He didn't respond for a beat.
I don't know,
he replied truthfully.
I don't think I'll know the answer to that until we get to that moment.
There was chaos behind West's expression. There was confusion and commitment and a million other things that I completely understood, that didn't make them easy to accept. But West was his own person, and this was his decision. Okay, was my response.
You do realize making the decision not to return with us is suicide?
Dr. Evans growled, and the heat was instantly back in the air.
After everything I did to make sure you survived, you're going to throw it away. Your efforts to get me out of Novatore were not completely unselfish,
West said back in a low voice.
I can make my own choices now.
As the van grew quiet again, I closed my eyes and let out a slow breath. My life was way too complicated. There was suddenly a warm, comforting hand on my shoulder from behind, and I breathed slightly easier. I placed my hand over Avian's and pictured trees and mountains. I pictured scouting down unseen trails. I imagined overlooking a valley and knowing that was where I belonged. I imagined my life a few months down the road, if there was such a thing.
That was the last major city until we get to Vegas,
Bill said quietly as the last of the buildings fell away and we rolled out into the desert. 10. I kept waiting for something to go wrong, for something to happen. But Avian was very good at keeping Morgan hidden. He was inconspicuous in checking her IV line and monitoring her breathing and pulse. I dared imagine no one would discover she was back there until we got the entire way to Novatore. And out here in the desert, there wasn't a trace of Bane, other than 2 demolished bodies we'd passed in the middle of the road. Nothing could have destroyed them like that except for another Bane. My army was out there somewhere, so we had yet to have a need to fire even a single bullet. Much of the drive reminded me of our journey from Old Eden. There was nothing to see for miles and miles except for dry clay and sand and rugged hills and small canyons. But just as we passed a sign that read 50 miles to Las Vegas, the clouds started rolling in, threatening rain in the late January air. Dr. Beeson had said once the sun was gone, we would get about 1 hour of power before the batteries ran dry. We would die just outside the city.
How long do we try and stay on the freeway?
Avian asked as the sky grew darker.
There are bound to be hordes of Bane in the city. I still don't see why we don't just drive through the city,
Dr. Evans said, shaking his head.
We've all seen enough evidence to know that Eve too can handle anything that might come at us.
It's never a bad idea to err on the side of caution, I said, cringing as we hit a large pothole. The road had grown rougher and rougher as we got further into the desert.
My child,
Dr. Evans said, turning to face me.
When will you stop doubting your capabilities and accept that you are more than the rest of us?
I just shook my head and looked away from him. We hit another hole in the road, making everything and everyone in the vehicle bounce violently to the left before being tossed back. Morgan gave a whimpering cry. My eyes grew wide and I instantly froze. Bill and Dr. Evans gave no indication that they'd heard, but West whipped around in his seat, searching for the source of the noise. Of course, Morgan groaned in that moment.
What was that?
West hissed, standing and leaning over his seat to gain a better view.
Just our stuff getting shifted around.
Avian lied, his eyes darting to mine. West didn't miss that.
I don't think so,
he said, his voice hard. He started to move toward Morgan's hidden form. Sit down, West, I said, my voice hard. It wasn't anything." By now, Bill and Dr. Evans had started paying attention to what was going on.
"Then why are you two acting so weird?"
West said, his voice growing louder and harder.
"In fact, why have you both been acting weird this whole day? What's back there?"
My eyes darted to Avian, and we held each other's gaze for a long moment. We had both known the moment was going to come when we'd have to tell the truth about what we were doing, but we had no way to know how everyone would react, especially Dr. Evans. "I'm going to try and save the baby," I said, my voice low.
"What baby?"
West asked, his eyes growing dark. By this point, Bill had stopped the solar tank, and he and Dr. Evans were turned around looking at us. "Morgan's," I replied simply. There was a heavy moment before West pushed his way past Avian and leaned over the seat. He shifted the carefully placed bags, and then he saw her.
"No,"
he said, shaking his head, never taking his eyes from her unconscious form.
"You did not bring a dying pregnant woman with us on a possibly suicidal mission. What is going on?"
Dr. Evans demanded. One of his mechanical hands curled into a steel fist. I gave a hard swallow as I eyed his hands, knowing the unstoppable damage they could cause.
"Morgan is 5.5 months pregnant,"
Avian said when my words failed.
"She was injured in the earthquake and she isn't going to pull through it. The baby is almost guaranteed to die with her."
Everyone was silent as Wes turned and sank into the seat next to Avian. "I was going to die once too," I said, my voice even. "I came into this world too soon to a mother who was dying. You saved me, Dr. Evans."
"That was a long time ago, my dear girl,"
he said, his gaze falling away from mine. "But you still have the formula for what saved me," I said, not backing down even though for one of the first times in my life I was actually scared in a way I couldn't explain. "And we're already heading back to where you kept that formula and all of the things you needed to create it." There was a general, quick intake of breath as everyone in the solar tank sorted out the plan Avian and I devised.
"You want me to recreate that first generation of Torbane,"
Dr. Evans said,
"and give it to the dying baby in that woman's stomach."
I shook my head and the back of my eye stung. "Not want. I'm demanding it. I won't be your savior until you try to save that baby."
"It's possible, isn't it?"
Avian said, again placing his hand on my shoulder.
"You could do the same procedure to that baby that you did to Eve and eventually her sister all those years ago."
Dr. Evans didn't say anything, just shot daggers at me with his eyes. This was not part of his master plan. Suddenly, Bill pulled a handgun from the holster at his hip and placed it flat against the glass enclosure.
"Is it possible?"
he said in a low voice. Dr. Evans looked at Bill, not in the least bit afraid of the firearm pointed right at his face. Everyone in the vehicle could see the gears turning in his head.
"It's highly improbable that everything at Novatore needed to create that first version of Torbane is still in usable condition. But it is not impossible." "Seriously?"
West said, glancing back at Morgan.
"You could create another baby like Eve?" "As I said, it is improbable,"
Dr. Evans growled.
"And a large waste of precious time considering how long it will set us back and returning to New Eden with everything we need. But it is not impossible."
"Holy," West breathed, running his hands through his hair.
"Eve, how long have you and Avian been planning this?"
I met his eyes, but suddenly my throat felt tight and unable to speak. Until that moment, I hadn't realized how badly I wanted this plan to work, for Dr. Evans to be able to save the dying baby. But what if it didn't work? What if he couldn't get together the supplies he needed to recreate my version of Torbane? And the child?
"A few days,"
Avian answered for me.
"Eve came up with the idea, and I agreed with her. We put Morgan in the van early this morning before everyone was awake." "Morgan has been out for how long?"
West questioned.
"Have you even asked her if she's okay with this?"
"No," I said, my voice surprisingly rough. "But I don't think she would want her child to die either, not if there was a chance it could be saved."
"No offense,"
West said, his expression suddenly sour.
"but are you sure she would want her child to spend the rest of its life as a hybrid?"
For the third time, Avian punched West. Due to their extremely close quarters, he didn't get much swing behind it, but it got the message across.
Seriously, Avian!
West screamed, cradling his jaw in his hand.
Enough with beating the crap out of me. We get you don't want anyone messing with your woman. Quit acting like a dick and I wouldn't have to.
Avian growled, his blue eyes ablaze.
Ah.
West groaned, opening his mouth wide and stretching the muscles.
I'm sorry, Eve. That was a stupid thing to say.
Trust me, I said, my voice cold. I'm used to your crap by now.
Children,
Dr. Evans said, his eyes looking rabid.
Let's not fight now. Although I hate to say it, they're right, West. That was uncalled for. With the version of Torbane Eve had, she would have been almost normal if she hadn't had the chip implanted in her brain. I'm not agreeing to anything, but the child could have a fairly normal life if it was given the same treatment. Other than she'll basically be indestructible, like Eve, right?
Avian said, not relaxing in the least. Dr. Evans nodded. I had little doubt the suddenly glazed-over look in his eyes meant that he was calculating everything out, making plans already. I was banking on the fact that Dr. Evans was a man of science and curiosity. I was offering him a chance to create one being that was supposed to be what he intended for the world. One chance to get this right. A few moments later, he finally met my eyes.
I'm not saying yes, but I am saying I will consider it.
I'm not offering you the chance to consider it, I said seriously. I'm saying you try it, or I won't save the world.
That sounds awfully selfish, don't you think?
He said pointedly. Maybe I am selfish, I said, my hands curling into fists. But that doesn't change my deal. He was quiet for a moment, and everyone seemed to be holding their breath until Dr. Evans gave an answer.
Then I guess this trip is going to take us a bit longer than we planned.
11. With the tension and truth somewhat relieved, everyone got out of the solar tank for a few minutes to stretch and take a bathroom break. Avian took the time to rearrange Morgan in hopes she would be more comfortable. Not that she was aware of his efforts. He replaced the nearly depleted oxygen tank and started her on a fresh bag of IV fluids. Her pulse and vitals were growing fainter by the hour. Avian estimated she had another 4 days before her organs began shutting down. That was if she didn't have a heart attack first. My eyes automatically swept the horizon around us, M16 in hand.
You were pretty impressive in there,
Avian said, standing beside me, hands stuffed in his pockets.
Dr. Evans is kind of intimidating, but you weren't backing down.
We've lost enough people. If we can save one more, it's worth it, I said, absent-mindedly drawing a line in the dirt with the toe of my boot.
Eve,
he said, shifting uncomfortably from one foot to the other.
I fully support trying to save this baby, 100%. But have you really considered what will happen if this works? If the baby lives? It will never be like anyone around it. It will always feel different from anyone else. Everyone but you.
I didn't look up at Avian as I pondered what he said. The thought had danced around in the back of my head as I made my plans and dared to speculate that this might work. But I had focused on this plan one step at a time. First, get Avian on board. Get Morgan into the solar tank without anyone noticing. Tell everyone my plan. But it was stupid of me not to think this all the way through. What would happen if this did work? Who would take care of the baby? I looked up at Avian, locked my eyes with his intense blue ones. Avian was a rock, someone who still stood no matter how much the world had thrown at him. He would still stand no matter what happened in the future. He was the perfect father figure. But could I ever fill the role of a mother? I wasn't so sure I had it in me.
We better get moving again,
Bill said as he walked back to the tank from relieving himself. As he did, the first drops of rain started falling from the sky.
We've maybe got another 40 minutes of juice before we're stuck till the sun decides to come back out.
I met Avian's eyes once more, his unanswered question hanging in the air. I couldn't give him an answer when I didn't have one.
West?
I shouted. He'd wandered off to stretch his legs and take a break.
Let's get going.
He came jogging back to the van, and we all loaded up. 60 seconds later, we were rolling down the cracked road again. The rain picked up in intensity until it was solid and drenching. It wasn't long until there was standing water on the road. The sky continued to grow darker, and over the next half hour, the solar tank moved slower and slower.
10 miles to Vegas,"
Bill said, looking down at one of his maps.
"We should probably take the next exit and make our way around the city." "Bill, watch out!"
West suddenly shouted. Bill slammed on the brakes and our tires rode on top of the water on the road for a moment before splashing to a stop. Standing in the middle of the freeway were two women, both with very large assault rifles pointed at us. Dr. Evans suddenly chuckled and shook his head.
"Oh, this is just precious."
The two women kept their firearms leveled at us as they crept forward.
"Open the doors!"
one of them yelled, tapping her firearm on the door just to the side of West. He glanced over at the rest of us, unsure of what to do.
"Is she serious?"
he said, his brows furrowed together in disbelief. "Firearms ready," I said, steadying my own gun in the direction of the door. Everyone else pointed their own assorted weapons at the door. I nodded to West. "Open it." West placed his hand on the handle of the door and shoved it open. As soon as the two women saw what was waiting for them, they dropped their weapons and held their hands up. "Don't shoot," the same one who had spoken before said, shaking her head. "We were just looking for some food, and were surprised to see anyone else on the road." "What are you doing so close to this city?" I asked, still not relaxing my M16. "There's got to be hundreds of thousands of Bane just at your backs." The same woman, the one with the matted blonde hair that was pulled back in a messy bun at the top of her head, spoke. "I don't know about that. I mean, I'm sure there are some, but it looks like most of the city is burned down." "Burned down?" I said, my brows pulling together. "Who's left to bother?" The woman shrugged, shaking her head.
"Might not have been anyone,"
West said, his eyes turning toward the city as he lowered his weapon slightly.
"Could have been lightning,"
Dr. Evans said, and as soon as he spoke, the women took one look at him, screamed, and scrambled for their firearms. "Wait!" All four of us shouted at the same time. West leapt from the van, tugging their firearms from their hands. The woman who had yet to speak swung at him and tried once again to recover her firearm. She started shouting and screaming in a language I didn't recognize.
"What are you doing driving around with one of them?"
the blonde woman said, her eyes wild as she backed away from the vehicle.
"He's safe,"
West said, holding their firearms back to me. He then held his hands up to show he wouldn't hurt them and slowly started walking toward them.
"He's not quite like the others. He will infect you if he touches you, yes, but he still has his humanity. He won't hurt anyone."
Both the women shook their heads, but they stopped their retreat. "Not possible," the blonde one said. Cracking his window just a tiny bit because it was still raining, and he was mostly Bane after all, Dr. Evans looked at them.
"I can assure you that it is indeed possible."
"How does it talk?" the woman shouted, nearly jumping out of her skin. The other woman shouted words I didn't understand. It took a very long time to explain it all, how exactly Dr. Evans had kept his humanity, how he was different from the others. Neither of them would come any closer to the vehicle, and in the end, it was Avian and I who climbed out to talk to them. "This seems crazy," the blonde one said. "But I guess I can't deny what I'm seeing with my own eyes."
"What are your names?"
Avian asked, wiping the rain out of his eyes. We were all completely soaked by this point. "Susan," the blonde woman said. She was thin, the same body as the rest of us survivors had. She looked to be in her mid-30s. She wore a thick winter coat covered by an enormous rain slicker. She sported a large hiking pack. "This here is Carmen, but she doesn't really speak any English, just Spanish." Carmen looked younger than Susan, maybe 28. Her hair was cut short, but in a way that still looked feminine. She was also shorter than Susan and more petite.
"Where are you from?"
Avian asked, folding his arms across his chest. Avian had always seemed too quick to relax and trust. He'd slung his rifle over his shoulder just after we climbed out of the van. "Wyoming," Susan said. "My husband and I owned a ranch up there. We were fine until about 7 months ago. My husband's gone now." Her voice faltered for a moment, but her body showed determination and resolve. This was a woman built to survive. "I'd just returned to my house after burying him when I found Carmen in my barn." "What are you doing clear down here, then?" I asked, my eyes scanning the roads behind her. I had no way of knowing they were alone. They very well could have more of them watching us, ready to commandeer our vehicle the moment we let our guard down. "There's no one else with us," Susan said, suddenly tensing. I realized then that I'd raised my rifle again and was pointing it at her lower belly. It's just us. Scanning the road and the broken-down vehicles again, I lowered it just slightly. Susan eyed me warily for a few more moments before answering my question. About 2 months ago we had the radio on, she said. I've been checking it every few weeks just to see if anything comes up. Imagine my surprise when I heard a message saying Los Angeles had been cleared and that they were offering shelter and protection. The smile on Avian's face was immediate.
That's where we're from,
he said, nodding in my direction.
It was Royce, our sort of military leader, who recorded the message.
Susan's face was suddenly filled with a mix of emotion. First unbelief, then hope, then uncertainty. So it's true? There really are more people out there, in the middle of such a huge city? Avian nodded as the comforting smile spread on his face.
It's true. There are just over 160 of us there.
A laugh suddenly bubbled out of Susan's throat, and she threw her arms around Avian. Her sudden movement caught me off guard, and I reflexively raised my rifle back to her. Carmen started yelling at me in Spanish, and I lowered it again. Susan immediately released Avian. I'm sorry, she said, still laughing and smiling. It's just, wow, I couldn't really believe it was real, but I knew I had to try.
If we're staying for a while, should we set up tents so you all don't drown?
West called from the van. Doesn't look like the sun is going to break any time soon, I called back to him. May as well pull 2 of them out. West nodded, and he and Bill set to setting 2 of them up. By the time they were erected, the 6 of us were completely soaked. Dr. Evans couldn't step outside of the van without getting shorted out, so we stayed in the van with Morgan. It was better that way. Susan and Carmen were terrified of him. I couldn't blame them. So if you are all from this new Eden, Susan said, once we were settled inside and drying off, why are you out here? Why are you leaving the safe zone? We each looked at one another, all of us unsure of what to disclose. Finally, they turned to me, as if to say it was my call on how much to reveal. We're on a mission, if you will, I said, feeling uncomfortable. I'd always been a leader, but being the leader was going to take some getting used to. We think we might have a chance to fix things. We're investigating that. Fix things? Susan said, her brow furrowing. What do you mean by that? I shook my head, already wishing I hadn't said anything. We can't say too much, but we're hoping we can make things better. Susan said, her eyes still disbelieving, but leaving it alone.
We'll be leaving as soon as the sun comes back out,
Avian said.
Our vehicle is solar-powered.
Smart, Susan said, nodding her head. Carmen, sitting there so quiet and not saying anything, was strange and uncomfortable. I had no idea how much of our conversation she could understand. I didn't want to ignore her, but it did seem somewhat pointless to include her in the conversation if she didn't understand. You should be fairly safe getting the rest of the way there, I said, turning back to Susan. That doesn't mean let your guard down, but we haven't seen any Bane since we left New Eden. Any? She questioned. I shook my head. We kind of had a clearing of the city, and then, well, let's just say they were sent away. And I left it at that. By now, night had fallen, and we all brought out the blankets and sleeping bags. Carmen and Susan would camp and eat with us until morning, and then we would go our separate ways. I had just ducked back into the van for more food, the night fully descending upon us, when I heard a moan from the back seat. Morgan? I said, leaning over her seat from the back of the van. Eve? She said, her voice weak. She raised a shaky hand to the tube, blowing air into her nose, but it fell limp to her chest on its way. What? Where are we? I looked out the back of the van, back in the direction of the tents. I debated going after Avian, but this would very likely be my one and only chance to talk to her before she slipped away. I glanced up at Dr. Evans just once. He sat still and silent in his glass box in the passenger seat, staring straight forward. It was unnerving. He looked remarkably like a sleeper. I hoped he was just giving me privacy. Just outside of Las Vegas, I said, resting my forearms on the back of the seat she lay on. What? She asked, her eyes looking up at me in confusion. Did you just say Vegas? I nodded. We're headed for the Novatore biotics. We might reach it tomorrow, maybe the next day."
"Why?"
she asked. She rubbed an absent-minded hand over her growing stomach. "There have been some recent developments," I said, keeping my voice low. "Morgan, there's a chance we can fix all this."
"Fix what?"
"The world," I said, barely more than a breath. The words still felt too unspeakable. It seemed cruel to say them if they couldn't possibly be true. "There may be a way for us to kill them off, all of the Bane." She took a small, gasping breath, the air sounding as if it were trying to choke her as it went down. She swallowed, her eyes fluttering closed for a moment.
"And you're somehow the key to making it work,"
she said, her eyes rising up to me.
"Aren't you?"
I didn't reply for a moment. Everyone kept looking at me like some kind of savior, like I had somehow been born into this destiny. Yet it was all just luck that it happened to work out that I could do anything, that I had anything to give. "We're going to give it a try," I said, my throat feeling dry.
"Eve,"
she said, her eyes fluttering closed once more. It was a long while before they opened again, and she found the breath to continue.
"Why am I here?"
Now it was my turn to hesitate in answering. "You know that I'm different from everyone else, but that I would do anything to protect those around me despite what I am, right?" Her breath rattled again as she breathed in.
"Of course."
"I'm not good at dancing around things and articulating words gently," I said as I laced my fingers together. Finally, I looked back at her. "You aren't going to make it much longer." Morgan nodded.
"I know."
"And the chances of the baby surviving are very slim." Morgan nodded again.
"What if there was a chance that we could save the baby?"
I said. The air around us seemed to grow still as my words caught in the space around us. For just a moment it felt as if everything around us was weightless and anything was impossibly possible. What if, by becoming like me, she could live? Morgan's eyes grew steady as they locked on my face. For the first time in weeks, she seemed incredibly alive, fierce.
"I would ask you to do everything in your power to make sure it happens."
Several times I had tried to imagine how this conversation might go if I ever got the chance to have it. I hadn't expected the emotion that ripped through my body. It felt like a shudder worked its way from my toes up, like cascading rain and electric lightning. It pushed its way up to my throat, closing it in and up to my eyes, pushing 3 single teardrops out. "I'll do everything I can," I said, my voice quivering. Morgan reached up a shaking hand and grasped mine. Together, our hands shook, but they were strong and determined. 12. Morgan slipped into unconsciousness soon after we talked. Avian spent the night in the van with her, monitoring her health. Bill, West, Carmen, and Susan slept in the tents while I kept watch, but every hour or so I would see the flap of the tent open and Bill would look out at me. Bill always had my back. Not long after midnight, the rain let up and the air grew colder when the clouds moved on to the south. Dawn filled the air with unreal quiet. I'd expected to have something happen in the night. I really had. We were so close to a city. The world had continued to evolve. The Bane had grown more aggressive, not quieter. Given it had been night, and some of them did still go into inactivity during the dark hours of the 24 cycle, still, I was unnerved that we had yet to see a single Bane. "What's wrong?" Avian asked when he stepped outside the van in the morning. He looked both ways down the freeway, his hands going to the handgun in the holster at his hip. "Nothing," I said, my eyes scanning the silhouette of the city in the distance. "That's what's wrong. Doesn't it seem strange that there aren't any Bane around this close to the city? It's too quiet." Avian nodded as he continued to look over our surroundings.
"Yeah, this is too easy."
"We'd be seeing bodies if my army had taken care of them all here, but there's nothing so far. I don't know that a fire would be enough to drive the Bane out, unless it just completely leveled the city. But look at it," I said, pointing ahead. It looks like there are still plenty of buildings for them to sleep in. So where are they? Avian swore under his breath, looking toward the sun where it rose in the east.
We should probably get moving.
Yeah, I said. The flap to the girls' tent was pushed open and Susan stepped out. Hey, I said, turning toward her. Did you come through the city before you got to us, or did you skirt around it? We hung to the edges of the city, she said, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. We needed food, so we didn't dare completely miss it. I knew it would be one of the last ones before we got to your people. And were there any Bane? I asked. My eyes jumped to the sky when a flock of birds suddenly started and flew over our heads. We were trying to avoid them, obviously, Susan said, looking at me like I was stupid. And there was the fire. But did you see any? Were they inactive in any of the buildings? Did you see any of them scouting? I asked impatiently. Susan was quiet for a second, her gaze dropping to the ground as she reviewed their journey. No, she said, her brow furrowing. Actually, we didn't. There were tons of them north, but we had to make a huge effort to avoid them. But none of the cities we have passed through yet have been as big as Vegas.
Something's wrong,
Avian said as I looked at him. Avian, what if the sweep that I saw wasn't the only one? I said in a shallow breath. What's to say that the first gens everywhere aren't starting sweeps? Why would it ever be limited to that one? Avian swore again. He crossed to the tent and tossed the flap aside.
West, time to get up. We've got to go.
What's wrong? He asked from within, his voice groggy.
Our time may have just run out,
Avian said, already disassembling the girls' tent as Carmen stepped out of it. With the world finally dry, Dr. Evans stepped out from his glass prison box. Susan and Carmen started, stepping back several steps. He just held his hands up and took a step away from them.
Judging from you two, something is wrong,
he said, placing his hands where his hips should have been. He was much more shapeless without any skin or fat to fill him out, just bones and mechanical organs. I made a huge mistake in assuming there would only ever be one Bane sweep, I said, helping Avian pack up the tent. By this point, West had rolled out of his tent, and Bill returned to help him pack it up. Why aren't there any Bane coming after us, Dr. Evans? He, like Avian and I had done, turned to the city.
If it is a sweep, this is different. The city still looks like it's standing.
I don't know, I said as I shoved the tent into the back of the solar tank. But something isn't right.
Carmen, Susan,
Avian said as we flew around packing and getting ready to go.
You two need to get moving. The road was clear our whole way here. Be careful, but move fast. We have no way of knowing if it will stay that way.
Find Royce when you get there, I said, checking that my magazine was fully loaded. Tell him to have the scientists work as fast as they can. Tell him we don't have nearly as much time as we thought. Royce, Susan said, nodding her head as she pulled her pack on. Carmen did the same. He's the leader in New Eden? I nodded. By now he'll have found out something we did without his knowledge, and he's going to be angry about it. But tell him we will be back as soon as we possibly can. Okay. She nodded as Bill slammed the back doors to the solar tank closed. Thank you for taking care of us last night. Bill and West climbed back in the van while Avian and I held back a moment.
We were more than happy to,
Avian said with a nod.
Those of us left need to help each other.
I hope we see you both again soon, Susan said. Hasta luego, Carmen said. Ser seguro. And while I didn't know exactly what her words meant, I understood their sincerity. Avian and I climbed into the van and waved goodbye. Carmen and Susan started down the road we had come.
You want me to start through the city?
Bill asked as he started the tank. I breathed a sigh of relief when it fired right up. The sun had risen and charged the solar panels. I don't think we have any choice, I said as I looked around to my companions. Adrenaline was burning through the blood of everyone around me. We have to see what is going on, if the Bane really are starting more sweeps.
Got it,
Bill said, nodding when I didn't continue. We rolled forward toward the city. Within minutes, we were passing gas stations and long abandoned roadside stands. I stood when we started creeping into the city outskirts and unlatched the hatch. A gust of cold air blasted into the tank as I pushed it open. I pulled myself up and over the lip. I straddled the hole with my legs, my butt sitting on the very edge of the lip, my legs spreading across the hole and bracing the other side with my boots. I reached across and placed my hands on the handles of the firing turret.
You want any backup up there?
West called from below. "I'll let you know," I said distractedly as I scanned the roads around us. Soon, the scattered buildings grew more compacted and the shops grew bigger, but so far everything looked intact.
"You see any of them?"
West called up. I looked down to see him peering out his window, his rifle propped up in it. "No," I said, shaking my head. "Not a single one." Windows revealed abandoned buildings. There were no inactive watchers from within, not even one lone sleeper. No hunters crashed out of buildings to rush us. So far, the city was abandoned. We drove with bated breath for another 20 minutes that felt like days. We waited for movement, for a helicopter to swoop down on us from the sky, for the evolved world to be recognizable. As the city grew taller and more glamorous, the buildings showed their destruction. So many had collapsed, had caved in on themselves and were nothing more than piles of rubble. Others showed scorch marks. Trees were smoldering stumps, and the road was blackened in long stretches. The air tasted very faintly of smoke and ash. "How long ago do you think this happened?" I asked, surveying the destruction.
"A few weeks,"
Avian said, though he didn't sound too sure.
"Considering there are no flames burning, and how the air seems to be mostly cleared,"
Dr. Evans said.
"I would estimate the blaze started over a month ago. The city would have burned for weeks. I would even guess that the rain we saw last night put out the last of the flames."
By this point, Bill had pulled off of the main freeway and taken to a main road that led us right into the heart of the city. We approached the highest buildings. The buildings on both our left and right had once been beautiful. I saw a row of white columns with beautiful detail carved into them. Scorched trees and bushes hinted at what must have once been fantastic landscaping, but now they were burned to the ground and crumbled. We broke between the two half-crumbled buildings and stopped in our tracks. Everything on the east side of the road was a crumbled, destroyed mess.
"Ground zero,"
Bill said. My eyes scanned the rubble, but there was nothing to see. The sweep had moved on. I heard Bill click the tank into park, and everyone stepped outside. The road that had once separated the east from the west side was filled with debris. Chunks of concrete were stacked 50 feet high, but there wasn't the shape of even a single solid wall. Steel beams rose out of the ground in abstract shapes, curving, some frayed and splintered. The Bane had leveled this side of the city.
"You think their destruction caused the fire that burned the west side?"
West asked. He shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand as he took in the damage. Dr. Evans shook his head.
"Impossible to say. Could have been, but it very likely could have been natural from lightning. Everything is dry as a bone out here. It wouldn't take much of a spark to set everything afire. Maybe that's what started the sweep,"
Avian said, his assault rifle sweeping the scene before us.
"Maybe lightning caused the fire on the west side of the city. That could have woken up the Bane, driven them east, starting the sweep."
I nodded. It seemed possible, but impossible to ever know for sure. Whatever way it happened, there's no denying there are more sweeps happening, I said, relaxing my grip on the turret. There would be no Bane to shoot. We have no way of knowing how many have started.
"The Bane,"
Dr. Evans said with a sigh.
"Their brains all work the same. Same generation of Torbane, same impulses, same way of thinking, if you can call what they do thinking. I would say worldwide sweeps will start within the next 2 months. It only took 4 months for Torbane to wipe out the world. That first sweep you saw was about a month ago, Eve. It's probably safe to say the one you witnessed wasn't the first one." "Worldwide,"
West said in a disbelieving breath. He swore.
"So you're saying we've got about 8 weeks to get this transmitter built, or we're all dead? That's it for the human race?" "Or less,"
Dr. Evans said. The pain and regret in his voice ripped through my own heart. "Let's get moving then," I said, dropping down through the hatch so I was standing on my seat, my upper half still out through the hole. "We don't have any time to waste." 13. The solar tank could not move fast enough, but at least the sun made it reliable. We got back on the freeway and we drove. We did not stop, even when the Bane started showing up in small towns. There were many destroyed bodies lying in the streets, piles of parts and gleaming metal. My army had been here at some point. Those that were left we either blasted away with the turret, or I turned them on each other. From what we saw in Vegas and in our travels northeast, we could all guess that the Bane sweep had moved east. According to Bill's maps, there weren't any big towns for them to hit for over 1,000 miles. If we could move fast enough, maybe we could save some lives. We were lucky that we had found sanctuary where we did, and even luckier that Novatore was located where it was. If both had been located on the east coast somewhere, we would never have made it out alive. But we were fortunate. There were only small towns, besides Vegas, between New Eden and the location of Novatore. Avian passed around the packed last forever food when the sun reached its highest point in the sky. Soon after that, we pulled off the main freeway and onto a highway. The road was badly cracked, and potholes forced us to slow. We could drive no faster than 30 miles per hour. So we were only 40 miles from Novatore when darkness enveloped us and the solar tank rolled to a stop, right as the first flakes of snow started to fall. I set up our tent as Avian made sure Morgan was set for the night. West had offered to keep watch over her and would get Avian the moment it looked like she needed him. I appreciated the small gesture toward normalizing the relationship between the three of us. I sat in the entry of the tent, my booted feet on the dirt, my rear end on the tarp floor of the tent. The cold breeze pushed my hair off my face. The air felt fresher out here, crisp and free, not like in the city. A few snowflakes clung to Avian's head and shoulders as he walked up to the tent. He sat next to me, tucking his knees up to his chest and wrapping his arms around them.
"Is it weird that I both do and don't miss the snow?"
Avian said. I smiled. I know what you mean. It reminds me of home, of Eden, but I do not miss winters.
Do you remember 2 years ago, how much snow we had?
He reminisced. I nodded. I think there was snow on the ground for 10 weeks straight. I don't miss sharing a tent with 15 other people. It had been a hard winter. In an attempt to stay warm at night, we had packed as many people into one tent as possible, hoping body heat would be enough to keep everyone from freezing. Avian chuckled.
Ty hated that. Did you know he slept up in the watchtower every night during that time? By himself?
I didn't, I said, shaking my head. But it doesn't surprise me.
I thought for sure I would find him frozen to death every morning when I went to check on him. He was always so stubborn.
Avian said. He leaned toward me, bumping my shoulder with his.
I guess that's where you learned it from.
I met his eyes and smiled. There were days when I missed Ty so much. I couldn't imagine how bad it must be for Avian. Ty was his cousin and best friend after all. I wouldn't be half the soldier I was if it hadn't been for Ty's instruction. Avian wrapped an arm around my shoulders and pulled me into his side. I miss them, I said. I knew Avian would know who I was including in them. I wouldn't have admitted it to anyone else. Saying it to anyone other than him would have made me feel weak, too human. But this was Avian. It was different.
Me too,
he said. The snow continued to fall, soft and light. The night grew darker. Reaching for the lantern he'd set at his feet, Avian slipped his hand into mine. We stepped inside the tent and I zipped the flap closed behind us. Avian had set the lamp on the floor. He sat on the sleeping bag and slipped his boots off. As I looked down at him, I marveled at how I could have ever doubted I had loved Avian. As I recalled the last year, it should have seemed so obvious. The way no one had been able to understand me like he did. The way no one could comfort me the way he could. The way I could never stay angry with him no matter what he had done. I didn't believe in soulmates, but I did believe in the better half of two wholes. Avian was mine. Tell me what it would have been like, I said as I knelt and straddled his lap. I brought my hands to either side of his face, letting my fingertips barely brush his cheeks. At that moment, I was drowning in his beauty. If the world hadn't ended, and you and I had fallen in love. He hesitated just a moment, his eyes locked on mine, and then he rolled, making me roll with him, until I was lying flat on my back, and he hovered over me.
I would have swept you off your feet until you couldn't stand to be away from me,
he said, dipping his head and brushing his lips along my throat. That's true now, I said, letting my eyes slide closed as his lips trailed slightly further south.
I would have talked to your father or mother.
he said, his lips tickling the hollow at the base of my throat.
Gotten permission?
Permission for what? I whispered.
To make you mine forever.
A smile curled on my lips. Even though I felt completely relaxed, my body was alive and hyper-aware of every inch of Avian.
And then I would have gotten a ring, something that suited you, but told the rest of the world that you were claimed.
His fingers traced slow, careful patterns up my arm, and finally, his fingers linked with mine.
Remember how I said when I did ask it would be grand?
I nodded.
It would be.
He breathed. The warm air from his lips sent a wave of goosebumps across my skin.
And you'd be speechless.
I bit my lower lip as his brushed the neckline of my shirt, and I was speechless.
We'd set a date for the wedding, make plans, invite people we loved to attend. You'd find a dress, there'd be flowers and cake and music.
I tried to picture it all behind my eyelids, but that was made difficult because of the way Avian was making my body feel.
And on that day, you'd walk toward me, and I would probably start crying.
His voice suddenly broke into a chuckle. There was emotion behind it, though. Avian could more clearly see this picture we would never quite have. If it brought emotion out of Avian, it must have been beautiful.
We'd say words that would last forever.
He now whispered. He released my fingers to trace invisible lines on my chest with his own.
Nothing to do with till death do us part, because I know love lasts much longer than that. I believe in infinity, which never ends. We'd exchange rings and then kiss for everyone in attendance to see, and we'd be pronounced inseparable.
As he spoke, I felt my own throat tighten and the back of my eyes stung. While I didn't care for the glitz and dress and attention, I wanted everything else Avian spoke of. Forever. I felt a change in Avian's mood, and he shifted himself so his lips could tease mine.
And then it would just be us that night, and for many nights to come, and I would have my way with you as my wife.
I laughed, and in the same movement, flipped him so I ended up on top of him. I pinned his hands to the ground on either side of his head with my own hands. I think it would be the other way around, I said as I lowered my lips to one of his ears. Avian laughed and growled at the same time. He lifted his head to fiercely take my lips. 14. A fresh blanket of snow covered everything in the morning, 3 inches deep. Thankfully, West had thought to keep clearing the snow from the solar tank's panels throughout the night. By the time we packed up the tents and had eaten, they were charged enough to get the vehicle going. 1 hour. That was all that separated us from the place where I was born and altered. Avian took my hand in his when I stiffened and the air caught in my throat.
It'll be okay,
West said, looking over at me. I didn't miss the mixed emotions still behind his eyes, but there was one that was unmistakable: support. I could always use another friend in this dismembered world. I was grateful for the peace we were beginning to form between us.
This is the turnoff,
Dr. Evans said after 30 minutes. I was impressed he even saw it. 2 log posts jutted up from the ground, unremarkable, roughly 6 feet tall. One of them had 2 rusty metal letters nailed into it, NB, Novatore Biotics. We had driven down a small 2-lane highway into the middle of nowhere, and it looked as if our turnoff went further into nowhere toward a barren, low mountain.
You certainly wouldn't have unwanted visitors out here,
Bill said, correcting the wheel when the dirt road gave a violent jerk to the right.
That was the point,
Dr. Evans said, his voice muted from the glass box.
Everything we worked on at Novatore Biotics was highly classified. We didn't like to be disturbed.
As we rolled through the snow into the wilderness, I felt something in my heart sink. There were very little resources out here, little food to find or water to drink. There was no way my sister was within 100 miles of Novatore. She was still human enough to have to do what she had to in order to survive.
She's not going to be here, is she?
West said. I looked over to see him observing the scarce terrain as well. I didn't answer him, and thankfully, Dr. Evans didn't either. At first, it was difficult to distinguish what was the rocky side of the mountain and what might be building. Everything was covered in snow, which didn't help, but I could see square edges and flat lines that indicated there was something there. The closer we rolled, the more I could pick out the rock-colored walls and occasional windows. West had told me of the size of this building. I had underestimated him. The bit I could see was larger than the largest of warehouse stores I'd raided, and I had little doubt there was more that extended back into the mountain. West swore under his breath as Bill slowed to a stop 50 yards from the building.
"This is too bizarre being back."
He opened the door and climbed out, me right behind him. I shielded my eyes from the sun as I looked up at the facility. I once again had the feeling of memories dancing just under a watery surface. I could tell they were there, but they were just down far enough that I couldn't make them out clearly. Even though I had only been outside of the building once in all my life, there was something familiar about seeing it.
"Welcome home,"
Dr. Evans said as he climbed out of the tank. I shook my head. This was never home. Avian slipped his hand into mine, and then I was there.
"This is where it all began,"
Avian said. There was awe and fascination in his voice, accompanied with disgust. No one said anything, because nothing was needed. I took 3 steps toward the building when Dr. Evans called my name.
"This is indeed where it all began,"
he said when I turned back to him.
"While there were very few people who lived in the surrounding area, there were over 100 employees who worked for and lived at Novatore. I'm afraid you might find many of its residents still occupying the building."
"Right," I said, nodding and turning my eyes back to the building. "I'd like all you humans to get back into the tank while I get this over with."
"Come on, Eve,"
West said with a sigh.
"Seriously? It's been like 8 days since I've killed the Bane."
Everyone except Dr. Evans laughed. "Fine," I said, shaking my head. "You ready?" West, Avian, and Bill all held up deadly firearms. They should have been afraid. Who knew how many Bane were inside that building? If even one touched them, it was game over, especially being this far from the extractor. But they had confidence in me. Maybe it was time for me to start trusting in their confidence. "Come out," I thought. My eyes squinted as I concentrated. "Come meet your queen and your end." 30 seconds later, the main front door burst open and 3 bodies piled through. They climbed to their feet as another 15 filed out the door as well. They moved toward us, now controlled and calm. The sun gleamed off their mechanical parts, which, considering this lot, was most of their entire bodies. They were all very advanced. There was a mix of doctor-looking individuals, men of science. Others had military-looking clothing, clinging in shreds to their skeletal forms. "Fire at will," I said. My team unloaded at the approaching bodies, and they dropped without hesitation or fight. More and more bodies started filing out of the building and dropped when they were clear of the entrance. I caught a glimpse of a familiar face 2 seconds before a bullet took her down to the ground. The woman. The one who had taken care of me. The one who had been in charge of my education and made sure I was where I needed to be when I needed to be there. The woman I had never known the name of. Now, it really didn't matter, but it still seemed a shame I had never thought to ask it as a child. By this point, I hadn't realized that the shots had died out and there were no more Bane filing out of the building. There were 81 bodies lying before us.
"You okay?"
Avian asked, nudging me in the arm with his elbow. "Yeah," I said, snapping out of it. "We good to go in now?" I asked Dr. Evans.
"If you're sure you drew all of them out,"
he replied. I nodded. "I'm sure." I walked toward the building and the rest of the team followed me. We carefully stepped around the bodies and toward the front doors. Sparing just a moment to take a deep breath, I crossed the threshold. We entered into a simple lobby. There was one solid wall that was completely white and rose to the height of 2 stories. In big blue letters, there were the words Novatore Biotics. In front of that was a desk. To one side of the desk, there was a hall that stretched back as far as I could see. On the other side of the desk, there were 2 sets of elevators, and tucked way back in the corner was a door with a sign for stairs. Bill swore, sweeping the space with his rifle, even though I knew it would be clear.
This place gives me the creeps.
I couldn't help but nod in agreement. It wasn't just knowing that the end of the world had begun here. It was that there were bullet holes everywhere. There were papers scattered across the floor. Traces of glass littered every flat surface. There were dark stains on the floor that could have been nothing but blood. The chaos that had once taken place was obvious in every square inch of the building. "Where do we go from here?" I asked.
"The main floor is mostly offices for those who ran the company, meeting rooms,"
Dr. Evans said.
"The upper level is residential units. Everything of value took place underground." "How far down does this place go?"
Avian asked as he took the building in.
5 stories.
One of the few memories I had recovered surfaced. When I had been kidnapped, they took me outside the building for the first time in my life. The sun had seemed so bright. It was the first time I had ever seen it, because I had lived my entire life underground up to that point. "Let's get a move on," I said, turning back to the group. "We don't have any time to lose." Dr. Evans nodded.
"This way."
He crossed the lobby to the long hallway.
"There is a room full of generators and solar storage units at the back of the building. We're going to have to get them back up and running, or we won't be able to see a thing down there in the dark."
It was a long walk to get from one end of the building to the other. Finally, Dr. Evans opened a door, and a brilliant sunlight spilled through. The door led out onto a flat landing, backing up right into the mountainside. This was the back door Dr. Evans had shoved me out of after he had Dr. Beeson wipe my memory. This was my true birthplace. On the other side of the landing, there was a door going into a separate section of the building. Dr. Evans broke the door handle and pushed it open. It looked like a garden of machines. Rows and rows of them sat inside, filling the middle of the large room in aisles. Along another wall sat tall black boxes that hummed loudly.
"Energy storage devices?"
Avian asked, indicating the black boxes. Dr. Evans nodded.
"Solar energy, to be precise,"
he said in a raised voice.
"Being this far out, we tried to be as self-sufficient as possible so as to not draw questions from the local utility companies. The entire roof of the building is covered in solar panels. These devices ran the majority of the power."
"And these?" I asked, tapping one of the machines with the barrel of my assault rifle.
"Backup generators,"
he said. He crossed to a large tank that was 12 feet tall and probably 6 feet across.
"This is fuel for them all, enough to last a few days." "Is the fuel good enough to get them back up and running?"
Bill asked.
"Fuel only lasts so long." "Yes,"
he said with a heavy sigh.
"We're going to have to hope the solar power is just switched off and it can be easily turned back on."
With that, he turned to a control panel on one wall, and West crossed the room to help him. I walked back out onto the landing, kicking at the snow. It exploded in front of me in a big puff.
"Do you realize you walked about 350 miles from here to Eden?"
Avian said from behind me.
"We're close if you were driving a vehicle, but walking that distance?"
"I wonder how long it took me," I said as I leaned against the side of the building and crossed my arms over my chest. Disappointment settled into my heart. We weren't exactly being quiet here, first with the gunshots and then our talking. If my sister was here, she would have heard us by now. I had to assume that since she hadn't come out, she wasn't here. Of course she wasn't. Avian shook his head.
"You have always had impressive stamina, but your hiking was all through desert and mountains. Even if you managed 20 miles a day, that would have taken you a couple of weeks, and I doubt you walked in a direct line to us."
"Bill walked a lot farther than that, didn't you?" I said, nodding to where he stood in the doorway. His firearm was held ready in his hands as he scanned the mountains around him. Bill simply nodded.
"You came from somewhere on the East Coast, right?"
Avian asked. Bill nodded once again.
"Yeah, but I think I got out of there before it got real bad." "It was real bad from the beginning,"
Avian said, though not in a challenging way. Bill nodded for a third time, and I knew that was the end of that. The past was a place Bill didn't visit and did not invite others to. Whatever had happened in his past, I had a sense that the present was better for him, even if it was a post-evolution world. The door that had been left propped open, leading back into the building, suddenly illuminated, the lights flickering on in a line down the hall.
Got it!
West shouted from inside. He and Dr. Evans stepped back out onto the landing.
This way,
Dr. Evans said as he stepped past us and into the hall. We walked past offices and conference rooms and back into the lobby. Dr. Evans crossed to the elevators and pushed the button to go down. It illuminated.
No, wait!
West started. There was an ear-splitting clatter. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
The ground and walls shook, and we all scrambled back as something behind the closed elevator doors plummeted into the depths of the building. The doors dinged open just as the elevator crashed down the shaft. A cloud of dust exploded out the open doors.
As I was about to say,
West said, looking at Dr. Evans with stupidity in his eyes,
the elevator is doubtful to work after all these years.
Normally, this incident might have made me laugh, but at the moment, all my nerves were on high alert. I'd crouched into fight mode, my finger poised on the trigger. My eyes swept the area. Avian and Bill were positioned exactly the same.
Shall we take the stairs, then?
West said. I glanced back at him to see him shake his head. He started toward the door with the stairs sign. Slowly relaxing when nothing came rushing out after us, I turned and we all shuffled to the stairs and stepped into the dim light. The air was old-tasting, smelling all the more pungent since the ventilation system had just kicked back on. The lights above us flickered after such a long time of being dark and cold. We only went down one flight of stairs before exiting on the floor marked as 1 UGL, first underground level. The door opened up into a maze of hallways that had endless doors breaking off of them.
This is where the important offices are,
Dr. Evans said, his voice sounding far away as if already living back in his days of glory.
This is like freaking déjà vu,
West breathed, breaking off to the right before turning down another hall and disappearing out of sight. An approving smile pulled on Dr. Evans's cybernetic face before he started to follow.
I think he remembers.
Bill, Avian, and I lagged a bit behind, weapons ready, even though we all knew there were no more Bane inside.
This is the freakiest place I've ever been,
Avian said, his eyes inspecting each doorway as we followed West and his scientist grandfather.
Is anyone else feeling incredibly claustrophobic?
Bill nodded, and I internally agreed. The halls were narrow and lined with door after door. The lights flickered overhead, cold and white. Maybe it was just a play of the lights, but it did feel as if the walls were closing in on us.
I assure you the building will not in fact collapse on you,
Dr. Evans said impatiently. I looked up to see him standing outside an open door. West was gone. He must have already been inside.
This building was built to withstand earthquakes and attacks. It is as solid as the day it was built. That's not what's freaking me out,
Avian muttered under his breath as we stepped inside the office. The place looked ransacked. A large desk sat in the middle of the room, and the walls were lined with drawers and cabinets. It looked as if all of them had exploded, papers flying everywhere.
This looks like it could be fun,
West said sarcastically as he took it all in. Dr. Evans crossed to one of the cabinets along the back wall. He read the labels, bending at the waist as he went down. He pulled the second-to-bottom one open. Carefully, he thumbed through the few files and pages that were in it.
Not in here,
he said with a sigh.
Of course not. What happened in here?
Bill asked as he looked around the room.
When the investigation into Novatore started, there were some very aggressive men they sent out,
Dr. Evans said as he knelt and started looking through papers.
Little did they understand the value of all the research in this room.
Is there any use in us trying to help you look through all this? I asked. My skin felt itchy, as if waiting for something to happen at any moment. I couldn't trust that nothing would. We could get Morgan settled. Dr. Evans looked up at us with dark and annoyed eyes. He had no interest in trying to save that child, but he did need my cooperation.
Go ahead. It probably isn't the best idea for all of you humans to be in such close quarters to me anyway. The medical labs are on the floor below this one. Get her settled. I'll come down as soon as I find the code. Unless you need me, I think I'll stay and help Grandpa,
West said, glancing up at us as he knelt on the paper-covered floor. No, I said, giving him a small smile. You stay. He gave an appreciative smile back. He'd thought beyond a shadow of a doubt that his entire family was gone, and now he'd found his grandfather. They hadn't gotten the chance to spend any time together yet. I could give West this one small thing. The three of us went back up the stairs, out the lobby, and back out to the solar van. Avian opened the doors and leaned over the seat to check on Morgan. Even I could hear her labored breathing. It felt like losing Sarah all over again, but this time there were 2 lives about to be lost. "She's not doing very well, is she?" I asked as I leaned against the door. Avian looked back at me and shook his head.
"Her pulse is very slow, and she's running a temperature. If it gets too high, she'll basically cook the baby."
"How long do you think she has?" I asked.
"Impossible to say,"
he said.
"It all depends on if this fever escalates, and how good the medical equipment here is, if any of it still works. We'll do our best,"
Bill said, stepping forward. He and Avian carefully lifted her, while I carried her IV bag and the portable oxygen unit. It took us probably 30 minutes at least to get her inside the building, down the 2 narrow flights of stairs, and into the medical unit. It would have helped if we'd thought to clear the way first. There was debris everywhere. But finally, with the lights on and a new oxygen tank hooked up, we settled Morgan into a hospital bed. Bill and I stepped back while Avian bustled around, fiddling with her oxygen, hooking up a new IV bag, and looking for other equipment we would need.
"I'm looking for a trach tube,"
he said when I asked what I could do to help.
"She's eventually going to give out, and I'm hoping we can wait until the last second to pull the baby out. We're going to need a surgical room when that time comes."
Avian suddenly stilled as he fiddled with Morgan's wires. His eyes slowly rose up to meet mine. "It's okay," I said, swallowing the cotton ball that formed in my mouth. "I can go look for one. I'll get things ready."
"Eve,"
he said, his eyes pained. He needed help, but he couldn't ask me to go looking for the room that was the cause of endless nightmares for me, the room that would change my very personality forever.
"I can do it in a bit."
"No, it's fine," I insisted. I rubbed my palms against my pants. They were sweating despite the freezing cold temperatures. "I'll be back in a bit." I turned and exited the room. Faintly, I heard Avian ask Bill to come with me. He followed suit a moment later. I didn't mind.
"So how much of this place is familiar?"
Bill asked as we walked down a hall. There were endless rooms in this wing, all identical to the one we had placed Morgan in. "All of it seems vaguely familiar," I said, shaking my head. My insides had started shaking. "If we were to go to the floor I lived on, I think I'd know certain places for sure." I started recovering some memories when the underground was studying my brain. Bill just grunted in acknowledgement, but didn't push the matter further. Sometimes Bill was so easy to get along with. We reached the end of a corridor, and here there were 3 sterilized rooms. I definitely recognized them. My head was cold. My body was frozen. There were voices behind me. I blacked out. 15. I blinked awake to a dull light overhead. The air was warmer now, but just slightly. There was a heaviness pressing down on me. I sat up to find myself on a hospital bed, a blanket tucked around my arms and legs. My rifle was tipped up against the wall to the side of the door. I was just about to climb out of the bed when Avian walked in. His face said everything. "Avian." I jumped in before he could even start. "It's fine. That shouldn't have happened. I'm rather embarrassed that it did." Avian shook his head, his eyes rising to the ceiling. He didn't come any closer, which didn't make me feel better. Avian kept his distance when he felt he had something to be ashamed of.
"That was stupid of me and insensitive. I feel like the world's biggest jerk."
"Stop it," I chided, starting to feel a bit annoyed.
"Eve, this was exactly like before, when you had your blackouts,"
he said, pain in his voice.
"You've gotten a pretty good hold on your emotions, but no one can expect you to overcome every fear. That's not an emotion easily blocked out."
I had to consider that for a moment. Fear wasn't something I gave much thought to. If anything, it was the emotion I was least familiar with. Maybe it was logical that it was the one emotion that could still send me into a full blackout. "I'm fine," I said again, crossing the room to him. I pressed a kiss to his cheek, but he just looked at me with doubt in his eyes. Seriously, what do you need me to help with now? Though it does seem best if I avoid the surgical rooms.
We're set for now,
he said. We started down the hall, but didn't go far before we stopped outside a door. I saw Morgan inside. She was now hooked up to a machine that beeped and showed green lines that told us she was still alive. There was a thick band around her belly and another monitor that gave small, quick beats as well. The baby's monitor. How long was I out? I asked as I watched the green line jump and fall.
About 40 minutes,
he said, leaning in the doorframe, his arms crossed over his chest. I have to ask that question way too often, I said, shaking my head. It was ridiculous. Avian just gave a small smile.
I'm supposed to send you to the lab when you're ready.
Did he find it? I asked, my heart suddenly jumping into my throat.
Yeah,
he said with a nod and a suppressed smile. Instantly, my heart was sprinting in my chest and my ears suddenly started ringing. He'd found it. For real. He'd found the code to unblock my own kill code. We really did have a chance at winning this thing. I hardly believe it, I said, shaking my head as my brows furrowed. The world just seems too far gone.
I know,
he said, his eyes turning back to Morgan. Where is the lab? I asked, pulling back into the present. I had to take this one step at a time.
Down the hall, a right and then a left. West is with him, so call for him and he'll lead you there.
Okay, I said, reaching for Avian's hand. I gave it a quick squeeze and then turned down the hall. The walls reached out to my muscle memory. There was something about this hall, these turns, the doors I passed, that seemed familiar. I couldn't deny that I had been here before. I heard Dr. Evans and West talking before I reached the door, alerting me to the lab I was looking for. I stepped into the room and held my hands behind my back. You found it then, I said. West jumped violently, dropping a file on the floor.
Yes,
Dr. Evans said, turning to face me. He grabbed a paper from the counter he had been standing at and held it up.
It is a very lucky thing I was as old-fashioned as I am. Most of Novatore and its workers had switched to an all-digital system of keeping records. I always thought it safest to make a backup hard copy. We wouldn't be able to save the world if I hadn't.
I crossed the room and took the page he held. It was a sequence of numbers and letters, and for some reason it seemed like a language I had forgotten how to speak. It was the same feeling I got whenever I observed the crazy sequences that flashed across Dr. Beeson's monitors for the wireless transmission system.
Memorize it,
he said.
Should anything happen to our copies, I want at least one person to know what it is.
I read through it 3 times, all 56 letters and numbers, and knew it would be branded into my memory. I handed it back to him.
Your sister would have had it memorized just by glancing at it,
Dr. Evans said as he took the paper and turned back to the counter. I wasn't sure if I should be offended by that or not. He'd said it offhandedly, like it was a statement, as if the sky was blue and grass was green, but still.
She had an amazing memory,
West muttered as he finished straightening the papers he'd knocked off the counter. She's not here, I said quietly. I shifted from one foot to the other. The situation had become uncertain from here on out.
Yeah,
was all West said.
These are the formulas for your generation of Torbane,
Dr. Evans said, ignoring the situation he didn't want to deal with. He indicated another file.
There are 4 doses that you and Eve 1 received. The first dosage was the weakest, most diluted, and they got increasingly stronger.
How long will it take you to remake it? I asked, feeling anxious again. This was another uncertainty in our plan. We could try to help the baby, but it was still unknown if it would work.
I have yet to check the freezers to see if the cybernetic base elements are still any good, and then it will take me a bit to gather all the chemicals and stem cells needed.
How long? I repeated.
I may have it ready by tomorrow evening,
Dr. Evans said, his voice sounding annoyed once again.
It would be wise to let it sit for a day and study it to make sure it does behave like the first generation. If all goes as planned, we could give it to the baby in 48 hours.
And we just pray that Morgan and the baby don't die before then, I said with a nod.
Yes,
Dr. Evans said as he flipped through some pages.
Torbane can heal just about anything, but I do not believe it can bring someone back from the dead. How long before the entire course of treatment is finished?
West asked. Dr. Evans didn't even hesitate in responding. I had little doubt the process of the beginnings of Torbane was etched in his brain.
The first 2 doses are given 12 hours apart, and then 2 more once every 24 hours after that. I would like to space it out a bit more than that, but we don't have that kind of time.
West looked at me, and I could see the conflict on his face. There were so many timelines going on right now, and so much riding on us moving as quickly as possible. That's all we can do then, I said, making it easy. I left them to their work and walked back down the hall. 16. Avian continued to attend to Morgan, so I decided to make myself useful. We were going to be here for 5 days, so I headed back up the stairs to bring in our things. When I walked back outside, the sun was high in the sky and the snow had started to melt into slushy puddles. I paused and pulled my assault rifle out when I saw that the side door of the solar tank was sitting wide open. Sweeping the immediate area, stepping over the bodies of the Bane, I found no one. Visually searching the mountains and deserts around us, I found them to be empty as well. "Bill?" I called, my rifle ready, my finger hovering over the trigger. But Bill didn't respond. Taking quick, silent steps, I crossed the rest of the way to the tank and pointed the rifle inside. The space was empty. It didn't take more than 2 seconds to determine that, but someone had gone through our things. The bedding was spread everywhere. A tent was unraveled and hanging over the back seat. The tubs of food were open, though it didn't look like any of it had been taken. The medical supplies we'd brought were strewn over the floor. A box of bullets had been spilled over a seat. I swore and backed out of the tank to scan my surroundings again. There was no one in sight, but that didn't mean there wasn't someone out there watching us. Locking the vehicle, I darted back toward the massive building. I sprinted across the lobby and threw open the door that led down below. "Bill, I need you up here!" I faintly heard a reply. I turned and crept forward with my rifle ahead of me. I'd alerted anyone who might hear me, but now it was my turn to listen. Bill burst from the stairwell less than 60 seconds later, his own rifle at the ready.
"What's going on?"
he said as he swept the area, finger on the trigger. "Someone snooped through the tank," I said, creeping forward toward the front door. "Doors are wide open. They've gone through everything."
"They take anything?"
he asked. I shook my head, pausing in the doorway, my rifle poking through. We had a good vantage point from here. The desert spread out in front of us for miles, and there wasn't a soul out there. "No." I shook my head, taking a step outside. Bill followed suit. "Let's get the vehicle brought inside," I said, nodding towards it. "They didn't take anything this time, but I'd rather not risk them coming back for something later. You got the keys?" Bill reached into his pocket and produced them. I nodded. "There's a large door around the south side of the building," I said. "I'll go around and find a way to get it open. You drive around and meet me there." Bill nodded and jogged out to the tank. I darted along the side of the building, all the while scanning my surroundings. I tucked around the south side of the building. This was the longest side, one of the sides that eventually disappeared into the side of the mountain. Finally, I reached the tall, wide metal door just as Bill pulled around. There was a simple keypad that kept the door locked. I was debating shooting it out and hoping that would override it, when Bill hopped out and joined at my side. He pried the faceplate off, exposing an assortment of wires underneath.
"Here,"
he said, handing off his rifle.
"Hold this for a second."
Carefully pulling certain wires away from the wall, he took 2 of them and yanked them from their places. Coming out with 2 exposed ends, he held them together, and the large door suddenly creaked and popped as it started rising. "How'd you know how to do that?" I asked, turning impressed eyes on Bill. He just took his rifle back and climbed inside the tank. Watching our surroundings as he pulled in, I backed in behind the vehicle. Bill closed the door, casting us in darkness. This building was no longer secure, but we'd be able to defend ourselves more easily from inside. "Come on," I said as I started jogging through the large metal and concrete room toward a door. "We've got to get a security sweep set up." We burst out into the hall to see West about to step out the front doors. I called out to him and explained what was happening.
"Who do you think it is?"
West asked as the 3 of us surveyed the area from the front doors. I shook my head. It has to be human. I cleared out any Bane that would be around here, unless it walked into us in the last few hours. It's possible they'd think to go through our things, but I'd guess this was another human.
Seems unlikely they wouldn't take anything.
I nodded in agreement. It didn't seem logical that they would find something as valuable as the contents of the van and not take a single item. I don't know what's going on, I said. But let's set up a perimeter. West, you got these doors? He nodded. Bill, you take the side entrances. I saw another door just to the side of the big one we drove through. I'll take the back doors. Keep an eye on the mountains. You see anything, you yell your brains out. Someone will come running, got it? They both nodded, and Bill and I broke off to head to our posts. I pushed the back door open and swept the platform and immediate mountainside. No one to be seen. Below the mountain stretched endless desert. In the horizon there were other low mountains. The sky was gray, the sun blocked out by the dark winter clouds. For 5 hours, until the sunset in the early evening, I kept watch at that back door. Nothing outside moved, and nothing within was disturbed. It seemed whoever it was that had gone through our things had moved on without a trace. Feeling lazy and inadequate, I closed the door and locked it. Turning down the hall, I popped into the south entrance wing. I'm voting we hole up in the lower floors until morning, I said. I don't like abandoning post, but there's been no other traces of a visitor. Bill nodded and followed me. We made our way to the east main doors. Seen anything? I asked. West didn't turn his eyes from the desert before him. Want to take a break till morning?
I thought Eve, too, never gave up on her post,
West said, turning back to me with a sly grin on his face. Eve, too, is getting bored fast, I said, rolling my eyes as I turned away. Lock the doors up. I headed down the stairs to the second underground floor. I walked down the hall to the medical unit and into Morgan's room. As expected, Morgan was unconscious. This time, though, she had a large, clear tube going down her throat. There were still numerous tubes running from her body, lines that ran to monitors saying she was still barely alive. Avian was slumped over a chair, his head resting in his hand, fast asleep. There were deep, dark circles under his eyes. His right hand twitched where it hung limp over the arm of the chair, as if he was having a nightmare. And standing across the room, hands held behind his back, was Dr. Evans. His eyes glanced over at me before returning to Morgan's sleeping form.
I assume, because you've been gone so long, there was a reason,
he said quietly. I nodded and explained what happened.
There is still a fractional portion of the human population left,
he said.
It is entirely possible that there is someone wandering out here in the desert, though it is...
His voice trailed off for a moment, but just a very small one.
Strange, they didn't take any of our supplies.
I nodded, my eyes flickering over to him. His pause in speech was odd. He wasn't saying anything we hadn't already discussed above ground. How is Morgan? I'm assuming things aren't better since Avian looks completely exhausted. Dr. Evans sighed and shifted position from one foot to the other, even though I knew he couldn't feel any discomfort. He didn't have enough pain-receiving human nerves left. It must have been a ghost of human tendencies itching at his subconscious.
Her heart stopped twice earlier,
he said, still staring at Morgan's unconscious form.
Avian managed to revive her, but he thought he was going to lose the baby the second time. He had his tools ready in case he needed to cut the mother open.
I hadn't noticed the shiny silver table just to the side of Avian's chair. On it was a tray with gloves, scalpels, and other medical things I didn't have names for. The thought of him actually cutting her open and pulling a human being out made my stomach turn sour. How much longer until you get the Torbane ready? I asked. Dr. Evans straightened as if about to leave the room.
It's done.
Really? I asked, not quite believing that it might in fact have come together. You really have a batch ready? He nodded.
Luck seems to be following you the last week, my girl,
he said, and almost attempted a smile.
I've started a test with some cellular samples Avian provided to make sure it doesn't overtake, but if things look fine in the morning, we'll administer the first dose as soon as the mother passes.
Which looks like it won't be long, I said, forming it as a question, because I didn't want it to be fact.
No,
Dr. Evans said, his voice turning grave.
I will be surprised if she lasts through the night.
Bill and West finished the job I had tried to do. They brought down our sleeping supplies and food. The three of us ate a meager meal, and then Bill wandered off to find a place to sleep. I wadded up the wrapper to my packaged meal and tossed it across the room into a long-forgotten-about trash can in the corner. West and I sat on the floor in the hall outside Morgan's room. Avian was still asleep in the chair.
Is it weird to think there might be another person like you in the morning?
West asked. He wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his jacket sleeve. There already is another person out there like me, I said, leaning against the wall. I drew my knees up and rested my forearms on them. Exactly like me, if I understand identical twins correctly.
Not quite exactly,
West said as he mirrored my position.
Your sister was born with autism. I did some research once, a long time ago, before the evolution. The chances of you being born autistic too were 70%. There was only a 30% chance you'd be born without the modification.
I nodded as I processed the information. I can't decide if that sounds like a pretty good chance, or if I'm really fortunate. West looked down at his hands and he linked his fingers together.
Not that it matters,
he said.
After Eve 1 got Bane, she started normalizing out. It took quite a while, but she did. There were small differences between you and her, sure, but she was normal.
Is, I said. Let's say she is. West nodded. He was quiet for a long while.
If you were her, and you had your memories of everything that happened here, had the skill set you have, where would you have gone?
I considered this. Where would I have gone? My memory had been wiped, so I just stumbled around until there was someone to tell me to stop. I honestly don't know, I said, shaking my head. Novatore was all we ever knew. I can't imagine how disorienting the outside world must have been for her when your grandpa set her free. I remember somewhat how I felt when I was kidnapped and saw the sun for the first time, but that's all I remember. The sun. I can't imagine how intense the entire world must have seemed. West was silent again and chewed on his bottom lip as his head sagged forward.
She had nowhere to go.
West, I said quietly. I don't know how we're ever supposed to find her. He suddenly sniffed and wiped the back of his sleeve at the corner of his eye. It took me a moment to realize that he wasn't going to say anything. How is it getting to spend time with your grandfather again? I asked. Change of topic. West gave a breathy chuckle, and I saw a small smile spread on his face.
It's interesting. I mean, I haven't forgotten what he was like growing up. Driven, smart, focused, just like he is now. He was never your typical grandpa. Back then, he always assumed I'd become a doctor or scientist. That hasn't changed.
Seems like he's been keeping you busy ever since I brought him back, I observed. I kind of feel like this is the first time we've talked since we talked about Eve 1. West glanced over at me, knowing in his eyes. What I meant was a conversation we'd had about why it would have never worked between us.
Yeah,
he finally said.
He's been trying to keep me involved in the scientific side of things. I think he resents me acting like a soldier.
Soldiers are important too these days, I said.
Yeah,
he said through a yawn that suddenly overtook him. I climbed to my feet and extended a hand to him. He took it, and I pulled him to standing position. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and held him tight. He took a deep, shaking breath before letting me go. Eve 1 was still heavy on his mind. Good night, I said. He gave me a small, appreciative smile and turned down the hall. I stepped back inside Morgan's room, collapsed into another chair, and fixed my eyes on Morgan. A steady but slow beeping rhythm filled the room. Beep, beep, pause. Beep, beep, pause. And then the quicker one. Beep, beep, tiny pause. Beep, beep. 2 faint hearts. Only one that had a chance of continuing. Avian's hand suddenly twitched, and his head slipped off the side of the chair. He jerked up just before he fell. He bolted upright in it, looking around the room with bloodshot eyes. It's okay, I reassured him. I crossed the room and sank onto my knees next to him. I've been keeping an eye on her. Everything has seemed normal. He rubbed his eyes.
Thanks,
he said, stifling a yawn. Why don't you take my sleeping bag and get some more rest? I said, nodding my head to where it sat rolled up in the hall. I can stay up with her tonight.
No,
No, you're not okay to stay up, I said, cutting him off. I stood and grabbed the rolled-up bag. I opened it up along the farther wall where Dr. Evans had been watching from earlier. Get some sleep, I insisted. You're going to have an intense day tomorrow. He glanced over at Morgan and looked at her for a long moment before his eyelids slowly dropped closed and open again. He was barely even awake.
Okay,
he said in a slurred voice.
But you wake me up the second anything changes.
I will, I said with a nod. Avian shuffled across the room and collapsed into the sleeping bag. He was asleep before I even zipped the side up around him. Like time always does, it rolled by slow and quiet. I thought about seeking out Dr. Evans to see how the Torbane doses were coming along, but I didn't particularly enjoy his company or his comments about my sister or the baby. So I watched Morgan, watched Avian, and watched the clock. At exactly 3:49 a.m., there was a faraway sound, far enough away sounding that I knew it was loud in its location. The location was the door leading to the underground levels. Checking Morgan's monitors, I ducked out of the room, shotgun in hand. The light in the hallway was dim, and the ventilation system had just kicked on, dulling my sense of hearing. I paused at the bottom of the stairway, looking up to the landing that led to the scientists' offices. No traces of an intruder. Silently, I made my way up the stairs to the door that opened up into the main lobby. It was closed, just as it should be. I tried to reason with myself as I made my way back down to the second underground level, that it was nothing but an old building settling down for the day after being disturbed, but I couldn't deny that my ears had heard something. When I got back to the second floor, I scouted the halls, checking Bill and West's rooms, but there was no sign of disturbance. Finally, I got back to Morgan's room and stood vigil in the doorway. 17. There were no more misplaced sounds until 5:08, and then there was a high-pitched flatline buzz.
Avian!
I yelled as I darted to her side, but it wasn't needed. Avian was on his feet already.
Her heart stopped,
he said, placing his hands on her chest and starting chest compressions.
See those paddles over there?
He nodded toward them.
Flip that switch and charge it up to 200.
I did as he said and handed the paddles over to Avian. He placed them on her chest and turned them on. Morgan's chest surged up off the bed before falling flat against it once again. The heart rate monitor blipped once and flatlined again.
Charge it again!
Avian yelled. Just as I did, Bill and West appeared in the doorway.
Is there anything we can do to help?
West asked, his eyes wide as he watched Morgan's chest surge up off the bed again.
Go get your grandfather,
Avian said as he nodded for me to charge it again.
I have a feeling this is it. I give her 2 more minutes before we have to get the baby out of her.
West darted out of the room and down the hall.
If she goes, I'm going to need both of you to help get the baby out,
Avian said, tossing aside the paddles and starting chest compressions again.
Bill, you'll help me roll her into the surgery room. Then you'll both help me cut her open. I hope blood doesn't make you squeamish.
The both of us just nodded. In a world like ours, it was difficult to be turned off by the sight of blood. Avian glanced up at the monitor that tracked the baby's heart. It had slowed significantly. He swore while continuing to press on her chest. It's been 2 minutes, Avian, I said, looking up at the clock above the door.
Okay,
Avian said, backing away from Morgan and pulling the lines from her body.
Time of death is 5:14.
He unhooked the large tube that spouted from her throat.
Let's get her to the operating room.
Tunnel vision threatened to overtake me as Bill and Avian pushed Morgan's bed down the hall to the surgical room, but I focused on the roundness of her belly and told myself I had no place blacking out at a time like this. I held the door open for them and stood to the side as they wheeled the bed in. I had a feeling that in another time, this surgery would not go as it did. It would be far more sterile, more organized, less chaotic, and the mother wouldn't be dead. But we had precious seconds and a doctor who had never performed this type of surgery before.
Bill, you take this here,
Avian said, handing him a small, ghostly white tube. He flipped a switch, and it started sucking air.
Keep the blood and fluids out of the way so I can see what I'm doing. I'm going to make the incisions, and Eve, when I tell you to, you're going to help push the baby out from the top of her stomach.
I felt the blood draining from my face as I nodded. Avian lifted the hospital gown Morgan wore. He opened a package and pulled out a pair of gloves that rose up to his elbows. Bill and I followed suit. Picking up a scalpel from the shiny silver tray next to him, Avian placed it on her skin. A heavy line of blood beaded up as he made a 12-inch incision along her lower abdomen. Adequate at his job, Bill suctioned the blood away. It took longer than I expected for Avian to cut through the layers of muscle and what little fat was on her body. My stomach started turning, seeing the inside of a human body like I never had before. This was much different than seeing a bleeding bullet wound. Avian had me use clamps that looked a lot like scissors to hold the layers back as he continued to cut. My hands shook and started to sweat beneath my gloves, but I did as he asked. And finally, he got to what looked like a latex glove inside of her body. As soon as he carefully sliced it open, fluid started gushing out.
That's the amniotic sac,
Avian said, making the incision larger as Bill sucked the fluid away. The fluid covered Morgan and splashed down onto the floor. My stomach gave another sea-wave twist.
Okay,
Avian said, using his fingers to stretch the entire hole bigger.
This is it. Eve, I need you to use your hands to gently push the baby down and out.
Avian reached a hand inside the hole he'd cut just as West and Dr. Evans burst into the room.
West, I need you to get that oxygen going,
Avian said, nodding toward a tiny bed that sat in one corner of the room. There was a dome over it that covered the whole thing. Attached to the side of it was an oxygen tube.
Now, Eve.
I placed my hands on the top of Morgan's stomach, at the bottom of her ribs, and gently started pushing. The child inside squirmed against me. That was the first moment I pictured the future of this tiny human being. How we had a chance of giving it a tomorrow free of Bane. A future that was actually a future and not just a daily fight for survival. As what felt like a tiny fist punched against my hand, I knew I would do anything to give this child a chance at that future. Avian's left hand came free of the opening with a teeny tiny foot. He swore under his breath.
The baby's breached,
he said, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his sleeve.
Coming feet first. Back off on the pushing until I can get the other leg free.
I relaxed my hand on Morgan's stomach. The trapped child within punched against my hand once again. How's the Torbane looking? I asked, darting a look over at Dr. Evans. He stood 2 feet back from Avian, observing.
No change on the test cells. They look like they're behaving correctly,
he said, his eyes fixed on Avian's hand inside of Morgan's stomach. A moment later, another tiny foot broke free of the opening.
Now, Eve.
Avian breathed.
Gently.
I applied pressure once again, and 5 seconds later, the entire baby was free of Morgan. Avian was a flurry of activity, moving so fast I could barely process what he was doing. In one movement, he set the baby on the bed between Morgan's legs. In another, he cut the strange-looking cord that ran from its stomach back inside of Morgan. In the next, he whisked the baby to the tiny bed with the strange dome. A second later, he had a tiny oxygen tube down its nose and was rubbing its entire body with a soft blanket.
If you think that concoction is ready,
Avian said as he continued sucking gunk out of the baby's mouth and nose with a strange blue bulb-shaped tool.
Let's get it started now. This isn't exactly a newborn intensive care unit. Let's get her all the help we can.
Her. Morgan had been right. It was a girl. I stood frozen next to Morgan, as did Bill. Dr. Evans crossed the room and very carefully handed 2 syringes to Avian.
One needs to go directly into her lungs, the other to her heart,
he said, moving to one side of the bed. He stood back a foot, his hands held firmly behind his back.
It will be painful for her, but at this point it might be good for her. It might get her adrenaline system in gear and speed things up.
Avian nodded. I had to look away as he held up the first syringe. Instead, I looked down at Morgan. All eyes had turned away from her. She just lay there on the table, her stomach a deflated open maw. She looked wrecked. Gathering the sheet that had been pushed to the bottom of the bed, I drew it up. Pressing a brief kiss to her forehead and whispering a goodbye, I covered her face.
How long until we see if she starts improving?
Avian asked from across the room. Certain he had put the needles away, I crossed back to the tiny bed. Bill joined us as well. Everyone was gathered around it, staring at the child Avian worked on. She didn't open her eyes as Avian hooked all kinds of monitors to her, one on her chest, one strapped around her foot. She opened her mouth in a silent cry, but no sound came out.
By tomorrow morning, we may start seeing small improvements to her heart rate and breathing,
Dr. Evans said.
It will probably be a few weeks before she is breathing on her own, but we may be able to manage travel in 5 days.
You think she might survive the trip? I asked, my brow furrowing. She was so tiny, so fragile. I couldn't even imagine her surviving being moved from the bed.
It won't be easy, but infants are resilient, especially when they've been given Torbane. You survived.
I gave an absent-minded nod as I looked back at the child. Her entire body was wrinkly, like she hadn't quite grown into her skin. She was a strange mix of purple and red. Beneath her blanket, she gave a small kick. Avian threaded another tiny tube down her nose.
It's a feeding tube,
he explained.
We don't have an ideal mixture, but we'll do our best. I have to say, I am very impressed with your coolness and work, Avian,
Dr. Evans complimented.
You would have made an excellent physician if I hadn't ended the world. Thanks.
Avian chuckled.
I guess it would have been nice to actually attend medical school. How does it feel, looking at a mini you?
West asked. He placed a hand on my shoulder.
You're not alone anymore.
And suddenly, my throat tightened, and the back of my eyes stung. I had never felt lonely or isolated or different in a way that made me sad, but in truth, I had always been very different. No one would ever fully understand what I had gone through in my life, and the one person who would understand was nowhere to be found. As I looked down at this tiny infant who would have to fight for her life as I did, I vowed that I would never let her feel alone or different. Like nothing I ever expected to feel, I breathed. Avian looked over at me, his eyes catching mine. Despite the craziness that had just happened, there was warmth and love in his eyes. I didn't have any more words, so I simply smiled and looked back down at the child. By now, she had started to calm down and was still once more, except for the tiny rise and fall of her chest. With nothing more he could do at the moment, Avian returned to Morgan. A tightness closed around my throat as I finally accepted the fact of what I was seeing. She was dead. We'd just lost one more member of Eden. West and Bill went back to the surface and set to digging a place to bury her. They hadn't said a word, but I knew they were dealing with their grief in their own ways. Even if they hadn't known her well, she was one of us. Avian stitched her closed, using slow, precise sutures. He was calm and collected, as always. I stood next to the infant, trying to focus on the fact that she might live, and was barely able to look away from her.
I know I fought this,
Dr. Evans said. He stood silently next to me as well, observing the baby girl.
But it does feel good to be able to save one last life with Torbane.
Feels like things have sort of come full circle, doesn't it? I mused quietly. She worked a tiny hand from her blankets. I reached for her to tuck it back in when she gripped my finger tightly and didn't let go. My heart skipped a beat. She was so soft, so tender. Nothing like my world.
Yes, it does,
Dr. Evans said. I looked over at him to see a small smile on his face. You did a good thing here, I said, feeling truly appreciative inside.
Thank you,
he said quietly.
That's nice to hear after committing 15 years of wrong.
Without another word, he turned and walked toward the door. He paused in it, his hand on the frame.
We'll give her the next dose in 12 hours, and then another in 24.
Avian nodded as he covered Morgan up once again. Dr. Evans left. Avian walked to my side and smiled when he saw the child clinging to my finger. He slipped his hand into my other. I'd never felt more complete in any moment. How much does she weigh? I asked, marveling that any human being could be this small. Avian glanced down at a red digital number at the bottom of the bed.
2 pounds, 1 ounce.
That's almost nothing, I said, shaking my head.
That's probably about what you weighed when you were born,
Avian said, brushing his shoulder against mine.
You weren't quite this premature, but since you were a twin, you would have been smaller. I, on the other hand, weighed almost 10 pounds when I was born.
We both smiled about that. She'll be okay then, I mused, brushing my thumb across her tiny knuckles. Won't she?
Yeah,
Avian said. He brushed his lips against my shoulder.
She will.
The baby gave another kick, and the wire that led to her foot caught on her other, pulling the heart rate monitor band loose. Using gentle fingers, Avian adjusted it.
She is going to need a name,
he said quietly as he rewrapped her in the blanket. I nodded as she let go of my finger and her hands disappeared into the blanket. It should be something important.
Like how you were called Eve?
He said, looking up at me.
The first of your kind?
I guess, I said, folding my arms across my chest. Except she's more about the future of mankind. She's the belief and promise that we'll do anything to make that future.
Creed,
Avian said quietly. What? I questioned, turning my eyes on him. He looked at me, a small smile pulling in the corner of his mouth.
Creed. It's a set of beliefs, a guiding principle.
Creed, I said, smiling as I said the word. It's perfect. 18. We buried Morgan off to the side of the Novatore building. We wrapped her in his sheet, and Avian and Wes gently lowered her in the ground. There was a pang of guilt in my chest that because of my decision to bring her out here and save the baby, she couldn't be buried next to her husband, Eli. I just had to hope that it really didn't matter, and that they were together now in a way that actually did. Few words were spoken, but they didn't need to be. None of us were close to Morgan, but she was human, and that made us close enough in all the ways it counted. 12 hours later, Creed was given her second dosage of Bane, and 5 hours after that, her heart rate normalized. The next morning, Dr. Evans suggested we do a scan to see how things were progressing. She stayed solidly asleep as we laid her on the scan table. She didn't even wake as the machine made a racket and the scan started.
There is her liver,
Dr. Evans said, pointing to strange green shapes on the screen before us.
Her colon, kidneys, her stomach.
The scan continued, and then the screen suddenly showed something brilliantly white.
And there would be Bane at work. That's her lungs,
Avian said, tracing his finger along one of the lobe-shaped objects on the screen. It was littered with the brilliant white, like a fine, thin lace.
And there's her heart.
We could see it pumping, and with each beat, the white in it spread a little further. How long before it takes full effect? I asked, mesmerized by the slowly spreading white particles.
Like you, it will take years to spread throughout her body,
he said. The miracle that was Bane seemed dampened when he mentioned it spreading throughout her body.
But it will stabilize her heart and lungs within 2 weeks, would be my guess.
I nodded, my eyes still transfixed on the monitor. With the scan done, Avian returned to Creed's side and transferred her back to her portable incubator. No one was allowed to touch her besides Avian, in an attempt to keep sickness and germs to a minimum. Bill knocked and entered 1 second later.
You may want to see this,
he said, looking at me and then Dr. Evans. I glanced back at Avian and then Creed.
It's okay,
Avian said.
Go, I can take care of her.
Nodding, I turned to Bill and Dr. Evans walked out with us.
West and I were getting bored,
Bill explained as we started up the stairs.
So he was showing me around the building. He showed me his old apartment, and we found something.
We came out onto the main lobby floor and started up the next flight of stairs to the top one. We started down a hall that didn't look much different from the one on the floor below, but the doors were more spread out, indicating bigger spaces behind them. We reached the end of one hall and took a left, only to stop at a door to the immediate right. West was inside, looking through things. It reminded me of the simplest of residential units we had started to set up in New Eden. There was a simple kitchen, a simple small dining table, a simple couch. 3 doors split off at the back of it, opening up to what looked to be 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. What's wrong? I asked, stepping inside. I searched for any signs that looked out of the ordinary, but everything seemed normal.
Just before Grandpa had me transported away,
West said, meeting my eyes.
This place was a mess. I had to gather things in a hurry. There was stuff everywhere. There was next to no food in the apartment. I never returned here after you left,
Dr. Evan said with a doubt in his voice. His brow furrowed as he looked around the space.
Neither did your father. He turned quick.
West nodded and crossed over to the kitchen. He opened the cabinet doors. They were all stocked full of non-perishable food.
Someone's cleaned the place up and stocked it full of food,
West said, his expression uncertain.
There's been someone living here, recently.
Most likely whoever went through the solar tank 2 days ago, I said, pulling my handgun from its holster.
They've probably been watching us this whole time. But why not say anything?
West asked, his brow furrowed.
I mean, they're well stocked up here, so I see why they didn't take anything from our van. But why just watch us this long and not speak up?
I shook my head, not having an answer. Something cold leaked out into my blood, inviting my adrenaline to draw everything into focus. I think we should sweep the whole building, I said. We may be playing a game of hide-and-seek in such a big building, but we've got to check things out. West nodded, adjusting his grip on his handgun. Bill unslung his assault rifle from his shoulder.
I know this building better than anyone,
Dr. Evan said, standing a little straighter.
Come on.
We carefully searched through every single apartment, finding each and every one of them empty. All of them were in the state West had described, ripped apart, a mess, torn to shambles. The offices on the main floor were empty as well, and we quietly descended into the lower first floor. The first and second underground floors were clear. We told Avian to lock himself and Creed in a room until we gave the all clear. I had hoped to avoid the lower floors altogether. I'd accepted my past, and the fact that I couldn't remember it. I didn't need to have the memories stirred up when I had moved on. But as we descended a floor lower, flashes of memory danced just under the surface of my conscience. We checked the room that held the treadmills. I had spent hours and hours here. A window faced the line of 3 treadmills, where long ago chocolatey brown eyes had watched me. We checked a weight training room, where I lifted amounts a person 3 times my size couldn't have handled. Still, we descended another floor lower, and I knew exactly where my room was from the time I stepped out of the stairwell.
Familiar?
West asked, his eyes flickering from the line of his handgun to my face. More than a little, I said between clenched teeth. We passed the playroom, the one where West and I fought, the one where he and my sister spent hours bonding. I hate that room, I said. My past feelings crept up inside of me, whispering to my memory like a ghost. West chuckled. This was her room, I said as we stepped inside a simple room that contained a narrow bed, a dresser, and a nightstand with a cracked lamp. Right? West nodded. It was empty. She really wasn't here, and it looked like she hadn't been here in a very long time. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust.
Let's keep moving,
Dr. Evan said. His voice sounded tight, and he wouldn't meet my eyes. We dropped down the hall, checking doors as we moved. All empty, and I knew this was my room when I stepped into it. Exactly like my sister's room was, this one was covered in dust and forgotten, no longer needed. I ran my fingers along the gouge mark in the wall where I had thrown a lamp just before I had gone in for surgery to get my chip. The lamp had shattered and scraped the paint and drywall off.
This is still too weird to accept the truth that you aren't her,
West said, shaking his head as he looked around.
I avoided the girl from this room as much as humanly possible.
Still wise advice sometimes, I said, trying to make a joke. It wasn't a good one, but West smiled anyway.
Let's keep moving,
Bill encouraged. He fidgeted in the doorway, not wanting to step into my past when he couldn't even dwell in his own. The rest of the 4th floor was clear, and it would be difficult to tell if the 5th and final was hiding anyone. It was packed full of storage supplies. Someone could hide there, and we would have a very difficult time ever finding them. We even checked the back elevator and found no traces of anyone. Maybe they moved on, I said, knowing any number of possibilities could be viable.
Maybe,
West said, looking around one more time before he and Bill headed back up. I was just about to start up the stairs after them when Dr. Evans called out to me from behind. I turned to see him walking toward me, a box in his hands. "What is that?" I asked. But he didn't have to answer the question before I read the single word written on the front of it. Emma. "My mom?" I asked. My eyes darted up to Dr. Evans, questions and uncertainty in them. Dr. Evans nodded.
Any of her research, files, scientific notes were taken by Novatore, but she left behind some personal effects when she...
His voice cut out once again, just briefly, like it had before. I wasn't sure if it was pain in saying what happened to her, or if his voice simply failed.
I boxed her things up myself and brought them down here.
Considering my purpose before the evolution, I was quite certain I was never intended to inherit this box. But the world had changed. Now the contents of that box would matter to me.
It belongs to you now,
he said, extending it toward me.
If you want it.
Yes, I said, my voice coming out breathy. Thank you. In a way, it felt like reading his notebook all over again. There were secrets within this box, secrets to my past and my origins, secrets to a woman I had never been able to meet, secrets to my mother. 19. As badly as I wanted to immediately tear into that box, I couldn't abandon my duties. Undeniably, there was someone else around. We hadn't seen them yet, but they were toying with us. West and I kept constant watch the rest of that day. Creed got her third dosage of Torbane just before bed. Very slowly, her vitals were stabilizing. Finally, the evening fell into night, and I asked Bill to keep watch. It was a selfish move, but he agreed without hesitation. Eagerly, I went into Creed's room, where Avian checked her tubes and wires one last time before we let her settle for the night. He met my eyes as soon as I walked in, and then they quickly fell to the box on the floor, right next to the door.
Is that...
he hesitantly asked. I stood stiff and nervous in the doorway, and nodded.
Do you want to do this alone?
He asked.
Or would you like some company?
A small smile tugged in the corner of my mouth. You're my family, Avian. Of course I want you here. A crooked smile crept onto Avian's face, and his eyes seemed to brighten. I stepped in the room and quietly closed the door behind me. I scooped the box up and went to sit on the sleeping bag that was rolled out along the far wall. Avian sank down next to me, his shoulder barely brushing mine. Avian handed me a scalpel, which I used to cut the tape. Taking a deep breath, I pulled the flaps open. There wasn't much inside the box. 2 leather-bound books, an envelope, and 2 framed photographs. The first frame picture showed a snowy black and white image. I could make out a few shapes, an oval here, a circle there.
It's an ultrasound,
Avian said quietly.
It's a picture taken of the inside of a womb.
Me and my sister? I breathed. I ran a finger over the image as I started making sense of the shapes. A tiny arm, 3 visible feet, 2 round heads, the shape of a spine.
I would guess your mother was about halfway through her pregnancy when this was taken,
Avian said. I nodded, simply staring at it. It was eerie, all that was tied to this image. The sister I hoped to find, knowing I was a different kind of creature when this was taken, fully human, knowing the woman whose stomach I resided in would die just a few short weeks later. The fact that this image had been taken in this very building. Blinking hard several times, I set the photograph aside and picked up the next. The girl in the picture looked just like me. I would have thought it was me, except for the pre-evolution world around her and the bronze-colored glasses perched on her nose. My mother held some kind of certificate in her hands with scrawling print on it. On either side of her stood 2 people who both resembled her. They all bore smiles. Emma wore an odd set of robes and a square hat on her head. Draped around her shoulders was a golden scarf.
That must have been her graduation when she got her bachelor's degree,
Avian explained. When I didn't understand, he continued.
When she first finished college, people have multiple milestones when they're at university. She must have been top of her class to get those,
he said, tapping the golden scarf. I wonder what happened to her parents, I said, looking them over. Dr. Beeson has always said that she didn't have any family.
They must have passed away sometime between when this picture was taken and when you were born.
I observed their faces. These were my grandmother and grandfather. My family. I thought about stories Sarah had told me about her own grandparents, how they went fishing and hunting with their grandpa, how her grandma had tried to teach Sarah to sew. My life could have turned out so differently if only a few things had changed. I set that photo aside as well and opened the envelope. Inside was a small stack of photographs. Every one of them featured two people, my mother and a young man. His hair was a light brown, bordering on dirty blonde. His eyes were gray. His features were strong and pronounced. In some pictures they were kissing. In some they were simply smiling at the camera. In others they appeared to be in a school setting.
Is that?
Avian started to ask. I nodded, my hands feeling stiff and half numb. I think so. I laid the pictures on the floor and pulled out the books. They were journals. Emma didn't write often, but seemed to write when milestones happened. The first entry being when she graduated high school. I scanned the pages, not reading them in detail. She started college immediately after she graduated, had a heavy school load. She worked a few shifts at a diner waiting tables for the first few years. She graduated with her bachelor's degree, as depicted in the picture. 9 months before graduation, though, a boy's name started popping up. Ryder. They had classes together. Chemistry, molecular biology, other scientific studies. They started dating. Then they'd break up. Then they'd get back together. Eventually, they both got jobs in their fields while going through graduate school. She started at Novatore. He took a government job. It was family tradition, apparently. All of his family had worked for the United States government for generations. As they headed to their separate destinies, their relationship continued to decline. But there was one weekend before they both had to return to their prestigious school. One weekend when they thought they could make things work again. Oh, wow, I said, flushing as I read. I turned the journal over in my lap and held it away from me. This is embarrassing to read. Avian chuckled.
I guess most people don't get to read about their conception.
I cringed at Avian's stark words as I hesitantly turned the journal back over. As the weekend drew to a close, there was a fight. Emma recorded that it started as something trivial, but escalated into something bigger. The long distance was just too much. Their highs and lows in the past were stacking too heavy. They finally called it quits, this time for real. Emma returned to Novatore and continued her work. She threw herself into it, working harder and longer hours than ever. At first, she thought she wasn't feeling well simply for how hard she was pushing herself in the lab. But then she finally took a test, and it came back positive. She briefly considered telling Ryder, but she had her career and he had his. As bad as it made her feel, she knew what this pregnancy was going to do to hers. It could possibly end it. If she told Ryder, it would affect his career too. He had worked so hard for it, had so much pressure on him from his family to succeed. She couldn't imagine how he could be happy about this. So she kept it a secret. And a few months later, she found she carried not one child, but 2. In a moment of weakness and emotion, she tried calling the number she had for Ryder. Someone else answered the phone. Ryder's brother. Holy... I breathed. Avian, look. I pointed to the end of one page. It only said the name once, and talked about him for only one sentence to say he answered the phone. But it was there, blazing from the page. Royce. Avian, Royce is my uncle. I breathed. The air in my chest caught, and the back of my eyes stung. 2 moments later, my vision swam as moisture pooled in them. It has to be him. My mom said Ryder's entire family worked for the government. Royce worked for the government as a weapons specialist for years.
Eve, you know what this means?
Avian said, looking over at me. He took one of my hands in his.
You have family. You've had family for the past 5 months. I mean...
A breathy laugh bubbled up from his chest.
No wonder you and him have had this bond. Your blood family, Eve. You're his niece.
I covered my mouth with a hand and realized I was trembling. With my other hand, I grabbed one of the pictures from the floor. Ryder was looking right at the camera. He had the same gray eyes as Royce, the same strong jaw, the same piercing look. Royce and I had always gotten along. Sure, we'd had a few ups and downs, but I'd always known he supported me. And even though I didn't throw the word around often, I loved Royce and did think of him as a father figure. He was pretty damn close. 20. I didn't say anything about my new discovery the next day. As Avian would have so nicely put it, I was still processing that information. Instead, Bill West and I kept watch again, not saying much of anything all day. No intruders came. Dr. Evans helped Avian take care of Creed from afar, making sure the ingredients that went down her feeding tube were right, that they'd give her the best chance of surviving. They started gathering the supplies they would need to get her back to New Eden, and they gave her the last dosage of Bane. On our 5th day at Novatore, we were all stir-crazy to get moving. This was our final day. We were giving Bane 24 hours to settle into Creed's system. Her vitals were good. She was still fragile and underdeveloped, but Dr. Evans said she was comparable to what a 1-month premature baby would be like, instead of one that was over 3 months. While Bill continued to watch for unwanted visitors, West and I started packing the solar van.
These are the supplies we'll need to finish off the transmitter,
Dr. Evans said, handing a box off to me.
Careful with them.
I imagined if he had more flesh and hair on him, he might have raised an eyebrow at me and given me a look, just like West often did. I nodded and turned toward the stairs. West followed, oxygen tanks under his arms. "We're supposed to leave in the morning," I said, my voice echoing off the walls.
"Yeah,"
West said, his voice sounded dead. "I'll understand if you stay," I said as I stepped out into the main floor. "If you have to go look for her."
"Where am I supposed to even start?"
West said, his voice harsh, even though I knew it wasn't me he was mad at for once.
"I don't know what I expected. I didn't really think she'd be waiting here, but I
know," I said as we walked into the garage. I pulled the back door to the solar tank open. I think I kind of thought the same thing. West set the oxygen tanks in the 4th row of seats, the one Morgan had occupied on the way out.
"I don't know what I'm going to do,"
he said, leaning against the vehicle and crossing his arms over his chest.
"I don't think I can decide that until we're heading out tomorrow morning."
I nodded, closing the back doors again. I leaned against the van and stuffed my hands into my pockets. "Your grandfather says this transmitter won't kill off the first generation of Bane, that the coding works different or something. If this really works, you'll be able to spend as much time as you like looking for her after it goes off. There won't be any danger of getting attacked by the Bane. You can take this," I said, knocking my knuckles against the side of the solar tank, "and drive for as long as you've got sun to power it." West nodded, a small smile curling in one corner of his mouth.
"I guess that's true. I mean, I can hardly picture having that ability to just go out in the country and look, without the fear of getting infected, without the possibility of it."
"It's a pretty amazing-looking possibility, right?" I said, returning his smile.
"I'd ask you to come with me, 'cause I know you want to find her too,"
West said, catching my eyes.
"But I'm pretty sure you'll be too busy helping with Creed and restoring society."
A full smile spread on my face. I shook my head. "I don't really know how this is going to work. We'll try to find a family to adopt her. I know nothing about caring for a baby, a kid, but I think it's my responsibility, and I think I kind of want to help her find the right family, have some small part in helping her find a normal life, if that makes any bizarre sense." West nodded.
"It does. She'll be like you. You'll understand each other."
I gave him a small smile, and we walked back into the belly of Novatore. The last night at Novatore Biotics, West had night watch. I needed to be fresh for our journey back home tomorrow to keep any Bane we might happen upon away from us, but I couldn't sleep for more than 10 minutes at a time. I stared up at the ceiling of Creed's room, running through all the things we needed to bring back with us in my head. The code, other files, supplies, medical things. I pictured the journey back, wondering if we would run into any Bane along the way, or if we had somehow stumbled upon a rare part of the country that was clear. It wouldn't stay that way, since the Bane were gaining more and more sweeps, but for this small window, Were we and any other human survivors safe? I hoped Susan and Carmen made it to New Eden safely. A small cry rang out through the room, and I startled in my sleeping bag. I looked over to see Avian asleep on the floor, his head buried under his pillow. Smiling, I climbed up and walked over to Creed's tiny dome bed. She had kicked her blankets off and was swinging her tiny arms and legs wildly in the air. She continued her soft cries. Trying to remember how Avian had so skillfully wrapped her tightly, I tried to mimic his technique, but she continued to cry, and I started to feel panicky.
"She probably needs her diaper changed,"
Avian said in a groggy voice as he stood from the floor. He straightened his back, favoring it like it was stiff from sleeping on the hard floor. "Oh," I said lamely. "I hadn't thought of that."
"It's okay,"
Avian said with a small smile as he grabbed a diaper from the shelf next to the bed. He silently showed me how to do it and discarded the soiled one in the trash in the corner. She had needed a change, but Creed continued to cry. "Is she hungry?" I asked, my brow furrowing in concern. Avian checked the bag that slowly fed the mixture into the feeding tube.
"No, she's getting a constant supply. That shouldn't be the problem."
He wrapped her snugly once again and adjusted the tiny cap on her head, but her cries grew louder and more intense. Avian fumbled, letting out a big breath through his nostrils. He wasn't sure what to do. Creed had once again kicked her blankets off, exposing her mostly naked body. Even the premature diapers we had brought with us looked enormous on her. She gave another wail, and a tiny tear fell from one eye and slipped down her face. Touching her for the first time, other than when she held my finger, I wrapped my hands carefully around her body and lifted her. Careful not to disturb all the cords and tubes attached to her, I nestled her against my chest. As soon as her skin connected with mine, she was calm. I looked up at Avian, a triumphant smile crossing my lips. Avian returned it, admiration and love shining in his eyes. He grabbed her blanket from the bed and covered her back with it. With his help with the cords, I eased down into the chair.
"She just needed some love,"
Avian said quietly as Creed drifted off to sleep once again. "She'll have plenty of that," I whispered, pressing a light kiss to the top of her soft head. 21. I handed Creed off to Avian sometime around 5 in the morning. I'd slept with her on my chest for about 2 hours, but my internal clock must have sensed it was nearly morning and there was much to be done. I grabbed my assault rifle from the side of the door, as well as a bag of my things. All my mother's belongings were inside it. I silently slipped out the door and made my way up the stairs. I found West sitting at the front doors, his head starting to nod. "Hey," I called. His head jerked up and over to me. His eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep. "We don't have to go for another 3 hours or so. Why don't you get some sleep till we do?"
"Yeah,"
he said, rubbing his eyes.
"That's probably a good idea."
He stood, slung his firearm over his shoulder. He patted my shoulder twice before descending into the lower levels. I scanned the desert before me. It was empty except for sagebrush and the occasional dehydrated-looking tree. The sky was gray, and drops of rain on the verge of turning into snowflakes started falling from the sky. Great, just the kind of weather we needed to get the solar tank running. I made my way back to the garage. I placed my stuff in the back seat. Opening the big door, I found the keys inside the van and, after a minute, figured out how to back it outside. If we were more trusting, we would have had it sitting out all day yesterday powering up, but we couldn't risk another break-in. Now we risked losing time. I walked back in the building and down the hall that led to the back door. I pushed it open and walked across the platform to the power storage room. I scanned the massive room, hoping to find anything that looked like a battery. We were going to need some extra juice, but there were only the energy storage devices for the solar panels, which were massive, and the generators. I stepped outside onto the landing, closing the door behind me. Looking back up at the gray sky, my brow furrowed. The sky wasn't just a gray color anymore. There was a faint taste of brown to it as well, like there was dirt in the sky. Watching my step, I went from the concrete platform onto the rocks that became the mountain. I climbed higher, clinging to rocks and hoisting myself up, until I could see what was causing the desert to stir. My grip on my rifle slipped as I turned my eyes east. The landscape was moving. It came towards us in a slow, shifting avalanche. The very ground shook in small vibrations. A cloud of dust rose around the avalanche, darkening the skies behind it all the more. About 5 miles out, there was an army of Bane, headed straight for Novatore. I squinted as I spotted something small in the distance. A single dot racing out ahead of the crowd. It moved different than the Bane, though. It was focused, determined, and it was probably less than a mile out from us. I leapt down that mountain back onto the platform. Yanking the door back open, I plowed through and sprinted down the hall. I threw open the door that led down into the underground levels.
Bane sweep!
I bellowed.
5 or less miles out! We've got to get out of here, now!
Turning back to the front doors, I stepped outside, my rifle trained ahead. A figure sprinted toward us, less than half a mile away. Long tendrils of hair bounced around narrow shoulders. Leather and military clothes covered a lean body. There was a bird circling above the figure, following it precisely, and the Bane sweep behind the figure steadily marched forward, darkening the sky behind them. My blood ran cold as the figure came into focus. I recognized the face that belonged to it. She recognized me at the same moment I did her, and she skidded to a stop just 50 yards from me. Her eyes were wide, disbelieving. She took 2 uncertain steps toward me, and then stopped again. Eve 1, my identical twin sister, had just run out of the desert like a ghost from an urban legend. The sound of the millions of bodies behind her grew in intensity. She threw a look over her shoulder and sprinted toward the building once again, leaping over the bodies of the Bane I'd killed off. "You're alive," I was about to say, when she plowed right into me. We rolled across the floor as her hands wrapped around my throat.
"What are you doing?"
I tried to choke out. My hands clawed at hers, but she held tight. She sat straddled over my body.
"My home,"
she growled.
"Trespassing! What are you doing here?"
She spoke in broken, savage words. I couldn't answer because her hands were still wrapped around my throat. I swung my legs up and hooked one around her neck and threw her back. Her eyes were wild with rage. A howling growl ripped from her throat as she scrambled to her feet.
"Stop!"
I bellowed as I sprang up.
"What are you doing?"
She instantly froze, her hands outstretched toward me. Confusion filled her face, and she tried to take another step toward me. She fell to her hands and knees in the process.
"I am not your enemy,"
I said. A hand rose to my throat, even though I didn't feel the pain I knew I should be experiencing.
"I am your sister."
Her harsh expression faltered, and her focus seemed to draw inward for a moment, and then her eyes narrowed on my face. It was as if she didn't recognize me. We looked exactly the same, but she didn't know my face. How long had it been since she had looked in the mirror? "It's me," I said, taking a slow step toward her. "It's Eve, too." Her eyes darkened for a moment, as if she didn't want to remember the past where there were references to us as numbers more than people.
"I thought—"
She stumbled over her words. "You're supposed to be dead."
"I know,"
I said. My eyes started back out the door. The sky was growing darker. The sweep was getting closer by the second.
"Look, there isn't much time. We have to get out of here. How long until they reach the building?"
Her eyes darted to the door as well.
"I saw them."
She struggled to form sentences once again. I wondered how long it had been since she'd talked to another human being.
"About hour ago. 10 miles out?"
She stood erect once again. Her eyes had calmed by this point, leaving only confusion.
30 minutes,
she continued.
"Probably less till they are here."
I nodded, shuffling from one foot to the other. I needed to give so much more time to this moment, to this reunion, but we didn't have it.
"They're going to destroy this building the moment they get here,"
I said, fixing my eyes hard on hers.
"We have to leave, now. You need to gather your things, and we have to leave."
"That was your vehicle," she said.
"No?"
"Yeah." I nodded, inching toward the stairs that led to below.
"It was me, and I have a few others with me."
She tensed at this, and I saw the animal instinct inside of her preparing to run. "Go get your things," I said, my muscles prepping for a fight. "We have to leave." We were not much different than the Bane. I hadn't meant it as a command, but she couldn't fight my bidding. She turned for the stairs and went up. It had been her living in West's old apartment. Not wasting another second, I dropped down into the stairway. I nearly crashed into Bill on my way down. His arms were loaded with supplies. "Everyone ready to go?" I asked, still darting down the stairs as he went up.
"Almost,"
he said, popping out onto the main floor. Dr. Evans came running out onto the landing from the first floor, a box of things in his hands.
"They're really outside?"
I nodded. "About 3 miles away by now," I said. "And she found us."
"Who?"
"You know who," I said over my shoulder as I dropped down toward the second floor. I found Avian and West hectically gathering things up from Creed's room. West had a backpack over his shoulders, stuffed to the point of exploding. He held the portable oxygen unit under one arm and a monitor and bag of food in the other. Avian was just picking up Creed when I burst into the room. "We've got to go," I said. Adrenaline was burning through my veins, giving urgency to every beat of my cybernetic heart.
"'Kay,"
Avian said, nodding and looking around the room.
"I think I've got everything. You grab the sleeping bags."
I nodded and scooped them up. All 3 of us started filing out of the room. "West," I said, my words catching in my throat like cotton. "She's here."
"She?"
He dropped off when it clicked in his head.
"Upstairs?"
"Yep," I said as we began ascending. West swore and then apologized as he looked back at Creed in Avian's arms. When we exited out on the main floor, Eve 1 was standing at the front doors, rifle aimed at the approaching dark cloud. There was an overstuffed bag at her feet, and that bird circled above us outside.
"Eve?"
West breathed as we stopped in the lobby. She froze. She didn't look back immediately, almost as if she were afraid. But slowly, she turned, and her eyes locked on his. A smile cracked on one side of West's face, and his eyes reddened. "There will be time for explanation and reunions later," I shouted, pulling on the back of West's jacket. "We've got to get out of here, or most of us are going to be dead." But Eve 1 stood rooted by the front door. "Go!" I shouted to everyone else. "Get things loaded up. We will be there in a second." They knew they didn't have time to sit and argue with me. They dashed down the hall. "I know how scary this might seem to you right now," I said, taking a hesitant step towards her. "Or maybe not. I know what your emotions must feel like, but none of us are going to hurt you. We need to get back to our home, to safety. I want you to come with us."
"And if I say no?"
She struggled with her words again. Her face was determined, hard.
"Will you force me?"
"Yeah," I said, nodding my head as I took a step closer. "I will, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. You're my sister, and I won't walk away from you again." She hesitated. My eyes flickered out the door again. I could see the army now on the horizon, moving toward Novatore.
"We've got to get out of here!"
West suddenly popped into view. Eve 1's eyes flickered to him, and I saw her resolve weaken. "If not for me, do it for him." There was only a moment's hesitation, and then she lowered her weapon, picked up her bag, and we both sprinted toward West. Everyone was loaded in the solar tank just to the side of the building. The 3 of us dove inside, and the doors weren't even closed before Bill slammed on the gas. He fishtailed around the front of the building. I unlocked the top hatch and popped up through it. We were going to have to drive a little over 1/4 of a mile toward the Bane to get around the mountain and back to the road. Bill was cutting through the sagebrush to give us as much space as possible, but this wasn't a mountain climber with all our extra weight. Eve 1 popped up next to me, her eye leveled with her rifle. "How'd you find them?" I asked, looking down my sight as well. They were only a mile away, and we had 1/4 of a mile before we could cut around this mountain. "Scavenging a little town just east of here," she said, cocking a bullet. "Almost there last night when I heard destruction. I watched them tear the buildings apart all night. Realized they were heading this way." "How did you not know we were still in the building?" I asked, my heart hammered as we finally rounded the mountain enough to start heading away from the Bane army again. As we started climbing in elevation, we watched them grow closer and closer to the building. "I don't go down," she said, her voice tight. "I didn't know if you were still there, but I wasn't going down there to find out. Why don't you go down? I asked. Finally, it was like watching a multicolored cloud collide with the Novatore building. The entire front end of it crumpled and exploded in a cloud of dust. I just don't, she said simply. The building disappeared from our sight before I could see it fully engulfed in bodies, but I knew there would be nothing left standing when they were done with it. But we would put enough distance between us and them to be safe, even with how slow the vehicle was moving. Sure we were far enough away that we wouldn't get snuck up on, my sister and I dropped down through the hatch and locked it.
That was a little close,
Bill said, shaking his head. He gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles. I looked around to see everyone staring at Eve 1. No one said anything for several long moments, because where were we supposed to start? I never left, she finally said. She turned her attention to Dr. Evans. You told me to leave Novatore. You said things were bad and dangerous, but I couldn't leave. I had nowhere else to go, so I stayed around the building until there was no one left who would try and tell me to leave. Dr. Evans didn't say anything, just stared at her with his brown eyes. That was the first time I realized they weren't so brown-looking anymore. Their coloring was a bit grayer now. Those things tried attacking me at first, Eve 1 said, blinking and looking over at me. Her words seemed to be flowing a bit more easily now. But when they realized I wasn't going to become like them, they left me alone. We mostly try to avoid each other, for however long it's been.
6 years,
West said, his voice shaky and rough.
It's been 6 years.
She looked over at him and nodded. Her eyes locked on him. I always thought you'd come back. This was your home, too. West's chest rose and fell quickly, and his eyes darted away when moisture pooled in them.
I looked for you for a long time. I never thought.
His voice failed him. He did. I filled in when he couldn't. He looked for you, and he thought he found you just under a year ago, but he found me. It was awkward and uncomfortable revealing the truth about how West found me, and thinking I, Eve 2, was dead, could only assume it was her, Eve 1. We explained how he never said anything about my sister, because I didn't remember, and he thought it was easier. We told her about the pain I caused West, and how we both made poor choices that led to the lives of everyone around us being put in danger. She asked about the scars that covered West's entire body, and we explained how he had been infected and then cured. Eventually, we told her about the things that mattered most, how Dr. Evans was still somewhat human, why we were back at Novatore, what we were going to try to do now. She was very quiet when we were finished, and no one dared say anything. While I waited for her to process everything, I observed her. Her face undeniably looked exactly like mine, down to our narrow noses and sharp jawline. She had the same exact blue-gray eyes. However, while my hair was short, hers was extremely long. It had formed into thick tendrils and looked a bit like snakes to me. The top half of them were pulled into a loose bun at the crown of her head. The bottom half hung loose down to the middle of her back. At the back of her head, I could make out one small black line that I knew was a Roman numeral 1 tattooed to the back of her skull. She was more ragged than I was, more savage-looking, but she was my identical. So, you're going to save the world from what we helped create? She said. Her face was blank now, devoid of any feeling one way or the other. I nodded, thinking about how emotionless I was just a year ago, how I had such a hard time processing everything I felt. She would be just as bad as that, but probably worse, considering how she naturally was. Added to it all was the fact that she hadn't spoken to another human being in nearly 6 years. I wasn't sure how she was sane at all. We're going to try. And you live with a colony of 160 other people? She asked. Including Dr. Beeson? I nodded once again. You don't feel like a freak there? She asked, her voice even and calm. They accept you? Her harsh question caught me off guard. Yes, I mean, they know I'm different, and I know I make some people uncomfortable, but we all get along fairly well. She said, turning and looking out the window. The first solid snowflakes started falling to the ground.
That bird's still following us,
Bill observed. He ducked his head slightly so he could see up higher. I saw it swoop around us from up above out my window. Is he your pet? He's my hunting companion, Eve One said, looking out the window up at him.
What's his name, Eve?
Avian asked. Bird, she replied simply. And I don't use that name anymore. You can call me V now. V, I said. It took me a second to get it. She still clung to her past identity in a small form, but she wasn't just going to be a project anymore. She was her own person. Shift the letters around. I never would have thought of that. So, this vehicle, she said, looking around. It runs on solar power, yes? Yeah, I said, relaxing back into my seat a bit. What are we going to do when the snow covers the panels in the sun? Everyone looked back outside. The sky had continued to darken, and the snowflakes were falling quicker. We'll keep driving for as long as we can, I said. Hopefully, if the vehicle dies, we'll be far enough south to stay clear of the Bane sweep. Creed suddenly cried out, piercing the awkward air. Avian laid her on the seat next to him and set to changing her diaper. Why did you bring a baby with you? V asked, her brow furrowing. I know she can't be yours, because of how we are, and I don't understand why you would bring a child all this way. Everyone looked at me, as if waiting for me to answer the question. We didn't know V or how she would react to things. She could take this anyway. Her mother was dying, I said, taking the honest approach. The baby wasn't ready to be born yet, so I told to Dr. Evans that I wouldn't help him unless he helped the baby. V was quiet for a while, her eyes jumping from me to the baby. You gave her what he gave us? I nodded. She would have died without it, just like us. Yes, I said. I held her eyes, watching for any signs of a violent reaction. I had no idea if this news would upset her or not. She won't be exactly like the two of you, Dr. Evans said, turning in his seat. She'll never have the chip, so she'll never have the pain or emotional blockers. She'll always be stronger and faster than everyone else around her, but for the most part, she will seem normal. V, West said quietly. He reached forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. She twitched violently. I wondered how long it had been since another human being had touched her. This was a good thing we did. She turned and met his eyes and was still for a long moment. As I watched them look at each other, I imagined that connection that had been between the two of them, and then how awful it must have been for West, seeing Avian and I together, thinking it had been he and I that had shared such a connection. No wonder he'd lost it like he had. Okay, she finally said, and that was it. The snow continued to fall heavier and faster over the next hour. We were only 2 hours away from Novatore when the solar tank started to slow to half speed. 20 minutes later, it stopped in the middle of the road between two small towns. V, Bill, and I climbed out of the tank and observed the sky. It was dark clouds to the north, south, east, and west. This isn't going to let up any time soon, I said. What is the weather normally like this time of year? You're looking at it, V said, checking out our surroundings. Snow will come and go all winter long here. We've had a dry spell the last 10 days or so, but I knew it wouldn't last. And how long will the snow stay for? She shrugged. It's winter. It could last a few hours, but likely it will last for a few days, maybe a few weeks.
But will the sun come back out?
Bill asked.
We can drive through snow with these tires, but without a charge, we aren't going anywhere.
Probably by morning, V said, still searching the sky. I realized then she was looking for Bird. It came into view, circling us twice, before settling on the branch of a scraggly tree just to the west of us. Unless there is a major storm. Still, we have to make it until morning, I said, looking northeast the way we had just come. I don't know that we're far enough south to be in the safe zone from the sweep. We can walk, V said. We can carry the vital supplies.
But then we'll just have to walk back to the vehicle,
Bill said, folding his arms over his chest. So we move it with us, I said, walking back to it. I took a look inside. Avian had just laid Creed on the seat, fast asleep. Everyone out, except you, Dr. Evans. Don't want your nice and shiny gears getting fired. We're pushing instead of driving. We took 2 ropes and secured them to the front tow hooks. Avian and I pulled from the front, while Bill, West, and V pushed from behind. We slowly rolled down the road. Once we got momentum going, it wasn't that hard to maintain it, except for the snow that slowly started piling up on the road. My pants became soaked through, and snow collected on my shoulders. Our feet slipped in the slush.
"I guess Lady Luck got tired of following you around,"
Avian said through gritted teeth as he pulled on his rope. "I think the last few weeks have been the only time in my life she's wanted to be around me," I answered, adjusting the rope over my shoulder. I couldn't ask her for any more than saving Creed and giving my sister over without a massive countrywide search. Avian chuckled, sending a cloud of hot breath into the air. The terrain around us was arid. A few trees were scattered about, but mostly it was jagged desert and sagebrush. Mountains clustered in the horizon, and the frigid wind blew in from the north. We pulled through the snow and cold for 2 hours until there was too much snow on the road and the tires stuck.
"Think this is far enough?"
West asked as everyone met on the side of the van. His face was red and splotchy. Sweat started freezing in his growing beard. "It'll have to be, I suppose," I said, looking back the way we had come. A billow of hot air clouded around me as I spoke. "But I think we'll be okay."
"Let's get some tents set up then,"
West said.
"before we get buried in the snow."
We decided that Bill would stay in the van with Dr. Evans. West and V would take one tent, Avian, Creed, and I would take the other. I couldn't help but smile as I watched West and V interact. He handed her the poles, and she quickly and effortlessly assembled the tent. She was stiff and somewhat awkward, but you could easily see on her face that she trusted West. That bond was still there. West asked if she was hungry. She took the food from him with a hint of a smile. The tie that was obviously still there wasn't mature as it might have been if they'd known each other longer as grown people. It was more childlike, but it was there. Provisions were split, and then everyone burrowed into their tents. "How's she doing?" I asked as I zipped the tent closed. Even in the tent, the air smoked around my mouth as I spoke.
"She's breathing pretty well, and her heart rate is steady,"
Avian said as he pulled his coat tighter around him and Creed.
"But she's cold."
I set to zipping our sleeping bags together, and then Avian and I both stripped our coats off, laying them on top of the sleeping bags. It was doubtful they would actually dry before morning, but we'd freeze to death sleeping in them. We got down to the barest of layers, slipped into the sleeping bags, and laid Creed between us.
"Body heat is about all we've got to offer you right now, little one,"
Avian said as he tightened the blanket around her. I looked down at Creed, running a finger across her incredibly soft cheek. She blinked twice before closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. When I looked up at Avian, I found him staring at me. A smile spread on his face, reaching his eyes. I couldn't help but return it. As he leaned forward and pressed his lips briefly to mine, I couldn't help but feel peaceful. There was so much going on in my life at the moment. So much was on the line that stress was becoming a constant in my life. But it was small moments like this that reminded me why I kept fighting the daily fight. 22. A gunshot rang out and I sprang from our tent in nothing more than my t-shirt and waterproof running pants. Bill stood just outside the solar tank, his shotgun still poised in front of him. A puff of smoke hung heavy in the air. Lying just in front of him was a man with 12 bleeding holes in his chest. Red started seeping into the snow underneath him. "What is going on?" I demanded, crossing the snow with bare feet. I crouched next to the man and looked him over just as the rest of the crew stepped out of their tents. The man was dead. "Bill?" I said, looking back at him when he didn't respond. "This guy is human."
"Trust me, he's not,"
Bill said with clenched teeth as he finally lowered his shotgun. "Yeah, I'm pretty positive he is." I looked back at the man. His eyes were closed, and there was blood splattered all over his face. A heavy scar ran down one side of his face, crossing over his eye and dropping down his cheek. He had a cruel face, the face of a man I wouldn't want to cross.
"What was he doing?"
West asked, confusion in his eyes.
"Snooping around,"
Bill said, slinging the firearm over his shoulder.
"This man is a thief and a thug."
The things Bill was saying, these were details he couldn't have gathered in the last few minutes. I had a feeling a ghost had just walked out of Bill's unspeakable past.
"Take care of the body,"
I said, my jaw stiff as I glanced down once more at the dead man. "Looks like the clouds will burn off in an hour or so," V said as she helped me clear the snow from the solar panels. Bill was off burying the man he'd shot, and everyone else was cleaning up the tents and bringing out breakfast. The snow in the middle of us all was still scarlet red. "We could probably head out about an hour after that," I said, dusting my hands off. "If this thing wasn't so completely drained, it wouldn't take quite so long." V nodded, looking around as if distracted. Bird suddenly swooped in, flapping his wings as he hovered above her shoulder for just a moment before landing. "He's a beautiful creature," I said, observing his honey-brown feathers mixed with the white. A hawk, if I wasn't mistaken. He had powerful talons and a killer beak. "He's been my only companion for the last 3 years," she said, looking over at him. "I found him when he was just hatched. He was abandoned, just like me." I met her eyes for a moment. It was still strange, like looking in a mirror but with altered hair and less expression. "Did it drive you mad, being so alone?" I asked. I had known we would need to talk sometime, but I wasn't sure what to say. We had never been close, and I hadn't even known of her existence until a few weeks ago. She shrugged her shoulders. "Before everything happened, they said it was because of the way I was born, my disconnect with everyone. I started to get better after they gave me Torbane, but then they gave me the chip and took it all away. I didn't mind being on my own." "But you did miss West," I said plainly. She hesitated, gave me a serious look. "I did miss him." "Was it nice to be with him last night?" I asked, feeling awkward doing so. "Did you talk much?" I thought I saw a hint of a smile cross her face. "Some. I think he is embarrassed he didn't realize the difference between you and I right away. It should have been obvious." "Maybe not when he thought I was dead," I said, nearly smiling myself. "You nearly tried to kill him," she said, her smile growing. "Twice. That should have been a good indication." A laugh erupted from my throat. "Yeah, I guess it should have been. Was it really that bad between him and me? I don't remember more than a few snapshots." She started to smile before it broke off her lips. She just nodded. "West always liked to be the best at things, and you always tried to show him how you were better. He didn't like that. You didn't like that he tried so hard." I looked out toward the tent, the one she and West had spent the night in. He was disassembling it. "It's a little odd to be around you two and not have you fighting," V added. "It's a recent development." "You'll be by my side, won't you?" she said, her change of mood instant. "When we get back to your people?" "Of course," I said. She didn't know how to vocalize it, but I could imagine the idea of being around so many normal people after so long in isolation had to be overwhelming. For a brief moment, I considered reaching out and giving her a reassuring squeeze on the arm or something, but she was like me, and that kind of contact wasn't exactly reassuring to us. We weren't normal. "I'll be there as much as you want me to be." "And West?" she said, looking back at him. "Will his duties permit him to be there when I need him as well?" A smile once again crooked in my mouth. "I think that could be permitted." As predicted, 2 hours later, we were moving once again. The snow on the ground was about 3 inches deep, but our tires were large and the sun was shining. Bill drove, Dr. Evans sat in silence inside his glass box. V was mostly quiet, and I could never quite figure out what she was thinking. West watched V and kept looking from her to me, and I could tell he was still having difficulty processing everything. Creed cried and slept, and many times wouldn't calm down until I held her, her wrinkly cheek pressed into my chest. Avian did his best to keep her alive. The miles fell behind us, and the few small towns we came across had a few Bane in them. I stood at the opening of the hatch and commanded them to destroy one another. I wouldn't risk any more of them joining the Bane sweep. At this point, it felt like every single one of them counted. I hoped the army that I had sent out into the country was making even a slight dent in the Bane population. Honestly, I just hoped that they were still doing as I commanded. I couldn't live with myself if they'd gone back to their main objective and were infecting people once again. By nightfall, we were just outside of Las Vegas, or what should have been Las Vegas. The snow was gone and the temperatures had risen 15 degrees. We all appreciated that. It was frighteningly quiet once more when we camped and we slept right next to the solar tank. We rolled out as soon as the sun came up and charged the solar panels. Bird circled above us, never tiring of the skies. Everyone but V grew restless, anxious to get home and to see what was to come.
How far can they get with the construction of the Nova without the supplies you collected?
Avian asked. He was in the middle of changing Creed's oxygen tank.
They can get all the framework structured,
he said, not looking back at us.
And the main motherboard isn't too complex. We should be able to finish it off in about 2 weeks.
That seems like a lot of time, I said. If it's mostly the fine-tuning of it that is left, why would it take more than a few days?
My dear girl, do you claim to know how to build a transmitter that will reach every still functional satellite and how to fine-tune it?
His voice was patient, but it was dripping with condescension. I think your tone is a bit unnecessary, V said, her brow furrowing. She was asking a valid question. I would have made an appreciative gesture to my sister for defending me, but I was too occupied balling my cybernetic-boned hands into fists and using restraint not to connect them with Dr. Evans's face.
My apologies,
Dr. Evans said, shaking his head.
I must admit, I'm feeling a little less understanding these days.
The interior grew quiet at that, each of us considering what he was really meaning by his comment.
Do those of us without Torbane have anything to be worried about, Dr. Evans?
Avian asked.
Not for the time being, you don't.
Tension and uncertainty threatened to choke each of us out for the next 6 hours. Adrenaline constantly burned through my veins. I kept going over plans in my head just in case Dr. Evans lost his grip on his humanity. But the truth was simple. If he decided to turn on us, I had no chance of immobilizing him before he could infect everyone. I just wanted to be back in New Eden, now.
See if you can get anyone on the radio,
Bill said, grabbing it off the dash and handing it to me. I took it from him and pressed the talk button. This is Eve and the reclamation team. Can anyone hear me? I said. There was radio silence for all of 5 seconds before it crackled.
Welcome back, Savior.
Royce.
Everyone still alive?
I hesitated. Not exactly, sir, but our numbers are +1.
What is that supposed to mean?
Crackle, out. Sir, we saved the child. She's going to be okay, I said, looking back at Creed. She slept in a nest of blankets and sleeping bags. And we found Eve 1. Silence for a long moment. I had a feeling Royce took that moment to swear.
So there's 2 of you now, huh?
Twice the fun, sir, I said with a grin. I faintly heard him chuckle. I imagined how the fine lines would grow around his eyes when he smiled. Exactly how my father's eyes looked in all those pictures. My demeanor grew more serious, and I glanced back at Avian. Royce, did you have a brother named Ryder? He paused again for a moment. I could imagine the way his brows would pull together and his gray eyes would question.
Yes. Why do you ask?
My chest swelled, and I started blinking rapidly when something bit at the back of my eyes. We'll talk about it later. See you soon.
We'll all be waiting for you.
23. I didn't expect to feel relief when we pulled into the parking garage at the hospital. This place had never felt like home, and being trapped there had made me start losing my mind just a few months ago. But it was the place that had housed all of the members of my family, literally now. Royce, Tuck, Tristan, and Gabriel, as well as Lynn, were waiting for us as promised. As soon as I stepped from the solar tank, Lynn was across the garage and was squeezing me so tight I thought even my ribs might crack. "You're alive!" she said in a delighted squeal. "And in one piece!" "We hardly ever ran into any Bane," I said, mocking her. "It was actually a fairly boring trip for the large part." "Whoa," Lynn suddenly said, looking over my shoulder. "You two really are identical." I turned to see V step from the tank. She looked uncertain, but not afraid. "Everyone," I said as the rest of the welcoming crew came forward at a more acceptable pace. "I'd like to introduce you to my sister, V." She nodded at them without the courtesy smile most people would have worn on their face. Tristan reached forward to shake her hand, but she didn't know what to do with it. He withdrew it awkwardly. "V, this is Royce. I said, indicating him. I wondered if it would mean anything to her, the fact that he was her uncle. He's sort of our military affairs leader. This is Gabriel. He's the more personal level leader. He's been working on rehoming everyone after we cleared the city. And this is Tuck, Tristan, and Lynn.
Apparently, we're not important enough for explanation.
Tristan teased, raising an eyebrow at me. You're all still alive. That means you're important. V said in a very logical voice.
I like her.
Tristan said, giving me a sly smile.
And who might this stowaway be?
Royce asked. I turned to see Avian step from the vehicle, Creed wrapped in a blanket in his arms. Royce looked up at me with incredulous eyes.
This is Creed,
Avian said, lightly bouncing from one foot to another. West stepped from the tank as well, carrying her oxygen unit.
And she's...
Royce said, unsure how to finish his sentence. She's like us. I finished for him, fixing him with a hard stare.
You didn't need to abscond into the night with her mother like that,
he said, his voice bordering on scolding me and being offended that I'd sneak behind his back.
You wouldn't have let us take her,
I said, never breaking his gaze. And it was my operation. I didn't need your permission. He didn't respond, but held my eyes in a way that said no, he wouldn't have given his permission.
Get her upstairs to Dr. Sun,
Royce suddenly said, looking away to Creed.
No need to make her freeze down here.
Avian shouldered the oxygen pack and feeding tubes and slipped inside. Dr. Evans stepped from the tank.
Won't be long, and there'll be no traces of human left on you, huh?
Royce said, cringing slightly as he looked at Dr. Evans. I observed him too. He had indeed changed over the last 2 weeks. The small amounts of flesh still on his face were being slowly overtaken.
Won't be long, and it won't matter anymore.
He growled as he went for the back of the tank. He pulled the doors open and produced his precious box of supplies.
Shall we get back to work?
Royce didn't say anything, just nodded his head back to the opening of the underground garage. I opened my mouth for a moment, about to ask Royce for a minute to talk, but saving the world was still more important. I'd find a better time later. Is Gray still in charge of security detail? I asked, turning back to Tristan, Tuck, and Lynn.
Yeah,
Tristan said, as we all turned back to the doors leading inside the hospital.
Elijah's still laid up. His leg got infected pretty badly.
I nodded. I'm going to ask him to have a guard watch Dr. Evans at all times.
Yeah,
West said, following us, V in tow.
What was his comment about earlier?
I shook my head. I don't know, but it's true. He's losing more of his human traces every day. How long before he loses grip on his humanity? 24. My room is just next door, I said as V walked around her new room. She ran a hand over the hospital bed, a look of detachment upon her face. West and Avian are just across the hall if you need either of them. These people lived here when there were still Bane in the city? She asked, her brow furrowing. I nodded. Their odds of surviving for 5 years that way in a city of this size, they're minuscule, nearly non-existent. I know, I said, leaning in the doorway, crossing my arms over my chest. I fought it when our colony made the exodus west. I thought everyone was going to get infected if we came into the city. It is a miracle that they didn't, she said, raising an eyebrow. She absent-mindedly pulled the drawer open. It was empty. She closed it again. There was silence for a moment as V continued to wander the room for a moment before settling uncomfortably in the bed. Her back was ramrod straight, her hands placed lightly on her thighs. I'm sure Dr. Beeson will want to meet with you soon, I said. I was getting back to not knowing how to fill these uncomfortable silences. Will he want to fix me like he fixed you? She asked. She looked up at me with hints of uncertainty in her eyes. That is entirely up to you, I said, stuffing my hands in my pockets. I asked him to do my emotion blocker adjustments. I was evolving past them, but the chip and my emotions were still combating. Everything that I was feeling was becoming dangerous to me and those around me. Blackouts, mood swings. It was ugly. V nodded. Maybe someday, but not yet. That's fine, I said. You ready? I turned to find West and Lynn standing behind me. Lynn held several bottles of hair products and a metal comb. West had an armload of towels and clothes.
Yeah,
V said, trying to smile. This was going to be a difficult life adjustment after nearly 6 years in solitude. What's going on? I asked, looking quizzically at Lynn. She wants the dreadlocks out, Lynn said, a crooked smile curling in her lips. Is that even possible? I asked, looking back at V's hair. It was long, longer than I had ever worn my hair. The tendrils hung more than halfway down her back.
We're about to find out,
West said, raising an eyebrow at me. Good luck with that, I said, smiling as I ducked out of the room. I heard the 3 of them head for the bathroom as I worked my way down the hall. Eve, someone called out to me as I approached the stairs. I turned to see Susan stepping out into the hallway. You made it, I said. A smile crossed my lips. She nodded. We actually just got in yesterday. Did you have any troubles getting back? I asked. I stuffed my hands into my pockets and leaned against the wall. She shook her head. We didn't see a single Bane, just like you said, which I think was almost scarier than if we had seen them. I kept expecting them to jump out at us any second. I chuckled and nodded. I understood the feeling. How's Carmen? She's good. Susan smiled. There are a few others here that speak Spanish, so that's nice. I nodded once more. I'm glad you made it okay. She smiled and then turned to walk the opposite way down the hall. I headed back for the stairs. There were 2 weeks between now and knowing our future. What was I going to do with myself for 2 weeks until the transmitter was finished? That would put us to the end of February. The gardens wouldn't quite be ready to till. I would be too on edge to go to my tent out at the beach. I supposed I could join security detail, now that there was a need for it once more. I wondered how much further into the city the Bane would have gotten in the 2 weeks we had been gone. I was just about to head down the stairs to the main floor when I ran right into Avian. He tripped backwards, and I reached out a hand and gripped the front of his shirt just in time to keep him from tumbling back down them. Pulling him back into standing position, he started laughing.
That would be just my luck, getting within 2 weeks of the apocalypse ending and meet my demise by falling down the stairs.
I'll have to wrap you up in layers of blankets to get you there, I said as he turned and walked down the stairs with me. We exited into the hall of the main floor and walked together toward the dining area for dinner. Everyone sat at tables, quiet and so seemingly unaware of the changes that were about to descend upon our already crazy world. They smiled and talked, and if someone from before the evolution were to observe them, they wouldn't think anything had happened to end their way of comfortable living.
Things seem too calm,
Avian said as we sat at a table with our meals.
Don't they?
I nodded and forked the canned green beans into my mouth. I swallowed. The last year has been so crazy and life-threatening, this almost seems scarier.
The calm before the storm, maybe,
Avian said. Things are falling into place too easily. I ate half of my roll in one bite. It feels like we're missing something, like we're overlooking an important detail, or something is brewing just under the surface where we can't see it. Avian grunted in agreement as he finished off his own roll.
Maybe the world has just made us paranoid. We've had to fight so hard for so long that when things get easy, we start getting suspicious.
I don't know, I said, wiping crumbs off my hands. I think maybe everyone is too confident that this machine is going to work. What if it doesn't go any further than New Eden's borders, no farther than the state this used to be? What if they can't even get it to go off? What if there isn't a single satellite up there that will work? What if I can't really connect with the Bane?
It will work,
Avian said, looking up at me from his plate.
It has to.
I guess that's the storm, isn't it? I said, picking up my fork but not grabbing any food with it. If this doesn't work, that's the end of the human race. Avian reached across the table and covered my free hand with his. I met his eyes again.
It will work,
he said. 25. 13 days until set-off. First thing in the morning, Royce called a meeting. Every member of New Eden, including the refugees, and now Carmen and Susan, gathered in the auditorium, facing Royce with expectation. Gabriel stood to his side, hands crossed behind his back.
First, as I'm sure you've all already seen, our solar crew has returned safely,
Royce said, clapping. Everyone followed his lead and clapped loudly. My face grew red, and I was glad I was in the second row of seats so I didn't have to look at anyone. West, who was just to my side, smirked down at me. V, next to him, just stared forward at Royce.
Most of you have wondered what their exact mission was,
Royce continued. He held his hands behind his back and paced across the stage.
You've heard that the man who created Bane is still alive. Eve and her chosen crew went with Dr. Evans back to Novatore Biotics. They were on a mission to get a certain code.
The room had grown silent, and I could almost feel everyone leaning forward, on bated breath, waiting for him to continue.
A kill code,
Royce said. As if on cue, everyone inhaled sharply. Several shouts of "what does that mean?" were thrown into the air. Royce held his hands out as if to push their questions back at them.
It is exactly like it sounds. This is a kill code that will instantly wipe out the Bane. It is difficult to fully explain how it works. There is a lot of mixed-up history to it, but our own Eve is the key to making it work.
Instantly, I felt hundreds of eyes in the back of my head. Avian shifted beside me, and I could tell he was fighting the urge to wrap a supportive arm around me. Instead, he discreetly slipped his hand into mine.
You know she can communicate with the Bane, control them. She already has this kill code programmed inside of her,
Royce said. He didn't look down at me, which I appreciated. His eyes were fixed firmly on those before him.
This code she and her team went after unblocks it.
Royce placed his hands behind his back again and paced toward the other end of the stage.
While they were gone, our scientific teams have been working on a device that will amplify this kill code. It will send a signal up 23,000 miles above us to an orbiting satellite. This satellite will transmit the code to all other satellites that are still in orbit around planet Earth. There are hundreds of them up there, floating around the entire globe. Not all of them will be useful after so long with no attention and maintenance, but there should be enough to carry the signal around the globe.
Another intake of breath, followed by loud murmurs. Royce paused for a long time, letting everyone draw their own conclusions.
Yes,
Royce said, stilling in the middle of the stage. He stood with his legs in a wide stance, his arms grasped firmly behind his back.
If all goes as planned, it will do what you all are thinking it will. Wipe out the Bane, worldwide.
The room erupted. Some were saying it was impossible. Some burst into tears of joy. Others opened and closed their mouths, not knowing what to say. I turned in my seat, observing their disbelief and hopeful, cautious dreaming.
Prepare to be worshipped,
Avian said quietly.
I am not finished,
Royce bellowed, not in an unkind way, but a way that demanded attention once more. The room quickly grew quiet once more.
There is no guarantee that this will work,
Royce said, his voice grave-sounding.
Any number of things could go wrong. I do have every confidence that it will work. However, if it doesn't, you all need to know the conditions of the world outside of our safe haven.
He held their attention with the hook and line once more.
I am sorry to say we have kept information from you,
he said, his eyes falling from the crowd around him.
Once again, our information is linked to Eve. When she was taken earlier this winter, she came back with reports of a Bane army.
Cries and chaos once again threatened to overtake the room.
Yes,
Royce shouted above the din.
They are collecting, they are moving, and they are wiping out cities, forests, towns, anything that might be hiding humans. They are looking for more flesh as they starve in their drive to spread Bane. Eve and her team have come back with reports of more than one army. They saw the aftermath of one that started in Las Vegas and headed east. They barely escaped one that demolished the Novatore Biotics building. As we speak, they are probably ripping San Francisco apart. We can only conclude that these sweeps are taking hold worldwide.
Shouts and questions and cries erupted once more. What does that mean? How will we survive? What if this device does not work? Royce put his hands on his hips and his head hung for a moment. Gabriel, who had been silent up to this point, put his hand on Royce's shoulder in a supportive gesture. Royce was not an emotional man, but I did not envy him for having to deliver this end-of-the-world news. That took courage. He tried to speak, but his voice cut off with a choke. He cleared his throat, placing a fist over his lips. He took a moment as the room started to quiet again. His eyes had changed 2 shades toward red when he looked back up at everyone.
This is our last chance. I will not sugarcoat it. If this doesn't work, it may only be weeks until the Bane fall upon us and...
His voice cut out once again. There was a heavy silence that hung in the air at his unsaid words that had to be said. I stood from my seat and climbed over the one in front of me. I pulled myself up onto the stage and stood beside Royce. By the time they reach us, even the pulse will not be able to save us, I said. The room was so deathly quiet, I could hear myself breathe. Little particles of dust swirled in the air, and the lights shining down on the stage seemed to intensify. There will be nowhere left to run. We could go into the water, but we will only survive for so long without being able to replenish supplies. Once the Bane get to the city, they will destroy everything. There won't be any supplies left to come back to. Gabriel stepped forward, placing his bare paw of a hand on my shoulder.
We tell you this not to panic you, but to ready and inform you. You all have a right to know what we are facing. We ask that you prepare yourselves,
Royce said, his voice recovered, but quieter.
Get your affairs in order. Live your lives, and maybe pray a little harder. Meanwhile, Dr. Evans, Dr. Beeson's team and I will be doing everything we can to make sure this device is perfect.
Before anyone could say another word, Royce hopped off the stage and exited out the side door. The room remained silent, and I felt every eye turn on me. I looked out over them. The pressure on my shoulders was intimidating. More than that, it was terrifying. Before, it had just been a few people who had known the potential I bore in saving what was left of the human race. But now, it had been announced, and every one of them knew. I couldn't bear the thought of letting them down. Because of the bright lights, I couldn't see more than silhouettes, but I knew all of these people. They were mine, and I was theirs. We were quite possibly the last remaining human beings on Earth. We might be eradicated in the next few weeks. But for now, we were here, and we were together. I placed a hand over my heart, and then extended it out toward all of them, my fingers spread wide. Each and every one of them mimicked my gesture. We were few, but we would stand together until the end. 26. 12 days until set-off. Things could never go back to operating the same after that day. When you've been told the world will either be saved or ended in 12 days, how could it? With the threat of a Bane sweep falling upon us at any time, we were vigilant. The old security detail was resurrected. Gray remained in charge with Bill as his second, and Avian as his third. It seemed that with the end of the world nearly at our doorstep, he was forgiven. West, Tristan, and almost every one of the able-bodied refugees joined the ranks. Their job was to watch the perimeter, to keep an eye out for any approaching sweeps. They also kept an eye out for any lone Bane wandering too close into town. The WTS had been turned off only briefly when we returned from Novatore, and Dr. Evans unloaded his supplies. Now it was operating once again, which meant Dr. Evans couldn't come within 3 blocks of the hospital. He stayed with the Nova at all hours. We were cautious about any Bane being back in the city, and everyone was ordered to stay within 2 blocks of the hospital at all times. Most everyone chose to move back within its walls full-time. Gabriel headed up a team that prepared for an emergency water evacuation. They organized boats, big ones that would house all of us. They hoarded food and, most importantly, water. They gathered supplies to evaporate ocean water to use for drinking, but there were so many of us. It would buy us maybe 3 more weeks on the water, but eventually we would run out of supplies. I didn't want to picture what things would turn to when the supplies did run out. Regardless of all the panic and preparations for the worst, Royce and Dr. Evans remained confident that their device would indeed work. Just as soon as they finished building the transmitter, they would run a test to see if they could get any response from the satellites above us. Despite my protests, I was not allowed to join security detail. I was on call. They would allow me to come out and contain a Bane situation if needed, but until that arose, I was to be kept safe and sound, because if anything happened to me, it was instant game over. I wasn't sure how to handle being so important. I stepped out of my room on day 10, just as V came out of hers. She gave me a small smile as our eyes met. "Lynn did a really nice job with your hair," I observed. It laid in a neatly done braid over her shoulder, a good foot shorter than it had been in the dreadlocks. It was thinner, like much of it had broken off in the attempt to untangle it. "It took 4 hours to get it all out," she said, her hands rising to touch the frayed ends of it. I kept telling her just to shave it off, but Lynn was insistent I needed it. "It's stranger than you'd think having no hair," I said as we started for the stairs. I reached up and rustled my own hair. It was growing rapidly. It came down to my jawline by now. Lynn had cut and styled it for me the day before. She had said I looked like a boy, and that if I wanted Avian to continue to be attracted to me, something had to be done about it. Avian protested that wasn't true, but he couldn't stop smiling when it was done. "This place is so quiet now," I said as we walked out into the main lobby. It was empty. A few people walked back toward the kitchen areas for breakfast, but the tones they spoke in were hushed, almost reverent sounding. "It's almost eerie feeling." V nodded, even though she didn't really know any better. I felt as if I were in a holy place. Perhaps I was. This could be the final walking grounds of the human race. "I'm going to see Creed," I said, stalling in the hallway that led to the hospital wing. "Do you want to join me?" V hesitated, glancing in the direction of the kitchens, where she knew West was. "I was thinking of asking Gray if I could join his security detail today." "That's fine," I said, nodding and taking a step back. "You don't have to come with me." She looked back in the direction of the kitchen and then back at me. I suppose it could wait one more day. I shouldn't have felt like smiling. Security detail was an important job, maybe the last important job ever, but I was lonely, even if I'd never admit it. I wouldn't mind having her company. She followed me down the hall, and very quietly we pushed open the door to Creed's room. The baby was nearly naked, except for a diaper. She lay under a light. I'd been told it was to somehow help her liver fight off something premature babies often had a hard time with. She had a tiny mask over her eyes. V and I had just stopped at the side of her tiny bed when someone stepped into the room. We both turned to find Dr. Sun enter. "Oh," she said, looking up at us from a chart. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize anyone was here." "It's okay," I said, smiling at her. "How is she?" Dr. Sun made a sound that was like a mix between a laugh and a sigh as she approached the bed. "Incredible, actually," she said. She quickly changed the bag that led into Creed's feeding tube and threw the empty one in the trash can. "Her lungs are 92% functional. We can take her off of her oxygen in a few days. Her heart is pumping blood efficiently. Heart rate is stable. The jaundice is nearly gone. She's more like a 3-week premature baby, not a 12-week one." "How long until she no longer needs to be in the hospital wing?" I asked. Dr. Sun hesitated in the door, all ready to leave. "I would say in about 10 days. Her face paled slightly as she realized what else was to happen in 10 days. We all might be dead within 10 days. Not knowing what to say, she turned to leave. "Dr. Sun," I called out to her. "What happened to the boy we found? The one from the warehouse? I don't see any other rooms occupied in the hospital wing." She turned sad eyes on me, and instantly I didn't want to hear her answer. "He was doing better for a while. He was conscious. We thought he would recover, but then he passed away suddenly one night. We think it might have been an infection in his blood." "Oh," was all I could manage. Her eyes falling to the floor, she turned and left without another word. I kept staring at that door long after Dr. Sun left, feeling hollowed out. V, however, turned back to Creed and looked at her. I finally turned and saw as V lifted a hand and ran a finger over the back of Creed's tightly gripped fist. "She's so soft," V mused. "I know she's like us, but she seems so different." "She is different," I said, pushing away emotions I didn't want to deal with right then. "She'll be able to feel things easier than we did. If she gets the chance, life won't be so confusing for her." V made a sound of acknowledgement and gave a nod of her head. She continued to stare at the baby. "What did it feel like when you were close with West? When you are with Avian?" She didn't look over at me when she asked, and her out-of-the-blue question took me off guard. But the way she had asked it, she hadn't meant it to be uncomfortable for me. I struggled. I mean, at first, I guess I just felt alive, confused, but awake in a way I didn't really understand. I hadn't really felt much of anything before that. It was complex. V nodded and crossed the room. She sank into a chair and sat there, more rigid than anyone else would have sat. While West was helping Lynn with my hair, his hand brushed the side of my neck. She said. She didn't quite meet my eyes, as if she was uncomfortable sharing this information with me. It felt nice, and at dinner yesterday, I kind of wanted him to do it again, but I don't know why. A smile started to curl in the corner of my mouth, but it wasn't an amused one or one like other girls might have smiled. It was almost sad because there were 2 females in this world that had to have these kinds of reactions explained to them. Emotions develop, I said, sinking into a chair across the room from her. Very slowly for us. Even more slowly for you, I suppose, because of the way you were born. Sometimes they're shallow feelings, like sadness or anger, but sometimes they develop in your belly and try to eat you from the inside out. Is that what happened with you and him in the beginning when West found you? She asked. She fixed me with this expression that wasn't quite blank, but wasn't quite filled with the right amount of curiosity or jealousy. It took me a moment to nod. Yeah, I said. But it wasn't just regular romantic feelings that woke me up. I didn't trust West in the beginning. Understandable, V said. She almost smiled. I almost smiled too. But there was something about him that drew me in. The only way I can explain what I felt towards him is fire and ice. He woke emotion back up inside of me, both good and bad. But it was Avian too, not just West. What I felt for Avian was deeper, slower. It took me longer to recognize that emotion was love. V nodded, and her eyes glazed over slightly, as if thinking about how that applied to her. Do you have those kinds of feelings for West? I asked. She took her time in answering, but I was willing to wait. I felt bad for even asking the question. I hated how everyone had demanded it out of me before I made my decision. But she was asking for advice, and I was pleased it was me she came to. I feel as if there is something under my skin, she finally said. She looked up at me. Like it's buried deep inside of me. Sometimes it floats to the surface a bit and lets me almost touch it. But most of the time, it is so far down there that I can't even consider that it exists. Do you want to feel more of it? I asked simply, locking my eyes on hers. I had asked her this question before, but something felt different now. Something had changed with V in the last few days. I don't know, she said. How can I know that when I don't have anything to compare it to? Which I think is my answer there. She added after a moment of thoughtful hesitation. I think you owe it to yourself to at least try it, I said, lacing my fingers together and leaning forward to rest my forearms on my thighs. If you don't like it or can't handle it, Dr. Beeson can always revert the programming. He had to do that with me once. Really? She asked, her eyes jumping to mine once more. I nodded. I couldn't handle it. I was on the verge of a breakdown. I would have hurt someone. I did hurt someone. You and I, we will never be normal. That was stripped away the moment we were born too early. But we can be somewhat closer to normal. V kept my gaze for a long time. I knew there were thoughts swirling in her head. She was weighing her options and searching inside for what her gut was telling her, but none of that showed in her eyes. I just knew, because I'd been like that once too. I think I'd like to give it a try, if you save the world, she finally answered. But if you can't, I think maybe it might be nice to not feel the weight of it so heavily. 27. 5 days until set-off. Day 9, Day 8, Day 7, and 6 rolled by excruciatingly slow. I could feel the darkness trying to creep back in on me, the darkness that had pushed me to my breaking point before the underground had taken me. The constant urgency in the air meant adrenaline was trying to burn non-stop in my blood, but there was nothing I could do to use it up. I had to stay protected and safe inside, and it was pissing me off. Finally, on day 5, I demanded to see the Nova. I didn't need to demand, but I was too on edge to say it with a please or thank you. Avian was out with security detail, along with West and V, so Gray had returned to take me to the building where they were constructing the transmitter. How was the perimeter holding up? I asked. The vehicle we rode in was electric, which meant it felt too quiet inside.
We've been getting a few Bane coming inside the borders,
he said, not looking away from the road in front of him.
Nothing extreme, but there's getting to be more.
How long until they start coming in larger numbers? I formed it as a question, but knew there was no way Gray could answer it.
This is it,
he said instead, bringing the vehicle to a stop. I looked out and up. We'd driven 5 blocks and stopped at a towering building. Thanks for the ride, I said. I climbed out and Gray drove away. This was the highest building for a long ways around. The very center of the city had the tallest buildings, but this was the tallest within 5 miles. I opened the doors and walked across to the elevator. I glanced over at the door to the stairs and debated on which option to take. Deciding I had nervous energy to burn off, I opted for the stairs, all 30 floors of them. I was annoyed that I wasn't even breathing hard or sweating when I reached the roof. Even more annoyed when I got there and it started drizzling. There was a massive cone-shaped object sitting to the side of a tent. There were a dozen other cone-shaped objects spaced evenly all across the roof. I crossed the space to the hulking tent that sat in the middle of everything. Throwing the flap aside, I stepped in. No one noticed I was there for a while. Dr. Beeson, Addie, Royce, and half a dozen others worked in murmured voices. Dr. Evans stood off to one side, standing in a glass box. There were 3 panels standing in a circle. They were shiny silver on the inside and flat black on the outside. Several boxes were stationed on the outside of the panels, controls and monitors. Thin bands connected the 3 panels, except for one side, and I could only assume that was where I walked into it. Atop each of the 3 panels was a rod, and the 3 of them connected into a point. That had to be where the big dish attached. On a table to one side of the tent lay Dr. Evans's notebook, but now it had been torn from its spiral binding. The pages were smudged with grease and pencil dust. They were well used. Dr. Evans looked over at me then, and I saw thin metallic veins fractionally growing in his left eye. As soon as he saw me, the others turned their attention to me as well. They shifted to the side, giving a clearer view of the device. So this is it? I asked, looking once again at the Nova. This is the thing that's going to save the world?
Technically, you're going to save the world,
Dr. Beeson said, looking at me intently. That was when I noticed the reverent looks on each of their faces, like I really was their savior.
But yes, this is the amplifier and transmitter.
Will you show me how it works? I asked. My voice came out quieter than I wanted.
Of course,
Dr. Beeson said. The other scientists shuffled back from it and watched with nervous attention. Royce stood to one side, his arms crossed over his chest. Dr. Beeson held his hand out, inviting me to step inside. I did.
It's quite simple, really,
he began.
You stand inside here. When we take the block off your kill code, these panels both absorb and amplify the signal. They'll be sent up here,
he said, pointing to the rods that connected at the top.
And in a day or 2, we'll connect the transmitter. Each of those other transmitters outside is connected to the Nova. They will all then send the signal up to the receiving satellite above us. From there, it bounces off to every other satellite still floating above this planet. They reflect the code back to Earth 10 times stronger than we sent it up. And then they'll be dead. I finished for him. Dr. Beeson nodded. My eyes flickered to Dr. Evans. He'd be dead too. And there is no chance that V and Creed will be affected by it? I said. Addie stepped forward, a clipboard in hand. We've never said they wouldn't be affected in any way. This has happened before, after all. It did cause major damage to Eve 1 the first time, but it did not kill her. We've built a lead box,
Royce spoke up.
You probably didn't notice it when you came up, but it's here on the roof as well. Nothing can penetrate its walls. It's effectively a dead zone. They'll be perfectly safe inside.
And the outside of these panels, Addie said, as she indicated the black coating on the outside of them, they will stop the signal from coming back at you. It didn't affect me at all the first time, I pointed out. Is it even necessary?
It's just a precaution,
Royce said. There was complexity behind his eyes that told me he was the one who had insisted on this. Okay, I said, nodding as I scanned everything once more. It looks like you have everything under control, right? Dr. Beeson, Addie, and Royce nodded, but I looked at Dr. Evans. There was no way he could guarantee that the satellites in orbit would still work, and if they didn't work, all of this was pointless. It would be the end.
Everything has come together exactly as I planned it all those years ago,
he responded. Everyone but me probably missed the way the veins in his eyes grew fractionally, even as he spoke.
There are just a few more minor details to attend to and check. We are on schedule to set it off in 4 days.
4 days. I breathed. That should have felt like no time at all. We'd survived over 2,000 of them since the evolution happened, but that was 4 entire days we had to hold our breath. We just had to hope a Bane sweep didn't fall upon us before those 4 days were over with. 28. 2 days until set-off. I think we've missed one important detail. Royce jerked awake, his arms twitching where they had lain over his eyes. He rolled over onto his stomach and glared at me with groggy eyes. I'd actually never been in Royce's room before. It was on the 6th floor, just down from his office. He had a real bed, a big one. Heavy drapes were drawn over the windows. The only light in the room spilled in from the hallway behind me.
I should have you detained for waking me at this hour,
he growled, his eyes fluttering back closed. It is 9 a.m, sir, I said simply. Royce gave a heavy sigh, the sigh of knowing the weight that was upon his shoulders, the work that was required of him, and the consequences of what would happen if he couldn't meet the high expectations. He rolled into a sitting position and sat on the edge of his bed. I looked away when I realized he was only in his underwear.
And what is this detail we've overlooked?
He said as he started pulling on a pair of jeans. I could finally look at him again. I had never seen Royce with his shirt off, and I was impressed with how fit he was. Royce was closing in on 50, but he was just as muscled as Avian, perhaps even a bit more. He had a heavy scar on the lower left side of his abdomen, and I wondered where he'd gotten it. We are going to want to know quickly if the transmitter works, I said, meeting his steel-gray eyes. I wondered if my father's eyes had been the same color. My own eyes were blue-gray. I think we ought to have 2 test subjects close at hand when this device goes off. Otherwise, we're going to have to drive who knows how long to look for fresh bodies, or Bane who's still trying to attack us.
Your doubt is a bit insulting,
he said, giving me one of his steely looks he was so practiced in.
But you are right. It's a smart idea. Our scientists are getting rusty in that they didn't think of this themselves.
I'd like to take a vehicle and go out and catch 2 subjects, I said. I placed my arms behind my back, holding my left wrist with my right hand. Can you quickly create a holding cell of some sort for them? I was somewhat annoyed when Royce delayed in responding. I could see the thoughts turning behind his eyes, debating whether or not to let me do this. He knew the stakes if anything went wrong as I attempted capture, but he also trusted me.
We can get something together,
Royce said.
And it shouldn't pull away any of our scientists. We've got an old prison transport vehicle you can take. The Bane will probably beat the tar out of it, but it should be able to hold up long enough for you to get back here.
I'm going to try and find some sleepers, I said. Seems a little less dangerous than trying to tackle a hunter or 2. I have less chance of having to kill a sleeper.
Makes sense,
Royce said. He opened a drawer and pulled out a well-worn, long-sleeved t-shirt. He pulled it over his head and next set to lacing his boots up. Suddenly, his brows furrowed and his hands hesitated. He looked over at me.
Remember when you asked me about my brother the other day?
Everything in me froze at that, except for my heart. It broke out into a sprint.
How did you know his name?
I swallowed hard. My palms started sweating. It's not important right now, sir. We can talk about it later. He looked at me for another moment, and then turned back to his shoes. I was a coward. That was the honest truth of it. I was too scared to delve into something this personal. It was easier to focus on the end of the world for the time being. That didn't mean my hands weren't shaking when I shoved them into my pockets. 30 seconds later, Royce and I were walking to the stairs and up to the blue floor. He unlocked a door I had never been behind. He opened it up to what was little more than a closet. Inside, there were shelves lined with all kinds of menacing-looking devices. Royce grabbed one and closed the door once more. You really meant it when you told one of the undergrounders those months ago that he didn't want you digging into your closet, I said, smiling.
I don't often, kid,
he said, raising an eyebrow at me. A smile curled on his own lips.
Now this is a cybernetic diffusion unit,
he continued. It was different than the others that I'd seen. It was smaller, small enough to be easily held in one hand. A digital keypad lit up when Royce turned it on. It instantly hummed, a quiet yet high-pitched sound.
But this one is adjustable. You can crank it all the way up, enough to short even the most advanced Bane out, or you can dial it back so you'll just give them a nice jolt that will basically put them into shock.
When have you ever used this, Royce? I asked, looking up into his eyes. Something in his demeanor changed, and there was regret and pain in it.
In the beginning, 6 months or so after we settled the hospital, I wanted to study the Bane, to see if there was a way of reversing what Torbane did. I made this to try and capture them. I would have gone out and used it myself, but something came up. My then right-hand man took it out instead. As you can guess, something went wrong. We started development on the extractor the next day.
He didn't need to explain further. He quickly showed me how to adjust it, all without me touching it. We found a thick pair of rubber-palmed work gloves, which I was to wear at all times when handling the device.
Where's Avian?
Royce asked as we walked down into the garage. He walked me up to a large, boxy vehicle and handed over a set of keys. He's out with security detail, I responded as I pulled the driver's door open.
He doesn't know about this mission of yours, does he?
I hesitated. I didn't think of it until after he'd left this morning.
No complaint here,
Royce said, a hint of a smile pulling on his lips.
That boy tends to do stupid things when it comes to your safety. I think that means he loves you.
Something like that, I said, smiling back.
This thing isn't too difficult to drive,
Royce said, turning his attention to the vehicle's interior.
That's the gas pedal, that one is the brake, shifted into gear here. The back transport box locks from the outside with this key. Other than that, pretty simple.
Okay, I said, taking the keys from him. I think I can handle it. I climbed into the massive vehicle and started the engine. I waved to Royce as I pulled out of the garage. I was just about to turn left to head south when I spotted V heading back into the hospital. I slowed and rolled down the window. Feel like trapping some Bane with me? I asked, squinting against the bright morning light. V didn't hesitate as she walked around the vehicle and climbed into the passenger seat. She didn't ask for an explanation as we headed southwest. It took us 20 minutes to get to where the ocean was directly to our right. It was a sunny but gray-colored day. The ocean waves crashed to the shore softly, with only the two of us to notice. It was hard to imagine that at one time these beaches had been packed with thousands of people. Eventually, the silence grew heavy in the air, and I had the urge to fill it. For 5 years, I didn't know that I couldn't be infected by the Bane, I said, grasping at anything to fill the quiet. We had the windows rolled down, despite the cold. It blew our hair around, but it made me feel alive, alert. It probably would have made your life a lot easier if you'd realized sooner, she said, looking out toward the ocean. She hadn't looked away from it since we got on the road. I realized this was the first time she had seen it. The first time I saw the ocean was the first time I'd ever cried. Yeah, I said. It would have. We were quiet again, and I felt that human pressure to fill the dead air with something, but I didn't have anything to say. I really don't know what to say to you, I said. I feel like we're supposed to do all this catching up or talk about things, but I don't really know what to say. She looked over at me.
Why do you have to say anything?
She asked.
What is there to say? I remember your childhood. They never allowed us to be close. You were supposedly dead, and then I find out that you aren't, and we're all grown up. You have your duty and your man, and I am fine with simply existing. I'll be here for you when you need me, and I'm pretty sure you'll do the same. What else is there?
I couldn't have said it any more perfectly myself. Our past had made it so we would always be slightly distant to each other. The bond of sisterhood that those who were not Torbane infused knew would always be just out of our reach. But she was here now, helping me with what was required, and that was more than enough. We were 70 miles from ground zero of the hospital when I pulled off the main highway and into smaller streets. "Keep an eye on the buildings," I said. "We might get lucky and find some sleepers instead of hunters." I drove slowly, inspecting the buildings and shops on the left side of the street, while V inspected the ones on the right. But everywhere we looked, there were just dead, destroyed bodies. We continued south. We had driven another 10 miles when something slammed into the back of the prison vehicle. "I got it," V said. To my surprise, she pulled a hefty handgun from a holster at her hip. She hauled the upper half of her body through the window and aimed at the back of the vehicle. She fired 4 shots, and I heard something scraping the pavement behind us. "Guess that means we're getting closer," I said as I turned right down a shop-lined street. V dropped back into her seat. "Why don't you just call them out and tell them to get into the back of the vehicle?" V asked as we slowly rolled forward. Honestly, the idea hadn't even occurred to me. "Where's the fun in that?" I said. Just then I saw 2 figures standing motionless inside an old ice cream shop. They stared blankly out at the world. It's been a while since I've been able to physically kick some Bane ass. When I glanced at V as I put the vehicle into park, I had hoped to see the hints of a smile on her face, but she just looked calm and collected. We climbed out of the vehicle, and I unlocked the back doors. Inside, there were benches lining either side of the vehicle. Other than a reinforced vent at the back, it was a steel box. I just had to hope it was enough to keep the Bane contained until we could get back to the hospital. "How do you want to do this?" V asked. Her fingers twitched at her side, hovering over her firearm. A screech from the sky drew my eyes upward. Bird was once again circling us. "I honestly hadn't thought about it all that much," I said. "I take one, I guess you take the other. Blunt force sound okay?" V shrugged her left shoulder and cocked her head to that side slightly. I suppose that was a yes. "Don't kill them," I said. "We need them good and alive. If they get to be too much, Royce gave me this nice little toy." I held up his modified CDU. "Let's go." Maybe it was that twin bond I'd heard about, or just adrenaline surging through both our systems, but we both broke out into a sprint at the same time. I kicked the door open, shattering it into 1,000 splinters. One of the 2 sleepers twitched, its head jerking up slightly. I went directly for that one, wrapping my arms tightly around its chest. Not hesitating a moment, I swung us back in the direction of the door. I was halfway to the vehicle, dragging the struggling body behind me, V just about out the door, when the body I grabbed twisted, yanking from my hold. It swung, its fist barely missing the side of my head as I ducked. I spun low, kicking my foot out and knocking it from its feet. I threw myself on top of it, but in that instant, its eyes opened, staring at me with its metallic and 2 sharp surfaces. Its hands wrapped around my throat and rolled, pinning me to the ground. Despite my position and the air being choked off, I felt more alive in that moment than I had in months. I was back in Eden, conducting a raid and fighting to protect a small colony of 30 people. A smile actually spread on my face as I curled one leg up, hooking it around the male figure's neck and throwing it back onto the pavement. I sprang to my feet before the uncoordinated machine could recover. Pinning both its hands behind its back, I threw it into the back of the vehicle. V and her Bane were in a similar scuffle, and I turned to see her grab it by the throat, lift it, and throw it into the back as well. We slammed the doors closed, and I locked it behind us. The metal siding suddenly dented out toward us, followed by another dent, and then another. A laugh suddenly broke from my chest as I looked at V. She just stared at me emptily. "That felt really good," I said, placing my hands on my hips. "Yeah," she said. She tried smiling, but I could tell it was forced. "I suppose." "Let's hurry and get these 2 back to Royce before they break free," I said. We both climbed back into our seats, and I started the vehicle. I had just pointed us back in the direction of the highway when V looked out her side view mirror. "Looks like we drew some company," she said. This time she pulled out her assault rifle. She positioned herself so she was sitting in the window. I looked out my side mirror just as she started firing. There were 3 Banes sprinting down the road after us. When I looked back in the direction I was driving, there was a Bane standing right in the middle of the road. I drew my Desert Eagle and put my hand out the window. I only had time to fire 2 shots, but it wasn't enough to take it down. The transport vehicle was, however. Metal crunched against metal, and there was a slight bump as we drove over the body. V fired 5 more shots before we turned a corner and she slipped back inside. 4 hunters, I said. At least 2 sleepers, all within the circle of the pulse. How many others are there that we haven't seen? We've shot and killed at least a dozen others that I know of on security detail, V said. I nodded. Avian had been bringing home similar reports. They were closing back in on us. V looked back in the side view mirror. Her expression was serious, her eyes distant. You don't hate the Bane, do you? I said, glancing over at her. Not like the rest of us do. You don't necessarily fear them. It was different for you, she said, looking forward again. There was another heavy bang just behind us. The metal divider between us and them dented inward. You were raised as a normal human. You were taught to fear them. You didn't know you were like them. She absent-mindedly rubbed her chin before resting it in her hand, her elbow propped up by the window. But I always knew I was close cousin to them. The Bane at Novatore. They were all I had for company. They weren't the best company, but they probably kept me from going completely insane. I never feared them because I knew I couldn't become like one of them, and I knew they wouldn't try and kill me. Do you pity them? I asked, looking over at her again for a moment. She hesitated, evaluating feelings she wasn't sure how to feel. I don't think I really feel anything toward them. Does that make sense? I looked forward down the road again. Yeah, I said. I think it does. 29. 2 days until set-off. We had only been gone for 3 hours when we rolled back in front of the hospital, yet Royce had already gotten a holding cell ready for the Bane we had captured. A glass one, right in front of the hospital, where everyone could see them. The 2 Bane had calmed some when we got back, but considering the higher risk now that we were back among humans, V and I used the modified CDU to knock them out and then move them into the cell. They lay slouched on the concrete sidewalk. The entire framework of the cell was solid steel and ran right into the ground. The walls were glass and allowed you to see everything going on inside the cell very clearly. How Royce managed to pull it together so quickly was beyond me, but this was Royce. Well, Avian said as he walked up from the trucks that transported security detail to and from our borders. If you had to go catch a Bane, I'm glad you had help. Avian smiled at V as he stopped at our sides. My sister is a very effective Bane hunter, I said, nudging her with my elbow. She gave an uncomfortable smile and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She just barely gets the chance to get away from the Bane, and you already have her tracking them down. West walked up from the truck as well, an assault rifle lazily lying across his shoulders, his wrists hanging over the sides of it. I was happy to be useful, she said, giving him a genuine smile. One spread on West's face as well, lighting his entire face up. I glanced over at Avian, and the look he gave me said he saw it all there too. This is the most bizarre experience, West said, walking to the prison box. He stood in front of it, just looking at the 2 of them unconscious on the ground. Seeing them this close, without the threat of getting infected? Again? Avian walked over to it as well, and crouched on the ground to observe them. The one was a male, fairly young if I had to guess. He couldn't have been infected for long. The tips of his fingers were worn away, exposing patches of metal bones and wires. For the most part, though, he looked human. His skin was light, and his hair was a brilliant red, like Wix or Victoria. The girl looked a bit more advanced. Her dark-as-night skin made for sharp contrast to her exposed innards. Her left arm was shredded, like she had maybe tried to claw something off of it, or out of it. She had fought against her infection. Her face was damaged too. She looked a bit farther along, maybe 2 years infected. Sleepers sleep for a long time. How far out were they? Avian asked without looking back. About 80 miles, I responded. Avian nodded, running a hand over his shaved head. We came across 6 hunters today, West said.
Up in the northern borders, only 60 miles out. Gray's got 24-hour patrols going. He's having Royce call everyone back into the hospital indefinitely.
I swore under my breath. That's dangerously close. West nodded.
We need the Brainiacs to finish that device now.
Yeah, I said as I turned to go find Royce. We do. Royce and his teams swore the device would be finished in less than 48 hours. I doubted any of them would sleep until it was completed. I should be out there, I said. I stood at the front doors of the hospital, looking out as the evening light faded. Somewhere outside these walls were Tuck, Tristan, and many others keeping our borders safe. The Bane were getting smarter. Eventually, they were going to figure out how to get past them or infect them.
You're doing a good job of doing as you've been asked,
Avian said as he walked up from behind. He leaned in the doorframe, his arms crossed over his chest. He looked out at the Bane that were now back to standing in the glass box. They had fought at first, tried to get out. They'd broken their flesh and revealed more of what was beneath the surface, but they were both back to sleeping now. They only had so much energy at this stage. I took a deep breath. It felt like it shook my interior, rattled my heart, my lungs. Once again, a sense of urgency burned in my blood. The weight is killing me.
You're covered in grime from your Bane wrestling match earlier,
Avian said, running a finger down a particularly dirty streak on my arm.
Why don't you take a shower and try to relax?
I don't know that relaxing is possible when the world is about to end in just a few days, I said. My words were annoyed, but my tone was not harsh. This was Avian, after all.
Come on,
he said, taking my hand. I didn't fight him as I was grateful for any distraction. He led us up the stairs and down the hall to my room. He closed the door behind us, and suddenly his hands were on my hips, steering me around and pressing my back against the door. His lips were at my throat and his body molded to mine.
I feel as if I barely get any alone time with you anymore.
He growled into my neck as his lips traced their way down. My eyes slid closed as everywhere his body met mine, leapt to life. His hands slid up and pinned mine against the door. In the same movement, his lips rose to mine, taking them with urgency. Avian smelled like hard work and gunpowder, and I tried not to think about why he smelled like he'd had to shoot at something. Instead, I pulled at his lower lip with my teeth. His hands once again on my hips, he hoisted me up until my legs wrapped around his waist. He reached back and pulled my boots off and kicked his own into the corner. Somehow we made it to the bathroom, and Avian twisted the water on in the shower. Clothes still on, he stepped the both of us inside. He once again pinned my back against the shower wall as lukewarm water cascaded down on us. I pulled at his shirt until it finally came over his head, exposing his bird tattoos and beautiful chest. A wicked grin spread on Avian's lips as the water clung to his eyelashes. The water cascaded down on us like raindrops in the summer. His hands were hot and cold at the same time as they slid under my shirt and slowly worked their way up. Not thinking about it, I unsnapped my pants and let them fall to the floor of the shower. I kicked them free as Avian's hands came to either side of my face. His lips devoured mine as my hands came to his sculpted chest. My fingers met the raised scars from where he'd been shot that night so long ago in the Transformer. The world might end in days, really at any moment, but I could stay here forever and die happy. Screw the rest of the world. Avian's fingers rose to the clasp of my bra, his face buried in my neck, when one moment the door to my room burst open, and the next West swore and was shielding his eyes. "What the hell, West?" I exploded as I reached for a towel. Avian turned the water off.
"Seriously?"
Avian growled as he took a menacing step toward West, water dripping everywhere.
"I'm seriously freaking sorry,"
West said, his face violently red.
"But a Bane slipped past security detail and they can't find it. We need you to track it down, Eve. V's downstairs, ready to help if you want her to."
This time I swore and quickly set to drying off. Dropping the towel, I darted out of the bathroom and into my room.
"You could look away,"
Avian growled from behind. I looked back at them to see West clear his throat and look at the ground. The redness of his face was spreading to his ears and neck. "Which direction did it come from?" I asked as I pulled a dry set of pants on over my wet underwear. Next, I tugged on a long-sleeved t-shirt and set to lacing my boots back up.
South,
he said, still not looking back in my direction, even though I was fully covered. Avian had toweled off and was looking for dry clothes. He had quite the stash in my room.
No,
I said, crossing the small space and placing a hand on his still bared chest. I shook my head as I looked up into his burning blue eyes. You are not coming out there. I'm not risking you.
Eve,
I mean it, I said, giving his chest a small shove, just enough to show him I was serious. You're staying here. West? I said, looking over at him. He finally met my eye again. I mean this. Do not let him outside this hospital. You owe me a big one, and I'm cashing in on it today.
Eve!
Avian protested as I turned toward the door. I'm not kidding about this, Avian, I said as I pulled the door open and looked back at him. West had stepped forward, placing himself between Avian and I. That storm we'd talked about is coming, and I'm not letting you become a victim of it. I slipped out the door and sprinted for the stairs. When I got to the ground floor, I found a flurry of soldiers in the lobby. Bill crossed to my side as soon as he spotted me and handed over a fully loaded assault rifle and a utility belt stocked with grenades and more ammunition.
There are 2 of them now,
Bill briefed me as I walked swiftly toward the front doors.
Both from the south. 4 others seem to have caused a diversion, and they got through our perimeter.
I nodded and spotted Royce on the radio just outside the doors. V stood to the side of him, armed as I was.
And you're sure about that?
Royce said into the radio.
Yes, sir.
Someone crackled back. What's going on? I asked. Bill handed me a radio, which I secured to the utility belt. He handed V one as well.
The 2 Bane that got in seem to have split up, or there's more of them,
Royce said. He pulled out a set of binoculars, night vision I had to assume, considering how dark it was.
One of our people said they saw one 10 blocks west of here. Someone else said they saw one about 2 miles south of the hospital. They're moving fast.
Get everyone inside, I said, looking back at the crowd that was gathering inside the lobby. I'm assuming you've got a guard up at the transmitter? Royce nodded. Good, lock things up. Don't open the doors until I radio in that we've taken them out, I said, scanning the roads before us. Keep in contact with our men and women out there. And Royce? I said, looking back at him. You'd better be ready to get that extractor powered up just in case. The look on his face told me he'd already thought of this possibility. 2 other soldiers suddenly buzzed around the side of a building on ATVs. They hopped off, and V and I climbed on. Bill started explaining how it worked to V.
Go get those bastards,
Royce said, with darkness in his eyes. I just nodded back. You head south, I said, looking over at V. I'll head west. If we don't find them in the next 15 minutes, I'll call them out to the water. I don't want to have to do that unless I have to. Who knows how many I'll call into the city doing it. Got it, V said. We both peeled away from the hospital. The night air whipped my hair back and made my eyes water as I ripped down the street. The very last of the day's light disappeared behind the tall buildings, casting me in darkness. I'd only gotten 3 blocks away when I was suddenly engulfed in headlights 1 second before the truck slammed into me. For one freeing moment, I was airborne, sailing through the night, and then the next, I was skidding over the concrete. My skin grated away like cheese, and my vision flickered in and out. The pain my brain didn't allow me to feel threatened to knock me out. Snatching my rifle up, I climbed to my feet and fired at the truck as it started racing toward me once more, driving right over my crushed ATV. 5, 6, 7 shots, and the tires were blown out. The glass of the front window shattered as the Bane within erupted through it. It landed on top of me, its hands wrapping around my throat as we rolled over the pavement. It had just pinned my head to the ground when I saw another truck go barreling down the road, straight for the hospital.
Get off me!
I screamed, and the Bane didn't hesitate in climbing off. Grabbing my rifle once more, I pointed it at the Bane, and the next second, its head shattered into 1,000 metallic pieces. Darting back into the road, I caught sight of the raging truck, 1 block from the hospital. Our soldiers were firing at it now. Turn around, I thought. Turn around now! The tires screeched and skidded as the back end of it suddenly whipped around. It tipped up on 2 wheels for a moment before slamming back down. Hatred and fury burned through my veins as I focused once again. The truck picked up speed, racing back in the direction it had come, and then plowed right into the side of a concrete building. The explosion of fire was brilliant, So was the amount of Bane parts that exploded from it. I darted across the street, careful not to get too close to the flames. The back of the truck had burst open, and within, I could see at least half a dozen demolished bodies. They had tried to sneak an entire truck full of them into the city. I picked up the radio and held it up to my mouth as I started sprinting back to the hospital.
Royce, you copy? Loud and clear. What the hell were they trying to do?
His voice was full of fury. I believe they planned on ramming that truck into the hospital to get in, I said as I closed in on one block. The back of that truck held half a dozen Bane. By this time, I'd gotten back to the hospital and tucked my radio back into my belt.
Bill, Raj, Banner,
Royce was shouting.
Bring out the tanks. I want one positioned on this side of the hospital, the east side and the west side. Alexa, you take the solar tank to the north side.
V, you copy? I asked into the radio. My breathing came out harder than I expected. Hot acid burned through my veins. 1 second. Her voice came through. 2 moments later, we all heard a faint boom, and the sky lit up with flames 10 blocks from the hospital. The threat has been exterminated. You don't see anything else out there? I asked. I snatched Royce's night vision binoculars from him and held them up to my eyes. I scanned the streets. Nothing, she said, and I heard her ATV growl back to life over the radio. I'm coming back in. Royce swore under his breath.
You get to the medical wing,
he said, glancing at me.
You're freaking me out.
I glanced down at my left arm. My shirt and jacket hung in tattered shreds. My mechanical bones shone from underneath. I reached up and felt my jaw. Most of the flesh there had been ground away. What if there are more of them out there? I asked, handing his binoculars back. He took them and resumed scanning the streets.
I've checked in with our soldiers. No more reports of activity,
he said, but there was something in his voice that didn't sound right. What is it? I demanded. He glanced over at me, his eyes unsure and regretful.
We haven't heard back from Jeb yet.
It took me a moment to remember who Jeb was. He'd been one of the members of the underground. He'd joined security detail a while back. Where's V? I said, turning back toward the street. She wasn't that far out. She should be back by now. Suddenly, there were shots fired, no more than 2 blocks from our location. There was a scream at the same time, and when the shots stopped, someone started shouting, frantic and panicked. V! I shouted. I was about to dart back out when Royce grabbed my wrist. I looked back at him. He shook his head with grave eyes.
That's enough for tonight,
he said.
I shouldn't have let you out in the first place. We can't risk you getting killed.
But V! Just then, she shot out into the road on her ATV, and on the back of it was Jeb. He's been touched! She shouted as she rolled up. She came to an abrupt halt, and Jeb fell off like a rag doll. I'm not sure what's wrong with him, she said as she climbed off and just looked at him. The Bane grabbed him, but he isn't injured.
Probably in shock,
Royce growled as he and another woman darted forward to grab him.
Let's get him up to the extractor.
They disappeared through the door. Just then, Gray rolled up in a truck, followed by Tuck and Tristan. The majority of the soldiers that had been out with security climbed out. Almost all of them darted inside the hospital. What are you doing? I asked, nabbing Tristan with my good hand before he could duck inside. What if there are more of them out there?
Holy!
Tristan jumped, stumbling back from me 2 steps.
What happened to you?
What do you think? I said, glaring at him and feeling annoyed. What are you all doing back here?
Gray's ordered us to tighten the perimeter,
Tristan said. There was fear in his eyes, more than I hoped to see.
We can't watch such a wide circle close enough. He's closing it off to a 5-block radius. We had to come back for more ammunition. There are still a few of us out there.
I nodded and let him go. How many did you run into? V asked as she walked to my side. 2 trucks, I said, shifting from one foot to the other. My body was still ready for action. There was just 1 Bane in the first. The other was loaded. She nodded. There were 2 in the truck I took out. I found another on foot, and then that one who got your soldier. The soldier was headed back for the hospital when it tackled him. I swore, my fingers tangling in my hair. I don't dare try to call them out, I said, shaking my head. I'll just draw more of them into the city.
Eve!
Avian suddenly called from behind me. I turned to see him running up to me, rifle in hand, West behind him. I told you to keep him inside tonight! I shouted at West, pointing a finger at him and taking 2 aggressive steps forward.
Sorry.
West said as the two of them stopped beside us. He was eyeing my injuries. Avian was asking what had happened, but I was ignoring him for the moment.
Royce's orders sometimes have to overrule yours. He asked Avian to keep you inside for the rest of the night.
What? I bellowed, looking up toward the blue floor, but I couldn't see through the windows. They were covered once again by steel security doors. But they're likely to keep coming at us.
I've got it covered, Eve.
Gray suddenly growled as he came marching back out of the hospital.
We'll watch the perimeter, and we've got the tanks in place. You get inside and stay alive.
This is ridiculous, I said, my jaw tightening. I am needed out here. And as I turned my eyes back to the road leading up to the hospital, I saw a figure. A Bane was standing in the middle of the road, just staring at us. I brought my rifle up and fired a shot that missed by an inch or two. The Bane turned and ran in the opposite direction. Bane, don't run away! I shouted as I darted after him. This is a diversion! Be ready to fire! I was a block away before I realized that Avian was racing alongside me.
I'm not letting you go out without me again,
he said before I could try and argue, and I did want to argue, but all I could do at that moment was smile and shake my head. The Bane took a quick right, and as we rounded the corner after it, I saw it scaling a ladder up the side of a building. I launched myself at the ladder, catching hold of the rung 10 feet off the ground. The Bane scrambled over the ledge as we climbed, disappearing from my view. Avian called out as he slipped. I looked back at him just as I crested the side of the building. I shouldn't have gotten distracted. An iron fist gripped around my throat, lifting me from the ladder. It held me extended out at a perfect 90-degree angle, dangling me over the side of the building. Instinct brought my hands to my neck, and I could have killed myself for dropping my weapon.
Eve!
Avian screamed from below. His rifle clanged against the ladder as he swung it around and pointed it in our direction. Shoot it! I tried to scream, but it came out as a strangled gurgle.
I can't get a clear shot, not without hitting you.
Just shoot! There was a moment of hesitation. I clawed at the Bane's hands, staring into its dead eyes. Avian wouldn't be able to shoot me in order to kill it. The Bane would throw me off the edge of the roof, and then it would infect Avian. Blood sprayed in my face. I felt a hole tear through the fleshy underpart of my right arm. Metal exploded in my face as the bullet caught the Bane in the chest. Its hand released me as it fell back. I was falling.
Eve!
And then my chest caught the concrete ledge of the building. More of the skin was scraped away as I clawed to gain purchase. I slipped back down, my shirt catching and being pulled up. A chunk of rebar that was exposed in the side of the building caught my stomach, shredding my skin and drawing blood. I couldn't catch myself in time. The air whooshed around me, and then my arm felt as if it was yanked out of its socket.
Hang on!
Avian shouted. His long, strong fingers were wrapped around my wrist, thankfully my good one, the one that was still covered in skin. A smile crossed Avian's lips as he looked down at me, and a second later, a laugh bubbled up out of him. I couldn't help but laugh too. I was dangling 20 feet in the air, my skin shredded and torn, bleeding like crazy, but I felt alive.
Eve,
Avian said, his eyes dancing.
Will you wear that dress for me the day after you save the world?
Metal scraped concrete as a hand smacked the ledge. A moment later, the mangled figure of the Bane appeared over the ledge. Avian! I screamed. His eyes turned up to the roof just as the Bane started climbing over the ledge. With a primal scream, Avian swung me up with enough force to throw me a few rungs over his head. I slammed into the ladder and scrambled the rest of the way up. I exploded into the Bane, knocking the two of us back onto the roof. This time, my hands wrapped around its throat. Not wasting a second of momentum, I spun the both of us in a circle before flinging it off the side of the building. It exploded into 100 pieces when it landed on the sidewalk far below. Avian let out another slightly hysterical-sounding laugh as he looked up at me and met my eyes again. You still didn't ask the question quite right, I said with a lopsided grin. The smile that crossed Avian's lips was crooked and sly. He finished scaling the ladder and stood before me, no more than an inch of space between us. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something tiny. It was a plain, simple band, shiny silver-colored.
Eve.
Avian breathed. I looked up into his eyes. They were blue and burning so bright.
Will you fight by my side until the end of our days? By my side, not with me standing behind you or locked up in the hospital. Side by side.
I licked my bottom lip just once as the smile spread on my face. Now that is the right way to ask the question, I said as I leaned into him. His lips brushed mine, sending electricity that should have killed me through my entire body. Yes. Avian's free hand came to the small of my back, crushing my body into his. His lips engulfed mine, and for a moment I could have sworn we were both flying. He had promised me that when he did ask the question, it would be grand and that I would be speechless. It was grand, but the words had come without a second's thought as to what my answer would be. It had always been Avian. 30. One day until set-off. There had been many long nights over the course of my life. The night the Bane burned our gardens in the mountains, the night Sarah died, being tortured in Seattle. I wasn't sure if that night was the longest, but it certainly made the top 5. After Avian's proposal, he and I returned to the hospital. Gray was angry that I'd run off, but it was nothing compared to Royce's fury. He'd pointed a gun at Avian and told me to get inside and stay there. I surrendered my radio because I knew if I kept hearing the updates, I would break someone until they let me out again to help. I left the lobby because Royce commanded me to. I took a hot shower to try and ebb back the action that demanded to be let out from my body. I sat and watched my skin heal beneath my new ring, trying to zone myself out. Nothing helped, but thankfully time continued to pass despite my suffering. In the morning, it was exactly the same story. The soldiers rotated. Everyone was still alive. No one had been touched by the 12 other Bane they found that night. West and V came inside, and Avian went out. Maybe I really would die before I could send out that kill code. It was bad enough worrying about West and V and all the other soldiers I cared about. Avian was a whole different cause of panic. Were they on foot? I asked, following West and V as they headed for the kitchen. They were filthy, covered in sweat despite the cold temperatures outside. They both smelled of gunpowder. Did they get any more trucks? How close to the perimeter did they get? Yes, all on foot. V answered without looking at me, but her voice was perfectly calm and even. No more trucks. They were about 7 blocks out.
There was a lot of gunfire last night, but everything went off without a hitch, Eve,
West said as we stepped into the kitchen. He grabbed a tray and handed it to V before getting another for himself.
You're going to give yourself a heart attack before you can set off the Nova tomorrow if you don't calm down.
Tomorrow. Finally, but still so far away. The woman working at the counter dishing out food looked at me expectantly, but I shook my head. I was too on edge to eat. The trucks were pretty bad, I said, shaking my head. V and West, trays now loaded with food, went for a table. I followed them. But I can guarantee that won't be all the Bane will come at us with.
Eve, we've got tanks positioned on all sides of the hospital,
West said as he shoved half a roll in his mouth.
We have about 20 guards outside. We only have to survive another 24 hours, and it will all be over. Any update on Jeb?
He abruptly changed the subject. Things are looking good so far, I said absent-mindedly. It had only been a few minutes from when he was touched to when he started the extraction process.
Well, that's good,
West said, his voice still sounding slightly annoyed. Seeing there was no use arguing with him anymore, I shut up. I looked up at V, and her expression told me she was as unsure about this working as I was. I sat back and watched the others around us as West and V ate. Almost everyone in the dining room had been on security detail last night. Tristan, Gray, Raj, they all looked exhausted, but there was a frantic determination in their eyes. Less than 5 months. That was how long the pulse's clearing had lasted, and even those 5 months of ease had been marred. Suddenly, I was exhausted too. I looked back at West, only to find his eyes locked on my left hand. I glanced down and realized he was staring at my freshly placed ring.
He proposed,
West stated simply. He didn't look up at me. In a way, I said, feeling my insides grate and slither at the same time. But I said yes. West raised one eyebrow and then returned to his meal. The metal of the ring seems odd, V observed. Avian had the ring forged from the bullets I pulled out of him, I explained, straightening my fingers and looking down at the ring. That night you both went to the transformer, the night you got infected. He kept them. He made the ring and then had them covered in white gold.
How romantic,
West said flatly. Knock it off, I said, fixing him with a steely glare.
Sorry,
he said, shrugging his shoulders.
Habit, I guess. I am happy for you.
I said, still glaring at him. V shifted uncomfortably, and then I felt horrible. Finished with their breakfast, V and West returned their trays. We're going to be on night duty again tonight, V said, standing next to West, her shoulder brushing against his. I saw his fingers twitch slightly, as if he debated taking her hand in his.
I think we'd better go get some sleep while we've got the chance,
he said. He looked at me with genuine concern in his eyes.
Try to relax, Eve. There's nothing you can do right now. Avian can take care of himself. He's one of the best marksmen I've known.
I nodded, my stomach turning sour as I did. West placed what he meant to be a comforting hand on my arm for a moment before he turned and walked back down the hall. V followed after him, looking back over her shoulder once. Standing there with my shoulders slumped, it felt as if I were both hollow and filled with a million sharp rocks at the same time. The world was too loud inside the hospital and too quiet from the outside, except for the occasional shot fired.
You look like someone should put you out of your misery.
I turned to see Tristan walking toward me, brushing crumbs off his hands. This is wrong, I said, shaking my head. It doesn't feel right. Tristan took a breath as if to speak, and then seemed to think better of it. He fiddled there for a moment, and then finally started walking forward.
Come on.
Eager for something to do, I didn't question him. He led us straight for the armory. Opening a locked storage container, he brought out a wicked-looking weapon. It had 3 balancing legs, so this was not a weapon to be walking around with. A deadly accurate scope was attached to the top of it. Jutting out the front was a thin barrel. I'd heard of one of these before, but never dreamed I'd get to handle one. A DSR-50 sniper rifle. Tristan handed it over to me before picking up a bag of ammunition.
Let's go,
he said with a grin. He carried the bag of ammo, and I followed him silently to the elevator. We stepped out on the blue floor. Walking to the end of the hall, Tristan punched in the code to the door that led to the roof. Tristan had really gained Royce's trust if he knew this code.
Not much need for a guard here,
Tristan said as we stepped out into the bright sunlight of mid-morning. We walked past the broken pulse to the edge of the roof.
Everyone else is too busy on duty down there.
He nodded with his chin off the side of the building. Looking down, I could see one of the tanks. The firing turret swept from the east side of the building to the west.
Royce doesn't have time to babysit you and make sure you don't get outside,
Tristan said, smiling.
He's right in not letting you out there, but maybe you can still do some good.
It's times like this that I remember why we got along so well from the first moment we met, I said, smiling back as I grabbed a magazine from the bag. I snapped it into place.
Hey,
he said, giving a shrug and a crooked smile.
The feeling's mutual, even though I knew you'd save my rear end sometime.
I glanced over at him before looking back down the thin barrel of the sniper rifle. I could see over a mile out with the high-powered scope. What surprised me was that the red targeting dot in the middle flashed.
The scope is different,
Tristan said.
One of Royce's creations. It's designed to scan for cybernetics. If a Bane comes within your sights, the flashing will stop.
Fantastic, I said through a smile. I didn't think I'd ever used that word before in my life. Tristan lingered, shifting from one foot to the other. Are you supposed to be my babysitter today? I asked. Avian's out on duty right now, and West's a dead man walking with how tired he is. Does that leave you? Tristan laughed out loud, a sharp barking sound.
Technically, yes, but I'm feeling a bit delirious myself. I'm going to get some shut-eye and hope you can behave yourself.
Lowering the DSR-50, I turned to Tristan. Actually, I think I'm good now. Thanks for this. I don't feel quite so useless anymore. He gave another smile before turning and going back down the door into the hospital. Facing the edge of the building once more, I brought the rifle back up to eye level and looked down the scope. I crossed to each side of the building, checking every road. We had a guard positioned in the middle of every street that led into the hospital, exactly 5 blocks out, just as Gray had ordered. Each of those guards paced. They held their assault rifles at the ready, fingers hovering. There were 18 ways to get access to the hospital directly. Men, women, and even 2 teenagers from the underground stood guard. That was a quick way to get over the tension that had built between the 2 colonies. When your existence as a human being is about to be wiped out, you tend to get over your differences and work together. This surge of Bane once again had been good for something. Seeing that we had all the entrances covered, I searched out Avian. Gabriel was positioned on the northeast side of the building. Even Wicks was out there with a gun. It looked bigger than him. He helped watch the west side. I smiled at that. That was the least likely direction an attack would come from. I finally found Avian at the south side of the building, the direction the Bane were most likely to come at us from. He stood tall and sure. He held an assault rifle in his hands, but unlike some of the others, his was leveled at his eyes, ready to fire at any half-second. His knees were bent slightly, and where the others paced between buildings, across the roads, Avian held perfectly still, pivoting at the waist slightly to scan the roads. I smiled as I scrutinized him. I'd never gotten the chance to watch him work from afar when he didn't know I was observing him. Avian was an impeccable soldier. When he wasn't worrying about my safety. I was glad he couldn't see me up here on the roof of this building. The sun crept to its highest position in the sky and started sliding toward the west. From my perch, I watched as Bane came in on foot or again attempted to barrel their way through by truck. My breath would still in my chest, and my finger would hover at the trigger. I created a set of rules for myself. I had to let the soldiers around me take care of the Bane that were within 7 blocks of the hospital, but the second I spotted any further out than that, I took them out. The first shot I fired drew eyes. Avian met mine, and a slow smile curled on his lips. I wasn't leaving the hospital. I was perfectly safe up here, but at least I was useful. This continued all day long. I could feel each and every one of the seconds passing like another stitch in my skin. Time sewed me tighter and tighter until I felt as if my insides were squeezed too hard, my hair even felt too tight, my eyes too compressed. How many hours were left until we knew if this would work or not? So my finger nearly pulled the trigger by accident when my radio crackled to life.
"Eve, it's Dr. Evans."
"Go ahead," I said into it.
"Everyone else up here has gone home to the hospital. Can you come over and talk for a bit?"
"Give me 10 minutes. I stashed the sniper rifle in a corner where it wouldn't be seen and slipped quietly downstairs. Since the building we had built the Nova on was barely within our 5-block perimeter, it wasn't too difficult to sneak behind the guards. Their attention was turned the opposite direction. I took the elevator this time, climbing all 30 floors. I stepped out onto the roof and took everything in. Dr. Evans stood facing the Nova, his cybernetic hands clasped behind his back. As soon as he heard the door, he turned. I stilled instantly, though, when I saw the look on his face, or what was left of it. His left eye no longer showed any traces of ever looking human, but his right was still mostly white and brown, and expressed enough emotion to compensate for the rest of his mechanical body. His shoulders were held high, as was his chin.
"It's done,"
he said. It took me a moment to nod. "It's done."
"The energy storage devices will require about 18 hours to charge,"
he said. His voice didn't sound right, almost like he was talking into a tin can. It was rough, very not human sounding.
"Like your pulse, this device requires an enormous amount of energy to be set off. Power must be built up for a few hours, and then we can set it off."
I calculated the time in my head. We would set the Nova off at noon tomorrow. It stood behind him, beautiful and shiny and brilliant. The dish was mounted to the top, pointing up and slightly east.
"I wish we could do a test first,"
he said, his eyes turning up to the sky. "To see if the satellites in orbit respond?" He nodded. Everything in me said this wasn't going to work. It had been 6 years since anyone cared about those chunks of metal and technology floating up in space. How could we ever expect them to work?
But we will only get one shot at this before we drain our power source.
I swallowed hard.
Are you ready?
He asked. His eyes fell to me again. His words were heavy and full of meaning. It took me a moment to reply, because I wasn't sure how to answer. I hadn't really allowed myself to picture what life would be like if this did work. I had become depressed months before, when I had felt like I had no purpose because we had no Bane to fight off in this city. Soon, that's how the entire planet would be. This would be different, though, if it worked. Let's hope so, I replied. 31. 16 hours until set-off. There were less than 24 hours until we knew if we were going to live or die. Some people celebrated. They laughed and spoke loudly and dared to discuss how they would live their lives tomorrow and the next day and the next. Some people sat in the background, staring blankly ahead, too overwhelmed to think about the future when there might not be one. Others went to bed to stare restlessly at the ceiling above them, afraid of the too hopeful dreams or the too near future nightmares that were sure to haunt them. 22 men, women, and teenagers went back outside for the night guard. Royce was among them, now finished with the device. So were West and V. I sat in a chair in the middle of the lobby, facing the front doors that were blocked off with reinforced steel. I could hear voices just outside them, speaking harshly and loud. Every once in a while, I would hear a gunfire. Avian paced the space before me, gently bouncing Creed, who lay wrapped up in a blanket against his chest. Lynn sat next to me, a stack of magazines sitting in her lap. "I think this style would look really flattering on you," she rambled, holding a magazine in front of me. I didn't bother to look down at the bridal pictures she was trying to distract me with. "But then again, you might be too tall to pull off that look." She shuffled a few more pages, and then I heard her drop that magazine to the floor and pick up another. "Ooh," she said. I could tell her eyes had widened without even looking at her. "Look at this cake. Doesn't that look amazing?" But I couldn't make myself look at the amazing cake. I could only look at the steel doors and imagine what must be going on out there. So far, in the last 3 hours since security detail had switched, I'd heard no fewer than 18 gunshots and 1 blast from the southern tank, and it was barely midnight. Another shot was fired, and Creed burst into hysterical cries. Avian adjusted his hold on her, placing her against his chest and increasing the depth of his bounce. He did manage to drag my eyes away from the door for a moment, but they snapped back when 3 more shots were fired. 2 people shouted, and then I heard the tank fire. Creed wailed harder. Lynn put her hands over her ears and twitched into a ball for a moment as another blast went off. "It sounds awful out there," she said. She looked up, slowly relaxing back into a sitting position. Her expression showed her fear openly. Tristan was out there. The shooting ceased, but Creed didn't stop crying. Avian patted her back and spoke soothing words to her. She continued to scream. Springing to my feet, I crossed the lobby and took her from Avian. He looked up at me with slightly surprised eyes, but handed her over, her blankets coming unwrapped from her tiny body. I don't think he thought anything could pull me from my anxious zoning in. I had worn a low-cut shirt that day, exposing much of my chest. It was loose-fitting and comfortable. Creed's wrinkly cheek met the skin of my chest, and her cries calmed to a small whimper. She kicked one of her feet and turned her head so the opposite cheek touched me. She calmed. Her left fist came up to her mouth, and she started sucking it happily. "Wow," Lynn said, standing and walking over to us. "You sure have the magic baby touch." She reached out to brush her finger against Creed's other cheek. Creed twitched against the unexpected touch and pushed her face into my chest.
"Eve's always been the one who could calm Creed down,"
Avian said, looking at the both of us with love radiating off of him. I actually managed to smile a bit.
"I think she somehow understands that they are alike."
"Once you two are married, you'll have a proper little family here," Lynn said, placing her hand on Creed's back. It covered it completely. "I don't know about that." I said, resting my cheek on the top of her head carefully. I spotted one of the families from the underground watching me. Their eyes were wary but not hostile. Things between the two colonies were still uncomfortable, but I wouldn't really call them tense any longer. I will always be here for her, but I don't know that I can be her mother. Well, Lynn said, her voice growing quiet. She'll never be lacking for love. Never. Avian and I both said at the same time. 32. 4 hours until set-off. My eyes slid open to see the light gray tiles of the ceiling above me, and instantly everything felt different. Every breath I'd taken the last 19 years, every gunshot I'd fired, every seed I'd planted, and every scrape that had drawn blood led up to this single day. The day everyone thought I would save the world. I sat up and looked around the lobby. Sometime during the 6th longest night of my life, I'd fallen asleep. I lay on the floor, my jacket wadded up under my head. I spotted Avian sleeping in a chair not far away. His head was tipped back, his mouth slightly open. Creed lay on his chest, fast asleep as well. Lynn was asleep on the floor, not far from me. Her cheek rested on her stack of bridal magazines. Her neck was kinked, causing her to snore softly. Just as I was quietly climbing to my feet, the steel doors burst open and people stumbled through them. Gray and Tristan supported one of our soldiers, Lex. He coughed violently, and there were bruise marks already forming around his throat. I didn't even have to ask what happened, as the three of them dashed for the stairs and headed for the blue floor. A woman I knew to be Lex's wife came running down the hall, a young boy on her hip.
"Lex!"
she cried frantically.
"No, this can't be happening. Not now!"
She scrambled up the stairs after her husband, but Jeb was already in the extractor, in a race to get the cybernetic scraps out of him before I killed all of Torbane off. Avian and Lynn had been startled awake by this point, and Creed started crying again. I took her from Avian as he asked the returning soldiers what happened.
"There were probably 50 of them,"
Bill said. A heavy sheen of sweat covered his skin, and there was a gash above his right eye. He wasn't the only one who looked injured.
"They started throwing explosives at our line. Most everyone made it okay, but 3 of them broke through the perimeter. Lex was attacked in the process. They got him."
"There's already someone in the extractor," I stated. Bill nodded, his face grim.
"It's early,"
Avian said.
"He hasn't been infected long. If we get the Nova set off soon enough, there's a chance he might survive the Torbane in his system being killed off."
I nodded, but knew the chances were very slim.
"Is the perimeter contained?"
I asked, my brows furrowing together as I held Creed a little tighter to my chest. Bill's eyes fell, and he shook his head.
"Gray and Royce ordered everyone back inside the hospital. Dr. Beeson's turning the wireless transmission system on full blast." "How many of them are coming, would you guess?"
Avian asked as a second wave of soldiers came in before the steel doors slid closed again.
"There will be hundreds of them outside our doors by noon,"
he said.
"At least."
I looked and saw V walking towards us slowly. West had an arm draped over her shoulders, and he limped heavily. Avian and I rushed over.
"I'll be—"
West trailed off, his face exhausted and slightly delirious sounding.
"Fine. I'll be just fine before anyone freaks out."
"He's been cut," V said. I saw something stirring behind her eyes. Panic. Fear. Her emotions were begging to be let loose. A window exploded when one of the grenades went off, and he was caught by the shrapnel. Avian bent and pulled up Wes's shredded and bloodied pant leg. His calf down to his ankle was a ragged mess. There were large chunks of glass embedded into his skin.
"Let's get you to the medical wing,"
Avian said, looping West's other arm around his shoulders. We slowly made our way down the hall.
"This is it,"
West huffed as he attempted to walk. He left a solid trail of blood on the floor behind him.
"If this doesn't work today, we really are done for. That isn't exactly a Bane sweep out there, but they're coming faster than we can wipe them out."
"They're being smart about their attacks, too," V said. "They're using vehicles, trying to sneak around us, using weapons." We stepped into a room, and Avian eased West down onto a bed. West leaned back and pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes. He hissed in pain as Avian cut away the rest of his pant leg.
"This isn't like before,"
he said, looking up at the ceiling while Avian started picking shards of glass from his leg.
"When Royce and everyone holed up inside the hospital, they're too evolved now for steel doors to keep them out. They'll come at us with bombs and go straight through the concrete walls."
So this was the point where we couldn't fight them off anymore. It was time to kill them off, or be killed.
"V,"
Avian said as he pulled the last of the glass from West's leg.
"Can you hand me a suture kit from that drawer?"
She turned and rummaged through the drawer. Avian set to cleaning the wound with alcohol. West screamed, his entire body locking up. Creed screamed too, and I stepped out into the hall. Royce and Lynn came hurrying down it.
"We need you now,"
Royce said. Behind him stood Bill, Elijah, who limped along, and Tristan. Lynn rushed forward and took Creed. "What's going on?" I asked. I glanced back at Avian nervously. He was stitching West's leg up. West's jaw was clenched tight, his entire body stiff from the pain.
"We need to set this thing off the instant it's charged,"
Royce said, handing me an assault rifle.
"Since the Nova is 5 blocks away and how many Bane are closing in, I thought it best to head out right now. Dr. Beekson will take care of things here with Gray and Gabriel's help. Addie's coming with us, but you need to come now. Dr. Evans is already there getting things set up."
I let out a slow breath and turned back toward the room. Everyone was looking at us. This was it. It was time to see if we could save the world.
"It's going to have to do for now,"
Avian said, clipping off the ends of the threads.
"Lynn, could you call for Dr. Sun to finish cleaning him up?"
"Of course," she replied. West hissed and pulled himself up into a sitting position. Avian took the rifle Bill handed to him as he stepped out of the room.
"Give Creed to V,"
Royce said, looking at Lynn. V looked nervous about holding Creed, but took her with careful hands.
"I'm going to need everyone else ready to help us get to the transmitter."
"Wait," West said, attempting to stand from his bed.
"I'm coming too."
"You can't walk," V protested, taking a step back toward him. "You're still bleeding." "Sorry," I said, meeting his eyes. "Not this time." He met my eyes, and all our history squeezed at my insides. The lies, the passion, the hurt and the pain, and the friendship that had finally replaced it all. "I'll see you on the other side of the apocalypse." It took him a moment to nod, his eyes seeming to study my face.
"See you on the other side." "Let's move,"
Royce said. The crowd that had started gathering in the hall behind us parted. None of them said anything as we made our way to the front doors, but every one of them held their hands over their hearts and then raised their fingers up in salute. I could feel their gazes as we passed them. They didn't know if we could do this. They knew the consequences if we failed. But they were looking at me with hope. Searching for Avian's hand, I slipped my fingers into his and held tight. When we approached the front doors, Royce nodded to a woman off to the side, and the doors ground open. The air outside was perfectly still after all the chaos that had taken place. The sun shone brightly, and I could see little particles of dust floating in the air. The scent of gunpowder hung heavy over the city. There were at least 20 Bane standing just outside the door. They all stood in a semicircle, staring directly at me. Royce stepped out first, his rifle held up to his eyes, ready. Bill followed. I stepped outside, my chin held high. "Go find the others," I said. "Don't leave any of them alive." They each turned and darted out into the city. We headed west toward the building that had the Nova. The streets were suddenly alive with noise as those I had commanded started destroying those who rushed us. Just let us get to the building, I thought. Just clear the way. There was a screech from up above, and I looked to see Bird circling us, calling as if in a war cry. We had gone half a block when a batch of 3 Bane stepped from their hiding places. They approached slowly, their eyes intently fixed on me. 2 more came up from ahead of us.
"You got this?"
Royce said quietly, his rifle pointed at the ones before us. I nodded, even though he wasn't facing me. "I'll keep them away from us."
"Just 1 more block,"
Royce said, picking up the pace. 6 more came out of their hiding places. Soon they had formed an oval around us, walking alongside us, staring intently at me. They kept a distance of 10 feet from us on all sides. Just outside our perimeter, I saw another of the Bane I had commanded rip the head off another. It collapsed into a heap. My soldiers darted away to look for another Bane to destroy. Finally, we got to the building. Royce pulled the door open and held it for the rest of us. "You will stay here," I said, addressing the Bane that surrounded us. They all froze on the spot. "You will not move from this spot. Ever." They stood still as the buildings around them. I wanted them to stay here because if we managed to make the Nova go off, I wanted to immediately see if it worked.
"Keep moving,"
Royce said, waving us forward with his hand. V and Creed ducked inside, followed by Addie, Bill, then Avian, then myself. Royce and Elijah took up the rear.
"We've got 1 more hour until the batteries are fully charged,"
Royce said as we climbed stairs.
"But I'm hoping by the time we get up there, Dr. Evans will give us the go-ahead to set the blasted thing off. I don't want to wait 1 second longer than we have to."
All the full humans were sweating by the time we reached the door to the roof. They breathed hard, but I knew it wasn't just the steep climb that had them huffing. This anticipation could kill a person. V stepped aside, letting me do the honors of opening the door. Placing my hand on the cold metal push handle, I leaned my weight into it and stepped out into the sun. 33, less than 1 hour until set-off. Dr. Evans stood on the edge of the roof, staring out into the distance. The wind blew around him, hitting me in the face with an Arctic blast. Too afraid to call out, too unable to break the sacred silence of what was before us, I crossed the roof and joined him. I knew what it was Dr. Evans was staring at the moment I saw it. It was far off, far enough out that it was simply a landscape of dark color that moved in a way that was almost imperceptible, but it steadily progressed from the east to the west. A Bane sweep. They consumed the buildings before them like a swarm. Explosions lit up the early afternoon sky. Gray dust filled the air. They had to be less than 5 miles out. All 10 of us lined the roof of the building, looking out at it. Avian's hand slipped into mine and squeezed tight. To my right, Royce's hand gripped my other. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I could feel this wave surging upon us, and the breath within me was being drawn out. The wave would crush down upon me before I would have the chance to draw another in. This was it. None of us had to say it, but everyone shared the universal thought. All those creatures that were rushing toward our city to tear it apart had been people once. They'd been wives and fathers. They'd been students and workers. Billions of normal people living normal lives. They'd felt anger, sorrow, joy, love. For a moment, I felt sorry that I was about to end what remained of their lives. I was about to kill off 7 billion former people. I opened my eyes again, and a single tear leaked down my cheek. But now, they didn't feel anything but the drive to spread Torbane.
"Can we set it off now?"
Avian asked. His voice was filled with emotion and determination. Dr. Evans didn't answer, and his silence was like being hit in the face with cold water. We all turned and looked at him. He stared out over the cityscape. His eyes were open and blank, and he stood completely motionless. Avian, Bill, Elijah, and Tristan backed away automatically, drawing their weapons. Royce stayed put and swore under his breath, drawing his own rifle. Addie just stood there frozen. "Dr. Evans?" I said, stepping toward him. He still didn't respond. I took another step forward and placed a cautious hand on his arm. His instincts, impossibly fast, took over and he lashed out, wrapping a hand around my throat. "Dr. Evans!" I choked out. Everyone stepped forward, their weapons steadying on his form. "It's me, Eve 2. We need you right now. We need you here with us." His hand did not tighten, but it did not relax either. His fully cybernetic eyes were fixed on me, and I couldn't tell if there was still any emotion behind them or if he was gone to us forever. V stepped forward, Creed held securely in her arms. "Dr. Evans?" she said, her voice calm and even. His eyes shifted over to her. It's Eve 1. I know you can't hold on much longer, but it is almost over. Just help us with this last thing, and it can end. He stared at her for a long moment. Fractionally, I felt his fingers relax. When his hand released me, I rubbed at my throat and suppressed a cough. His eyes slid back to me, and he took 2 steps back. He tried to speak.
I am sorry.
It's okay, I said, but I didn't take my eyes from him. But I don't think we can wait any longer. It's time to do this. He looked over at the rest of the group, gathered around him, and something told me there would be shame in his expression if he still retained any human qualities to express emotion.
Yes,
he said, stepping forward to the device.
I suppose it is.
I turned to V and Creed and had the urge to hug them. I wasn't sure why. She and I didn't have the sisterly bond people talked about, but I felt like doing it anyway. She stiffened a bit when I wrapped my arms around her, but she didn't push me away or act like she didn't want me to do it. I'm glad you are here for this, I said quietly into her long hair. I think I'm glad too, she said back. I released her, a small smile upon my lips. I pressed a kiss to the top of Creed's head. It was time to give her that future I'd promised her mother before she died. Royce opened the door to the lead box, and the 2 of them stepped inside. He sealed it behind them. I turned to Avian. His eyes were terrified, yet determined.
I meant to show you this,
he said as he took my left hand in his.
But things just kept happening.
Taking my ring between 2 of his fingers, he slid it down my finger just a bit. There, indented into the skin of my finger, was what looked like a number 8 turned on its side. What is it? I asked.
An infinity symbol,
he said. He didn't have to explain any more than that. I placed my hand on his rough cheek and tried to smile. His eyes were intense and hopeful and scared. Infinity.
Infinity,
he breathed back. A low hum drew my eyes back to the Nova. Dr. Evans was pressing buttons, fiddling with something on a digital screen. I looked up at the satellite, pointed up and to the right just a bit. Somewhere up above us so far that it escaped even my eyes, there was another satellite orbiting us, partnered by hundreds of others. But we had no idea if any of them were still functional. If they weren't, we were all dead. The sweep was at our doors. There would be no time for the emergency water evacuation. I walked to the Nova and stepped between 2 of the panels. I looked up, studying the 3 bars that connected to one. The dish sat high above my head. Addie and Dr. Evans fiddled with the controls. She kept looking over at Dr. Evans warily and kept her distance as best she could. I looked up at the others, who stood 20 feet away. Avian, Bill, Tristan, Elijah. They all stood as stony-faced as I felt.
I will input the code here,
Dr. Evans explained to Royce with difficulty. He sounded every bit like a machine.
You will push the initiate button, and then immediately the transmit one.
Royce nodded, his eyes studying the screen before him. His face was pale white. Dr. Evans pulled a piece of paper out. His fingers hovered above the keypad, and he suddenly seemed to freeze. Dr. Evans? Addie said, her voice quaking. Dr. Evans didn't respond. His fingers crumpled around the paper in his hand, the one with the kill code written on it.
Dr. Evans?
Royce demanded.
I need you to enter that code.
But he didn't move. His finger remained poised above the keypad, his other hand locked around the paper. Royce swore under his breath. It's okay, Royce, I said, forcing myself to take a deep breath. I then rattled it off to him, each and every letter and number. He had me memorize it back at Novatore just in case. Normally, Royce would have made some sarcastic or annoyed comment at this, but he just gave a single nod as he entered the code. The thought that I'd never talked to him about how we were family crossed my mind just as shots were fired below us. An explosion sounded, and then I could make out the pounding of footsteps on concrete below us. The sound of the air changed immediately after that, more rapid and choppy than it should have sounded. It was a sound I knew well, a sound that ended lives and changed the course of futures. "They've got a chopper," I breathed. I turned to search the skies for it, but saw nothing. Avian, Bill, Elijah, and Tristan ran to the side of a building, scanning the skies and the streets, but they suddenly backed up, guns drawn, bullets firing. The sound got louder and the wind picked up in intensity. The chopper came up to eye level. I was staring directly at the two Bane who piloted it.
"Now!"
Royce bellowed. An electric charge ripped through my skin and the air was sucked from my lungs. There was a sharp ringing sound, so high-pitched and intense I was sure my eardrums had burst. The sound of crashing metal and breaking glass erupted through the ringing. The ground beneath me shook, and then... The End, Part 1, West.
I could only recall a small number of times the intercom had come on in the hospital. It sounded into every room and into every corner of the building.
"I need every able-bodied person to the armory now!"
Gray's voice bellowed throughout the building. Screw what Dr. Sun and everyone else had said about me resting. My hands still worked. There was a set of crutches leaning against the far wall of the infirmary room I was told to recover in. I hopped across the space on my good foot and grabbed them. Next, I slung my rifle over my shoulders and made my way down to the armory. The halls were loud and chaotic. Everyone ran around with a firearm. As I glanced into the dining area, I saw that the steel protective window coverings had been drawn back a few inches. 2 teenage girls were firing shots at them. "What's going on?" I asked as soon as Gray came into view. He was standing just inside the armory and was handing out weapons like candy.
"There's hundreds of them out there now,"
Gray said, not even glancing at me as he tossed a handgun to a boy that looked no older than 12.
"I think Eve told some of them to destroy other Bane, because some of them seem like they're fighting, but most of them are trying to get inside the building."
Finally, I noticed a noise over the chaotic sound of our residents heading to firing posts. A pounding.
"They're trying to break through the walls,"
I said. Gray nodded. "If this doesn't work, we're all dead within a few hours, aren't we?" Gray finally looked at me. His eyes were cold and determined. Reaching into his pocket, he produced something flat and square. I'd seen enough movies as a kid before the world went to hell to know what it was. A detonator? Gray stared at me with hard eyes again before glancing both ways to make sure no one was watching us.
"If Eve can't save us all, I'm not letting any more of us fall to those demons. I'd rather die." "What gives you the right to make that decision for everyone?"
I asked. Even though his actions disgusted me, I didn't condemn him for them. I'd rather die too than get infected again.
"I need you at the west side of the building, if you can still fire that thing,"
Gray said, ignoring my question. I glanced back at him one more time before heading to my appointed post. The west side of the hospital housed a few offices, and I headed into one. Using the hand crank, I drew the steel covering back 4 inches. I drug a stool over and knelt on it with my bad leg, propping myself up. Positioning my rifle, I observed the layout before me. From my position, I had a clear view of the top of the building the Nova had been built on. The hospital was far enough away, though, that all I could make out was the form of the gigantic transmitting dish, and Bird circling the building. The roads around the hospital were a mess. Destroyed Bane lay in the streets, their mechanical parts sparking and shining in the sun. Gray had been right. Eve commanded some of them to destroy other Bane. Just as the thought crossed my mind, one Bane tackled another to the ground on the sidewalk right in front of me. It ripped the other's left arm clean from its body, and then it pummeled the rest of the Bane into a scrap pile of metal. Behind it, a group of 4 Bane started running toward the hospital like a rabid pack of wolves. I fired. 2 of them dropped to the ground. The others continued to rush directly toward me. One of the Bane drew something small and oval-shaped, and in a tiny movement, seemed to pull something out of the object. A grenade. I emptied a magazine firing at it. It finally dropped to the ground, as did the other one, just a block and a half from the hospital. The explosion from the grenade was brilliant. Gleaming parts flew into the sky. 2 cars that had been in close proximity blew sideways, rolling and crashing into the surrounding buildings. Movement to the far west caught my eye again, and the breath caught in my chest. Rising to the level with the Nova building was a helicopter. I saw tiny explosions as Eve's team fired at it, but I knew their odds of taking it out before it could fire and destroy every one of them and the Nova. V, I breathed. Eve. My hands flew to my ears and my eyes squeezed closed as a sharp ringing shot through the air, high-pitched and painful. I could have sworn my ears were bleeding. This was it. Through the ringing, even from this far away, I could hear the crash. My eyes shot open just in time to see the blades of the chopper slicing into the Nova building. It disappeared from view, and then there was another explosion. 12 Bane. That was how many of them I could see from my position, and that was exactly how many bodies instantly dropped to the ground. 1 second they were fighting, rushing the building, and the next they were limp and still. I couldn't move for an unknown amount of time, my eyes fixed on one body that had collapsed. It must have been a female at one point. It had longish brown hair that covered its face completely when it collapsed. It was going to move. This was only a temporary thing. Eve would only be able to make them collapse, knock them out for a short while. They had to get up and try to infect us once again. But they weren't getting up. Cries and screams and cheers erupted from the halls. Finally, my eyes broke from that body. I looked back toward the lobby. People were gathered there, staring out into the streets. It took a lot of willpower to turn from the window. There was no way I could relax enough to leave my weapon, so I somehow managed to use the crutches and hold it at the same time. I pushed my way through the crowd to the doors. Tuck stood before us all. He held the radio in his hand. "Today is a day to move forward. Let everyone have their moment to celebrate." It was Royce's voice, and every syllable he spoke said something was wrong.
The End, Part 2. Avian.
I fired 7 shots. The first 2 shattered the front window. The fourth bounced off one of the chopper blades. The rest disappeared into the body of the helicopter. Countless other shots were fired, but the helicopter continued to rise over the side of the building. The adrenaline burning through my system brought everything into focus. I watched as a cybernetic thumb hovered over a trigger. The moment before it fired, Royce yelled something I couldn't understand. A piercing ring cut through the air. I wasn't one to put down my firearm, but I couldn't fight the instinct to drop my weapon and cover my ears against the sound. Bill, Tristan, Elijah, they all did the same. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Dr. Evans crumple to the ground, and then the building shook. I looked over the ledge just in time to see the helicopter explode as it hit the ground. The building shook tremendously, and all of the windows below us exploded. Out in the distance, the slight movement of the landscape stopped. A giant cloud of dust rose into the air. The Bane sweep ceased. I looked below us once more and saw dozens of bodies lying still on the ground. It worked. I breathed. A startled, disbelieving chuckle rose up from my chest. It worked! I turned back to the Nova, ready to cheer and celebrate with our team, and my internal organs disappeared into oblivion. "Eve!" Someone screamed, and I would later realize it had been me. 1 second I was standing at the edge of the building, the next I was at her side. Eve was half in, half out of the Nova in a crumpled heap. I rolled her over, pushing the hair out of her face. "Eve," I said again, tapping the side of her face. Her eyes remained closed. Her mouth hung just slightly open. Her entire body was limp in my arms. "Eve?" My breath barely came out. "What's wrong?" Someone behind me questioned, and others gathered around. "What happened?" Tristan knelt next to me, his hands extended, but not knowing what to do with them. Royce stood above us, a radio held in his hand, like he knew he was supposed to be doing something with it, but it just hung limp in his hand as he looked down at his niece. It must have been muscle memory, or instinct, or some other force of nature that made me raise my hand. My skin felt dead as I pressed 2 fingers to the side of her neck. Her skin was as still as the rest of her body. "Eve?" I said, giving her a shake. "Eve, come on! Open your eyes!" I shook her again, rougher than I should have. Something was birthed in my stomach and clawed up in my skin, a rabid beast that wanted to escape that very instant.
Eve!
I growled, shaking her again.
Open your eyes!
Her head lolled back as I stilled her, her mouth falling open once again. My hands felt numb. Royce knelt next to us and placed 2 fingers against her neck, just as I had done. His hands shook worse than mine did. His radio crackled, and then a voice rang over it, loud and true.
The test subjects are dead, sir.
No one moved. The air around us hung dead and stagnant. No one breathed. Every pair of eyes was transfixed on Eve, who lay in my arms. No one took notice how the shooting had ceased, how the plundering footsteps of the invading Bane had died away. "Is she?" a voice from behind asked. We all turned to see V step out from the lead room. Creed slept peacefully in her arms. The breathing I hadn't done up to that point suddenly kicked into overdrive. My chest started rising and falling rapidly, and my entire body broke out into a cold sweat. "No," I said, shaking my head and looking back down at Eve.
"No, she's fine. She's just unconscious. The transmission just took a lot out of her."
I shook her again.
"Eve?"
I said, my voice calm but urgent.
"Wake up, Eve. Come on. It's over. It worked. You need to open your eyes."
"Avian," Bill chastised, and I realized how hard I was shaking Eve. "She's not—"
"She's going to be fine, Bill!"
I bellowed, glaring back at him.
"It isn't like she doesn't have a reputation for blacking out. Just give her a minute."
I met each of their eyes with red in my own. They all backed up half a step, resignation in their faces.
"Sir?"
A voice crackled over the radio again.
"We're mobilizing the solar tank with a long-range radio to see how far the transmission worked, but every Bane we can see is dead."
Royce cleared his throat and gave a sniff. "Very good," he responded. His voice sounded like gravel.
"Is everything okay up there, sir?"
The voice cut through the radio again after a moment. Royce squeezed his eyes closed for a moment and turned his face up to the sky. His composure broke for a few seconds, and his shoulders shuddered. He took a sharp breath and wiped the back of his hand across his nose before raising his radio to his lips again.
"Today is a day to move forward. Let everyone have their moment to celebrate."
I'd been numb these past few moments. Finally, I looked back down at Eve. Her chest wasn't rising and falling. She was pale as a ghost. My medical instincts went into fight or flight mode. Covering her mouth with mine, I puffed 5 solid breaths into her. Positioning myself over her, I placed my hands on her sternum and tried chest compressions, except I couldn't make her chest rise and fall to squeeze her heart into working. Her cybernetic-lined body wouldn't let her bones flex.
"Shit!"
I swore, pounding on her chest as hard as I could. It didn't flex 1 millimeter. Moving back to her mouth, I breathed into her 10 times.
"What the hell happened?"
I bellowed at Royce, taking a break from breathing into Eve.
"Dr. Evans said there were different generations of Torbane, that this kill code wouldn't affect her."
Royce shook his head, some of his sense seeming to return to him.
"That's what he's always said,"
he replied, looking up at the Nova.
"He said, otherwise, she would have been killed the first time she transmitted the kill code."
I looked up at Addie, who stared at us from next to the Nova with horror in her eyes.
"Well?"
She shook her head and glanced back at Dr. Evans's body.
"Dr. Evans always insisted it wouldn't hurt her. I don't know."
"Something went wrong,"
I said, trying once again to do chest compressions. Nothing.
"But she has to recover. If that code couldn't kill out her generation, the Torbane inside her will repair whatever damage has been done."
"I think we'd better get her back to Dr. Beeson," Tristan said, placing a hand on my shoulder. Grateful that someone was thinking more logically than me, I stood and slung Eve over my shoulder. She hung limp.
"We're coming down,"
Royce said into his radio as we all started down the stairs.
"Tell Dr. Beeson to meet us on the blue floor."
My legs didn't want to work, and it was a struggle not to crash down the stairs as we stampeded down them. Royce continued to talk to the hospital over the radio, but I wasn't in tune enough to distinguish what he was saying. Dr. Evans had been so sure that this kill code was completely incompatible with the first generation of Torbane. There was literal evidence that it wouldn't kill her since she had survived it before. Even V had survived it, though she didn't come out unharmed. It had nearly melted her brain, but it didn't kill her. She couldn't be. We broke from the building out the front door, and I nearly tripped over the Bane Eve had ordered to stand outside. They all lay in a crumpled heap, every single one of them. "It worked," Tristan said, his voice disbelieving. "Eve did it." By now, I was sprinting toward the hospital, leaping over bodies of dozens of other Bane who littered the streets. Eve's arms bounced on my back, swinging up and down with each step I took. "Take her in through the back," Royce said as they all ran behind me. "Everyone's bound to be gathered outside the front doors." I changed direction as we approached the hospital, headed for the underground garage. Darting through the lined-up vehicles, I nearly collided with the steel doors of the elevator as I pushed the up button. It opened immediately. Bill, Royce, and Addie wedged themselves inside with me, and everyone else shouted that they'd meet us upstairs in a few minutes. None of us said a single word as we took the slowest elevator ride in the history of man up to the 7th floor. Finally, it dinged, and we were immediately greeted by Dr. Beeson. "She collapsed as soon as the transmitter went off," I started explaining the second the doors opened. He ushered us down the hall to one of the labs. "I can't find a heartbeat right now. I've been doing breaths. Chest compressions are impossible." Dr. Beeson nodded and held a hand out toward a door. We shuffled inside, and I found a huge scanner. With his help, I laid Eve on the narrow bed. Addie strapped a breathing mask around her mouth and nose. Eve felt so still and empty. Her muscles gave no resistance as I laid her left arm next to her side. "The scan will show us what is going on," Dr. Beeson said, placing an arm over my shoulder and pulling me toward the door. My feet didn't want to move. They wanted to be in here with her. My instinct screamed at me to be by her side, to tell her everything was okay, because she would wake up at any moment. "Avian," Dr. Beeson said, pulling me a bit harder this time. With dead feet, I exited the room and followed him to the next door down. We watched from behind a glass window as Addie pressed a button and the table Eve lay on moved into the circular tube. She started up the scanner and the room filled with clicking noises. The screens before us jumped to life. There was the solid outline of her skull, the shape of her brain, her eyes. The scan continued to move down. I had seen plenty of scans before during my medical training in the army, but nothing like Eve's scans. Her entire skeleton was nearly black-looking, exactly how someone with screws or plates on their bones would look. The cybernetics in Eve's body coated every one of her bones. Eve's body was a tank, but as the scans showed other things, all the blood in my body seemed to exit out my feet. "None," Dr. Beeson started to say. He cleared his throat and glanced over at me. By this point, Tristan, V, Creed, and Bill were just outside the doors, observing the scan as well. "None of her organs are functioning right now." A steel band seemed to form around my throat, and my vision blurred. "She's been badly injured before. Her body has always been able to fix itself. Torbane will heal her." Dr. Beeson met my eyes and shook his head. His own eyes had reddened, and there was moisture pooled in them. "That's the thing. Torbane, it's a live technology. A normal scan would show it immediately. It'd be brilliant white. You'd see it in her blood, in her organs, in her brain. Just like Creed's scans had looked, but there wasn't a single trace of that on the scans. That high-pitched sound started in my ears again. I didn't have a body anymore. I was just a numb consciousness floating in unconnected space. "Avian," Dr. Beeson said quietly from very far away. "Eve is dead."
The End, Part 3, Avian.
There was a broken screen, and then another. Next, there was a broken window, and then my skin was sliced open as I climbed through it to pull Eve out of the scanner. I shook her shoulders again, begged her to open her eyes, but she didn't.
She didn't. She wouldn't open her eyes.
West.
It didn't take more than 60 seconds for everyone to pour out of the hospital. People ran into the streets with cheers and whoops and laughter. A few reckless members of the underground fired off shots into the sky. Idiots. I stood just outside the doors, leaning on my crutches. I tried to search through the crowd to pick out Eve and V returning from the Nova building. Eve would give me a smug smile when she walked through the crowd, even though she'd be incredibly uncomfortable with the fact that she'd just saved the world. Actually, no, that wasn't how it would play out. The second she came down from that building back toward the hospital, she was going to be mauled to death by the celebrating crowd. V would be scared out of her mind because of the way people were acting right now, but she'd never let that show. Royce's chest would puff out and his chin would be held high. He'd start making sarcastic comments and wouldn't be able to wipe the smile from his face. So I kept searching the crowd for them. Any moment they'd walk through the masses. But as 10 minutes rolled by, 15, 20, they still hadn't emerged. While everyone else celebrated the end of the apocalypse, my blood started turning cold. It had worked. The Bane were dead, so they'd at least made it up to the Nova unharmed and set it off. But where were they? What was wrong? I turned back into the hospital and threw the crutches to the side. Limping heavily, I took off without any real direction. I was just about to push the up button for the elevator when it dinged. The doors slid open to reveal V. She held Creed tightly in her arms, and everything about the sight seemed wrong. I'd never seen her expression so vacant, and this was a girl born with autism, who had then had all her emotions stripped away. "Eve's dead," she said.
The End. Part 4. Avian.
There was a hard surface behind my back. There was something solid beneath my rear end, but it was so numb it almost felt as if I was floating. Most of my body felt dead, but there were places on my skin that felt afire. My forearms, my lips, the back of my neck. I wasn't sure what that meant in medical terms, but emotionally, I was pretty sure it meant I was seared dead too. I stared at Eve. She lay on the table, poking out from the scanner. She rested there, perfectly still. Her hair was pushed back from her eyes, now just long enough to be tucked behind her ears. Her skin was pearl white. She wore her favorite cargo pants and her sturdy boots. A comfortable, flexible jacket covered her arms. Her hands were dirty and calloused from the endless work she would never give up. Eve looked like she was sleeping. The door opened, but I couldn't look over to see who it was. They crossed the room slowly, bare feet limping across the tile floor. I could barely process West's form as he stopped at her side. He didn't make any noise, not a sniffle, or a cut-off cry, or a scream, or even a whisper. He placed a hand over her heart and stood there for a moment, not moving a muscle. "See you on the other side of the apocalypse," she'd said to him. Finally, he crossed to the wall and sank onto the floor next to me. We sat in silence for a long time. "We're getting reports back in," he finally said after an unknown amount of time. His voice sounded dirty in this silent and numb place. "They're 400 miles south, and there's bodies everywhere." I think I nodded slightly, my gaze still fixed on Eve. My eyes were dry and tired, but I couldn't make them close. I wasn't even sure when the last time I blinked was. "It worked, Avian," West said. He held his hand out like he was going to pat my leg or give some kind of reassuring gesture, but he withdrew it and let it fall back in his lap. "She did it. She saved everyone." I just kept staring at Eve. "One more day," I hissed. I locked eyes with Dr. Sun, my jaw set hard. I hadn't realized I'd gathered the front of her lab coat in my hand, and my nose was only 3 inches from hers. "It might not be too late."
"Avian,
I said 1 more day!" I bellowed. My eyes grew wide when I realized how hard I jerked her.
Horrified at my actions and harsh words, I immediately released her. "Okay," she said. There was fear in her eyes. "We'll wait one more day." She backed out of the room and practically ran down the hall. I caught a glimpse of Royce and Gabriel behind her. I turned back to Eve as the door swung shut and walked to her side. I'd watched her for 2 days now. Yesterday I asked Dr. Beeson to do another scan. There were still no signs of live Torbane in Eve's system, but I couldn't. The door opened, whomever it was not bothering to knock. I looked up when they stopped beside the bed. V looked at me, and I finally threw up, all over the floor. It was Eve's face, but it wasn't Eve. I stumbled from the room, down the hall, and into the stairwell. I came out on the 5th floor, the floor that housed all the supplies. I collapsed somewhere behind a stack of boxes full of ammunition. Tears started to freely flow from my eyes, pooling in my ears as I lay on my back. A howling cry leapt from my lips, rattling my entire chest with it. My fist beat against the boxes, knocking one of them over and scattering bullets across the floor.
"Eve!"
I cried, my voice gutted and bone-rattling.
"Wake up, Eve! You have to wake up!"
But as I lay there, letting all of the things I hadn't allowed myself to think about up until that point come flooding in, I knew. Eve wasn't going to wake up.
The End, Part 5, West.
Phoenix, Denver, Dallas. The Bane were dead in every city we came across. Every one of them. This should have felt like a triumph. We'd nearly lost the world. 0.12%. That was what was left of the human population, according to Dr. Beeson's team. Probably even less. We'd been whittled down to that small of a number, and then we'd won. Against billions of Bane. This should have felt like a triumph, but the cost still felt too high.
"Are you all right?"
V asked. I looked over my shoulder to see her standing in my doorway. I'd been staring out over the city, out my window, not actually seeing anything. "I don't know," I replied honestly. It was easy to be honest with V. She crossed the room and sat next to me on the bed. She looked outside as well.
"Everyone from your colony is so excited," she said. "But they're also so sad."
I nodded, my eyes glazing over once again.
"You're sad?"
she said. Her voice was barely more than a whisper. Her fingers laced with mine, and for a moment I wasn't quite as sad. Dear Avian, I am sure, at this point, you are wondering exactly what went wrong. The simple answer is that everything went exactly according to plan. I knew from the moment I started plans on the Nova that Eve, too, could never survive the transmission. The level the kill code had to be amplified to was astronomical, something none of you could have comprehended. Had her sister not been in that lead box, she and the baby would have been killed too. I am sorry to say that Eve, too, was never going to survive saving the planet, but that was her greatest calling and purpose in this life. I never should have saved her all those years ago. I should have let her pass with her mother, should have taken Emma's death as a sign to let the Torbane project die as well. But I didn't. This may feel as if the world has ended. I have seen the way you look at Eve, too, and no one can doubt that you love her more than human words can describe. But even if it seems impossible, try to keep perspective. Her death has bought the freedom of the human race. Never forget Eve, too, and never let planet Earth forget what she did for it. My deepest apologies. Dr. Rhys Evans.
The End, Part 6, Avian.
I need a car, I said as I walked up behind Royce. The letter I'd found from Dr. Evans was crumpled in my right hand. Royce turned to look at me. He'd been talking to someone, and I'd interrupted him mid-sentence.
Royce swore.
Avian, you look like hell. Have you slept since... I shook my head. Sleep? How was I supposed to sleep? We're supposed to have the word stopped up in my throat. Tomorrow, and I need to find a place to... My voice cut off, and I couldn't make myself finish that sentence. I cleared my throat. I can't do it here. She hated the city. So I'm going to go scout for a place to... Royce put a heavy hand on my shoulder and nodded. Come on, he said. I was given a small vehicle, one that wouldn't require much gas. Not that there was much gas left in the world, or many engines that hadn't been destroyed by the corrosive kind we still had. So I headed out of the city. I skirted around the destroyed section of Los Angeles, the part of town that the Bane sweep had leveled. There were millions of Bane there, piled 6 feet deep. I couldn't let Eve's final resting place be within the city she so badly wanted to escape. The one she was only confined to because of the threat the Bane posed to those she loved, because of her sense of duty to her family. I looked for green, I looked for trees, I looked for water. In this area of the country, that wasn't so easy to find, but I kept driving and I kept searching. Until I found a place. It wasn't really a town, more like a recreation area or a pit stop. There was a gas station that had been completely looted. Across the street from it was a diner. The road that led between the two drove almost right up to a lake, one that was about twice the size of the lake in Eden. There were 5 cabins on this side of the lake, and I could see a few others scattered around the edge of it. The road curved around the lake for a bit before breaking off into the mountains. On one side of the lake, next to the first house, there was a grass field. I parked the car at the edge of the lake and climbed out. The trees that surrounded the lake and the little lakeside town weren't giants. They were barely green, but they were trees. They were under the wide, open blue sky. Eve would approve of a place like this. I climbed back in the car and headed back into the city. I looked over Dr. Beeson's shoulder, staring at the screen before us. West peered around me. V was there as well. So was Royce and Gabriel. There was her skull again. There was her brain, her eyes, her shoulders, her spine, her heart, her stomach, liver, hip bones, femurs, tiny foot bones. A cybernetic skeleton and still organs. No traces of Torbane. 3 nights and 3.5 days now, Eve had lain there, still and dead. She really was. Okay, I said, the word trying to stick in my throat. It's time. Thank you for doing the scan. Dr. Beeson nodded, his eyes locked on me. West placed a hand on my shoulder, but it sat there as limp and lifeless as she was. I walked into the room, shadowed by the crowd that had hovered around me for the past 3 days. I placed my hands on the top of the bed, just above Eve's head. Gabriel took the bottom of the bed, and we wheeled it out of the room, down the hall, into the elevator, into the first floor. On the way down, V pulled the sheet up and over Eve's face. The only way I would make it through this day was to be concrete. I hardened to the torrential emotions that threatened to shred me from the inside out. I moved, doing things from one second to the next, 1 foot in front of the other, all the way to the medical wing. A group of women washed and cleaned her body. I hovered in the doorway, watching emptily. West stood at my side, never saying a word. V watched from behind us, her face as empty-looking as I felt. They dressed her in her favorite clothes, her boots, her cargo pants, the soft white cotton shirt. They brushed her hair and laid it nicely around her face. When they were finished with her, they all exited the room. Do you need someone here? West asked. I shook my head. I think I need to say. My voice faltered. I think I need to say it on my own. West nodded and patted my shoulder twice. Turning, he and V walked down the hall. It took me a long time to step inside the room. I felt like I was crumbling inside, Like when that concrete interior I'd been trying to put up fell apart, there would be nothing left, and I would cease to exist. Taking a quivering breath, I stepped over the threshold. I pulled a seat up to the side of the bed, and my hands shaking, I took one of her hands in mine. Her left one. The one that bore the ring I had given her. It was cold and limp. There was a cut on the inside of her palm that hadn't healed. She must have gotten it when she collapsed after the Nova went off. I stroked my thumb over the back of her hand and brought her knuckles up to my lips. A tear slipped over my cheek, and a quivering breath gasped from my lips. "You can't go," I breathed. I shook my head and squeezed her hand harder than I should have. "You can't leave me. Not now. Now, when I'm finally able to give you everything you needed. Not when it's safe to leave this place and go home. Not when I can show you what life together should have been like." The dam broke. A gasping cry ripped from my chest. My face rose to the ceiling, the tears freely flowing now. I squeezed her hand harder. I took a deep breath and pressed my forehead into the back of her hand. "The thing is, I think somehow you knew this was coming," I breathed. "You knew something with saving the world was going to go wrong, but you went forward anyway, even if you knew." Another sob escaped my chest. I squeezed my eyes closed, forcing a river of tears down my cheeks. "Even if you knew it was going to take everything you had to give to end this, you still would have done it." My breaths came in jerky gasps, stopping and catching in my chest, and then in and out so quickly I was in danger of hyperventilating. I soaked her hand on the bed beneath it. "I love you, Eve." I quivered. "I've loved you for so long, in so many ways. I just wanted to protect you at first. I wanted to help you. And then you didn't want me to help you, and you were determined to help yourself. And then you were this woman, and you were amazing and incredible, and you had no idea." I surprised myself when a little laugh bubbled up out of me. "And you were beautiful, inside and out." I couldn't speak for a long while as the tears consumed me. "And then you saw me the way I was seeing you. It took you a while, but you set it back." I sat up and placed my hand on her cheek. "Please, open your eyes. Please." I let my head fall, my forehead resting on her stomach. My shoulders shook as my emotions pummeled me. There was no wedding the day after the Nova went off. Eve would never wear a white dress for me. There would be no us starting a new home together or setting up another tent. Infinity had been cut too short. Lifting my head up once again, I leaned forward and kissed her lips. They had curved around mine so many times I couldn't comprehend how they were just lying there so still. "I love you," I whispered against her cheek. "And I will see you again when it comes to be my time. Please wait for me."
The End, Part 7, West. I waited outside Dr. Beeson's office. My back was pressed against the cold wall. I pulled at my tie, feeling like I was being choked. I looked down at my feet, covered in dress shoes. The outfit felt insane. I couldn't run in these shoes. My shirt was too tight to have movement to fire a weapon. There was no way I'd be able to breathe if my blood got pumping. I'd die in this getup if a Bane came after me. But that was never going to happen again. Dr. Beeson's door suddenly opened, and V stepped out. She wore a black skirt and a simple white button-up shirt. Her hair was pulled up into a simple bun, and her feet were covered in a pair of simple black dress shoes. Lynn had given her a lot of help this morning. She looked beautiful, and nothing like the little girl with the shaved head who had been my best and only friend. "You okay?" I asked her. "Yeah," she said, her voice breathy. Dr. Beeson stepped out from behind her, closing his door behind him. "So?" I asked.
Dr. Beeson looked down at V, as if to say it was her choice and what she wanted to disclose and commit to.
"Next week, we'll start the process of lessening my blockers," she said, holding my eyes the entire time.
She looked uncertain, but hopeful. A small smile curled on my lips. It was the first one I could remember wearing in what felt like a decade. "I think we should all get going," Dr. Beeson said. He stood there uncomfortably, knowing he was required to be part of a very personal situation. "Yeah," I said. "We should." I extended my arm out to V. She stood there, not knowing what to do with it, so I took her arm and looped it through mine. Together, the three of us took the elevator downstairs. Everyone was dressed up, at least as dressed up as we could be, considering the circumstances. Every one of us made our way to the underground garage. Many eyes darted to V's face as we joined the masses. She was walking around with Eve's face, but she wasn't Eve.
Avian.
The entire colony of New Eden made the hour-long journey to the burial site I had picked. Someone had gone out ahead of us and dug a hole in the field, 6 feet down. Even that didn't change when the world ends, even when the world comes back from the end. I appreciated that everyone had dressed in their best as they gathered around the grave, but I knew Eve wouldn't have understood why they did it. I carried Eve from the car. We had wrapped her in a beautiful linen and tied it up with silk ribbon, and with West, Tristan, Gabriel, and Royce's help, we lowered her into the ground. There were words spoken, many of them. It went on for 2 hours. Anyone who felt they had something to say came forward. They spoke of her bravery mostly. They spoke of her unselfishness. They spoke of her uniqueness. They spoke of miracles. There wasn't a dry eye among the 167 of us. The light started to die in the evening, and the clouds began to roll in. The first of the raindrops started to fall as Bill and Gray shoveled the first scoops of dirt on top of her. "Please wait for me," I whispered.
The End and Beginning, Part 8, Avian.
The house I chose was comfortable. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. Not that the water was running, but the walls throughout the house were a soft yellow, warm and inviting. The bed was comfortable. I finally slept for what felt like the first time since. It was quiet out here and infinitely dark. When morning came, I looked out the window, over the lake. I could see the field from here. Pulling some clothes on, I slipped outside. Clouds hung low over the lake and mountains. Moisture was thick in the air. I stopped outside the house, picking a single wild daisy that had grown up between the grass and the concrete footing. I crossed to the field and the mound in the middle of it. Someone had carved her name into a flat stone. Eve. Simple, solid letters. Just like her. I placed the flower on top of the mound. I was drained, with nothing left to feel. This was just me, standing outside, next to a mound, and a body that had been returned to the earth from whence she came. These were just facts, no emotion involved. Perhaps this was how the Bane had felt. Lucky dead bastards. The next morning, I got in the car and drove back to New Eden. I was going to need supplies. It seemed like the drive went by in an instant. 1 second I was seeing the lake in my rearview mirror, and the next I was in the underground parking garage. I went up to my room. No one saw me, since almost everyone had moved out of the hospital again. I filled bags with my clothes, boots, coats, everything I would need. I set my 2 bags out in the hall and crossed to Eve's old room. I collected my things that had been left in here, trying not to look at her belongings that lay about like she would return for them at any moment. Someone else would have to take care of them. That was something I just couldn't do. Lynn would take care of it. Lynn loved Eve like that, like Sarah had loved her. Swallowing hard, I went back out into the hall and grabbed my bags. After putting them in my vehicle, I went back inside. I was almost to the armory when Royce called out to me from behind. How are you holding up?
He asked, a wary look in his eye. Please don't ask me that question, I said, my eyes darting away from his. Of course, he said with a nod. Sorry. It's fine, I responded, shifting uncomfortably from one foot to the other. What are the reports coming back?
We've gotten 2,000 miles out so far,
Royce said, stuffing his hands in his pockets.
They've come across 3 armies. All dead. Reports are the same everywhere. They're all wiped out.
I nodded and swallowed hard. She did it, Avian, Royce said. She saved the planet. Yeah, I replied as I stepped into the armory. I knew she would, just not at this cost. He didn't respond as he watched me collect my firearms as well as Eve's. I placed them all in a long canvas bag. I started stacking up boxes of ammunition. What happened with Lex and Jeb? I asked, the soldiers who had been infected just before the Nova went off.
Jeb is fine,
Royce said.
The extractor pulled enough out of him that when the Nova went off, he was fine.
And Lex? I asked when Royce stopped talking. Royce just shook his head. I could only nod and think about his poor wife and son.
So,
he said, dragging out the word.
What are your plans now?
I picked up the bag and slung the strap over my shoulder. My eyes didn't meet his right away. I promised Eve that when everything was over, that I'd take her out of the city, that we'd find a place that felt like home. I'm keeping that promise. I saw it in his eyes just for a moment that he wanted to argue with me, that I didn't need to fulfill a promise to a dead woman, but he had more respect for me than that, for Eve.
You're moving out to where you buried her,
he stated. I nodded. I was about to walk out the door when I paused, turning back around. Royce, there's something you need to know, I said, meeting his gray eyes. Eve was waiting to tell you until after the Nova went off. She knew your work was important at the time. But, well, I think you should know.
What is it, Avian?
Royce asked with furrowed brows when I started rambling. The reason she asked you if you had a brother named Ryder was because she found out that was her father's name. I said, You're Eve's uncle. The End and Beginning, Part 9, West. Dust clouded the entire loft when I pulled the sheet down from the window. Brilliant sunlight spilled through, illuminating the dusty floor. We weren't far from the hospital. Really, no one had moved far yet. I think in a way that meant we were all still slightly afraid, still not quite ready to accept the fact that the Bane were dead. We all felt we had to still be within running distance of the place that had kept us safe for all this time. So we had only gone 7 blocks from the hospital. V wandered the loft, observing things in the way that she did. The loft was large, old. There was something comforting about the combination. The entire space was open, except for the bathroom. Wooden posts supported the roof. The loft was located on the top level of this 11-story building. The floors were rough wood, polished to a somewhat smooth surface. A simple kitchen lined one far wall. The bathroom was large and done up in an interesting combination of brick and white surfaces. There was something about this space that just said home to me. The girl who studied the extensive library on the opposite far wall helped in that. She read the titles on the spines of books, not in any kind of hurry. She was absorbing. That was what V did. She absorbed it, and it never left her. Much like me. We had yet to leave one another's side for more than a few minutes at a time since we learned Eve's fate. Neither of us had anyone else to cling to, so it just felt natural. We fell back into our patterns of protective camaraderie. There was something else behind it as well. I couldn't say it was romantic feelings, at least not yet. I knew that it might come, later on down the road, when we both finally figured out who we were again in this reclaimed, heavily changed world. But for now, we needed each other in a way that just was.
Do you like it?
I asked, my voice echoed off the walls. Other than the books, the loft was completely empty. She turned to me, and I was pleased to see a smile on her lips. I think
I will like living here.
I think so too. We came and went all day long. I'd been assigned a truck and told I could use it as long as it would still run. Considering how corrosive all gas was becoming, it wouldn't be long. But V and I climbed in and out, loading furniture, carrying it up to the loft. Bird constantly circled us from above. He was never far from wherever V was. She seemed lost each time we went into the long-abandoned furniture store. She didn't care about colors or patterns or any of that other stuff women so often used to put up a fuss about, so I did all the picking, and then she helped with the carrying. By the time the sun started setting in the evening horizon, we had a small table with 2 chairs. We had a couch and an overstuffed lounge chair. There was a bed for me and a bed for her, set up 4 feet apart from each other. It was going to take us a while to gather all the supplies we'd need to establish an actual house, but for now, we had a small bit of food and some candles to see by. V had just lit one of them when there was a knock on the door. Her eyes darted to it, and I saw her bend her knees slightly, as if preparing to run or fight. "It's okay," I reassured her. Honestly, I couldn't really know that, but considering the greatest threat to mankind had just been eliminated, I knew we could survive anything else that came to our door. I opened it to find Royce standing there, who was about the last person I expected. "Everything okay?" I asked, looking out into the short hallway behind him. "Yeah," he said. I noticed the way his eyes darted about just a little too fast, and the way his fingers seemed to be flicking inside his pockets. I didn't think I'd ever seen Royce look nervous. "What's going on?" I asked warily. "Can I talk to V for a while?" he said, finally looking me solidly in the eye. "You're welcome to listen in too." I stuttered. "I guess. Come on in." He crossed the threshold, and I closed the door behind him.
"Royce?"
V greeted him. "Hey, V," he said, standing in front of one of the many windows that faced west. I wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind."
"Okay,"
she said, still eyeing him with caution. Royce was acting very weird. He finally stood still and crossed his arms over his chest. His eyes didn't meet anyone's when he started talking. "Apparently, Dr. Evans gave Eve a box of your mother's belongings when you were all back at Novatore. There were some journals inside, and some pictures. Eve read the journals. In one of them, it talked about your father. She talked quite a bit about how he worked for the government." Royce shifted from one foot to the other. He reached a hand into his pocket and drew something out. I thought it was a piece of paper at first, but then realized it was a photograph. "In your mother's journal, she mentioned how your father's family had a tradition of working for the government." Royce's eyes finally rose to meet V's. She stood 10 feet from him, her arms resting limply by her side. She had no idea what this was leading up to. But suddenly, everything started clicking into place in my head. "My brother Ryder worked for the Department of Defense. We both did. So did our father. So did our grandfather."
"Ryder,"
V said, her brows drawing together slightly.
"Eve asked about that name when we were driving back here."
Royce nodded, his eyes serious and sad. He held up the picture in his hand and extended it out to V. She took it gently. "That is my brother Ryder, just before he graduated college," Royce said. "And that was his girlfriend Emma, your mother." V's eyes studied the picture for a long time, and she didn't say anything. I knew how smart V was, how things just seemed to click for her, but this was a matter of family and emotion, and those things were far from her. "V," I said. Her eyes darted to me. "That means Royce is your uncle, your family, blood family." Again, her brows drew slightly closer together, and she held my gaze for a moment. Royce took one hesitant step toward V. I looked over to him to see a single tear clinging to his eyelashes. "V," he said, his voice hoarse. "This means you are my niece." He tentatively crossed the space between them and even more carefully pulled V into a hug. She didn't hug him back, not right away. She stood there, stiff and awkward for a long moment, but then her fingers curled tightly around the picture, and she drew her arms up and behind Royce's back. Her eyes slid closed, and they stood like that for a long time. Well, how about that? Eve had family all along.
The End and Beginning, Part 10, Avian.
I took firearms with me, my clothing, basic toiletries, 2 days' worth of food, and Bill. He didn't need to tell me that he couldn't stay in the city either. Bill and Eve had shared a connection from the moment she found him spying on Eden in the woods when she was just a girl. They'd been a team for years. He and I rode out to the lake in silence that was, in a way, comforting. The two of us worked quietly that day. He took his things into the house next to mine. It wasn't far away, but enough distance that we would have privacy from one another. We spent a few hours apart. I put all of my clothes in the empty closet and in the empty dressers. Settling into a new house, the movements felt so normal and so foreign. When I'd put my things away, I went outside to find Bill already chopping wood with an axe he'd found. I helped him stack the wood, a pile on my porch and a pile on his. By then, the sky had grown dark. We went our separate ways for the night. I was resigned that I would have dreams about Eve every night until I could dream no longer. Thankfully, the ones I had that night were not of the torturous sort. I dreamt of the night I had given her the necklace I had carved, the black stone wings. How we'd watched Eden that night, just the two of us in the dark, the stars twinkling above us. It was the first time I'd attempted to show her how much I cared about her. Before West showed up with his notebook full of truth, before Eve knew what she was, before the world spiraled out of control. The following day, Bill and I chopped more wood. We stacked it. Bill went hunting, while I made a list of more things we would need. Medical supplies, matches, water containers, and so many other things. Bill came back with 2 foxes. We cooked them in the open fireplace at his house and ate a silent meal. On our 3rd day since moving out of New Eden, Bill and I decided to head back into the city for the provisions we needed. He added a few items to our list I hadn't thought about. We parked in front of the hospital instead of pulling into the underground garage. There were people going in and out of the hospital, moving things out. We'd started to set up so many homes before Eve had been taken, before she had returned, before the beacon had gone off, before she'd contained an entire army in the desert, before we went to Novatore, before she died 10 days ago. This was going to be my life from now on, separated into before and after. Bill and I climbed out of the car and walked into the hospital. 2 women gave me sad, compassionate looks as they carried boxes outside.
Avian.
I turned to see Lynn sitting in a chair in the lobby. It looked like she had been watching everyone as they moved. "Hi," I said, trying to manage a smile as she walked over to me. Bill disappeared down a hall.
Hey.
"Have you already finished moving out?" I asked, shoving my hands into my pockets. She shook her head.
You know, I grew up here in Los Angeles among millions of people, but after everything we've been through the last 6 years, I can't bring myself to go back out there. It scares me too much. I know they're dead. This time they won't be coming back. But I just can't do it.
I nodded my head. It was understandable.
Which is why I wanted to ask if Tristan and I could move out of the city with you,
she said with an uncertain look on her face. This took me by surprise. "Really?" I asked. "I mean, it isn't really the most cheerful place to be right now." She nodded her head.
I understand that,
she replied.
But I don't know. It would be nice to still be near Eve in some form, and the lake seems like a good place for a new beginning.
I looked to my left as Tristan stepped into the lobby. He crossed to us and put an arm over Lynn's shoulders. "I'm guessing she just asked about moving out with you?" "She did." "If it's an intrusion, that's totally understandable," he said. "I know you're going to need some time, but, well, we want to be there to support. I think it could be a good way for some of us to move on with life. Start our own new society." They looked at me expectantly, hope in their faces. "I'd be happy to have you," I finally said, trying to smile.
Really?
Lynn asked, a hopeful, appreciative smile spreading on her face. "Really. I said, this time actually managing a genuine one. Lynn leapt at me, crushing me in a huge hug.
"We are all going to be okay,"
she said quietly.
"We'll keep living and moving on. It's what Eve would have wanted."
Yeah, I said. My throat felt tight. A shrill wail sounded through the lobby, and Lynn released me.
"Poor Creed,"
Lynn said as she returned to Tristan's side.
"No one has been able to calm her down since the funeral."
Is she okay? I asked, my brows furrowing.
"Dr. Sun can't find anything wrong with her,"
Lynn said, concern in her eyes.
"She seems perfectly healthy, especially all things considered, but she's just upset all the time."
I nodded, knowing exactly what was wrong. She knew Eve was gone, too. "I'm going to go check on her," I said, taking a step toward the medical wing. "You two get packed. We'll head out in the morning. Bring clothes, supplies for your house, food to last a while." They both nodded, and I set off down the hall. Creed cried and screamed the whole walk to the medical wing. I stepped in her room and found Dr. Sun and another woman inside, frantically checking her.
"Oh, Avian!"
Dr. Sun jumped violently when she saw me, placing her hand over her heart.
"You scared me."
"Sorry." I apologized. "Is Creed okay?" Dr. Sun gave a heavy sigh.
"Yes, as far as I can tell. She's not even colicky, and she's been taking a bottle on her own. I don't know why she's so upset all the time."
"May I?" I asked, holding my hands out toward her. The woman, who'd been frantically bouncing her up and down, quickly handed her over. Creed furiously kicked her tiny legs and arms for a moment, giving uncomfortable grunts. But I placed my hand on her cheek and guided her head to my chest, softly rocking back and forth. I wrapped a blanket over her back and tucked it around her sides. It took her a moment, but she slowly calmed, and a minute later, her eyes slid closed and she started breathing evenly. Dr. Sun smiled and shook her head.
"Amazing,"
she said.
"She's been screaming for 3 days straight, and you get her to calm down instantly. Poor thing must be exhausted. She slept very little."
I swayed side to side slowly, letting my lips rest against the top of her head. Holding her, it brought a stillness to my heart I hadn't felt since before the Nova went off.
"Avian,"
Dr. Sun said, a question in her voice.
"We have not found a family for Creed yet. I know you've suffered a terrible loss, but would you consider—"
She knew what she was asking, but didn't quite have the guts to finish asking it. It was a heavy question, one that didn't ask for a light answer. "Yes," I said, after only a moment's hesitation. "I'll do it." I'd only occasionally entertained thoughts of being a father before. Yes, I was 26 now, and that was indeed an appropriate age to become a father, but I was raised in a very traditional family who had done things in the traditional order. Becoming a father was something that would come after the wife and other things did. I'd gotten close, but I'd lost the person I loved more than breathing, and that was going to leave a very large gaping hole in my soul. But holding Creed, breathing in her faint baby scent, feeling her tiny cybernetic-infused heart beat against my chest, that repaired the hole just a little bit. I wasn't quite ready to join the others for dinner that night. Indeed, I ate it in my room, while Creed slept in the portable crib at my side. I looked up when the door was pushed open. "May I come in?" Gabriel asked, hesitating in the doorway. "Of course," I said, setting my plate aside. Creed gave a soft coo, turned her head to the other side, and went back to sleep. "I'm really glad to hear you're adopting the child," Gabriel said, sitting on my bed. "It seems fitting." I just nodded, brushing crumbs off my hands. "How is the rehoming continuing?" "Well," he said, "about 60% of the residents have been moved into new homes. We're moving forward with the regulation store. Tariff is getting set up for planting next week." It was impressive Tariff was still alive. He was Gabriel's father-in-law, mute, half-blind, but a master gardener. "It has started to get warmer," I mused. "We would need gardening equipment and seeds outside the city. We would need to start planting our own garden soon." Gabriel sighed, leaning back on his forearms. I will admit, I'm not exactly looking forward to setting up the new garden. Do you remember how much work it was the first time? I chuckled and nodded. It took us over a month just to get the fence up. It had taken us weeks to till the ground by hand. Gabriel laughed too, his chest bouncing up and down. Do you remember how angry Eve would get every night when we had to take a few hours to sleep? This drew a smile from me as I recalled. She would have stayed up all night, every night, if we would have let her. She was a stubborn, determined little thing, wasn't she? Right from the beginning. That she was, Gabriel said. His eyes rose to the ceiling, and his stance relaxed further. I still can't quite believe she's gone. I never thought that would be possible. To be honest, I often wondered if she'd live forever, considering what her insides were made of. That was something I had pondered as well. Now we'd never know. Have we gotten any more reports from the outside? I asked, needing to change the subject. Gabriel sat forward, rubbing his hands together. Our teams got out as far as Chicago. Not that there is anything left of the city, before the radios lost contact. But as far as they've seen, they're all dead. Have they found any survivors? I asked. Gabriel shook his head, pressing his lips together into a thin line, and they disappeared into his thick beard. None. We probably are the last human colony out there, I said, leaning forward as well. Aren't we? Gabriel stood. Impossible to tell, at least any time soon, but it seems likely. I nodded, my eyes falling to Creed's sleeping form in the crib. Gabriel crossed to the door and hesitated with his hand on the knob. Don't be surprised if more people end up wanting to move out of the city with you. Even with all it stood for, New Eden holds a lot of bad memories for quite a few people. A fresh start is an appealing interest for a lot of people. What about you, Gabriel? I asked. Will you be leaving the city? Not any time soon. For now, I'm needed here. We did still have our duties, even when the apocalypse was over.
The End and Beginning, Part 11, West.
The fog was starting to burn off by the time I got out of the shower. The power wasn't running in our building yet, but the water was, even if it was freezing cold. I dressed silently so I wouldn't wake V. She slept peacefully, buried under a mountain of blankets. I left V a note and walked the 7 blocks to the hospital. I entered through the front doors and listened for any signs of life. It was dead silent. Figuring the only place I might find anyone awake was the dining area, I headed in that direction. The area was completely devoid of life, except for one figure. He sat at a table, his arms crossed on it, his eyes pressed into them. He looked exhausted, beaten. Avian? I said. His head jerked up, and he looked at me with bloodshot eyes. Hey, he said. I pulled out one of the seats at the table and dropped into it. I was still limping pretty bad from the damage done the day the Nova went off. I hear you have a daughter now, I said, raising an eyebrow at him. A small smile pulled at the corner of Avian's mouth. Yeah, he said, rubbing the heels of his hands into his eyes. Leah offered to watch her for a while, so I could get some food gathered for the next few days. So it's true, I said, feeling my chest tighten. You're leaving New Eden permanently. Avian met my eyes. There was weight behind them, tired and broken. I can't stay here. I nodded. A long moment stretched between us, filled with silence and history. I want you to know that I'm glad you and Eve smoothed things out before. He stumbled on his words. I had yet to hear him vocalize that Eve was dead. She hated how things got between the two of you, and I'm sorry for how I was back then. Hey, I said, looking away uncomfortably. It doesn't really matter now. It's in the past. It's time to move forward. Yeah, Avian said, emotion creeping into his voice. Leah, Gabriel's wife, stepped into the dining hall, bearing a fussy Creed. I think she's tired, Leah said, handing the baby off to Avian. She was wrapped in a fuzzy blanket and wearing a bright red jacket. It was so tiny I smiled. Thanks, Leah, Avian said with a smile as the plump woman shuffled off.
Avian held Creed cradled in his arms and softly swayed from side to side.
"This is a really brave thing you're doing,"
I said, surprising even myself with my words. "Deciding to raise a kid by yourself after everything you've lost." Avian glanced up at me once before looking back down at Creed. Her eyes fluttered open and closed. I think at this point, I need it again. She's a big one. The clock on the wall drew Avian's attention. "Well," he said with a sigh, "it's time for us to go." I nodded and moved out of the way. Avian started down the hall. I placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "I'm never going to stop missing her, and I'll never forget her," I said. "I promise." Moisture rimmed Avian's eyes when he met mine. He pressed his lips together into a tight line and gave a small nod. "Thanks," he said. And then I watched him retreat down the hall. I could feel her slipping away then, Eve. Until that point, I hadn't realized how much of her lingered around Avian at all times. They really were two pieces of one weird but puzzle-like person. With Avian gone, the last traces of Eve would leave with him. "Goodbye," I whispered, and I finally let that last grip I had on Eve go.
The Beginning and End, Part 12, Avian.
I tried not to bump Creed as I lifted the bags containing her things into the back of the truck. She wouldn't let me put her down ever since Leah handed her back to me, so I'd been packing her around everywhere on my chest in a baby carrier someone had scrounged up for me. In the later morning, I'd gone on a major shopping, or rather looting, spree at a baby store. Thankfully, Victoria had come along and instructed me in all the things I was going to need. A crib, clothes, blankets, diapers, bottles, so many things. I didn't mind the chaotic nature of it all. It was something that gave me focus, that kept my hands and my mind busy. I needed something to work towards, and everything that was before me would provide for an occupied mind. I finished loading the last of our things into the truck. Creed and I would be fully stocked for at least 2 weeks before we would have to return for more supplies. "Are you about ready?" I asked. I turned to where Lynn and Tristan were loading up their own car. Tristan managed to slam the trunk closed. The back seat was fully loaded as well.
"I think so,"
Lynn said. She pulled a list from her back pocket and ran over it one more time. "Think carefully," I said. "We're going to be lucky if we get all the way there before the vehicles die on us. All fuel is pretty corroded by now. We may even want to look for some horses until Dr. Beeson's team get more solar vehicles up and going." Tristan laughed and shook his head. "Back to the day of the horse and buggy, huh?" This managed to make me smile as well. Bill stepped into the garage and tossed a bag in the back of his truck. He looked over at us, his hands braced on the side of it. "We ready to head out?" "Let's go." I led the way. Creed slept in her car seat in the back, wrapped up in a soft green blanket. I rolled past towering buildings, past shops and megastores, past abandoned homes and apartment buildings. Then there was desert and open skies. We pointed ourselves towards the mountains and the trees that weren't quite as majestic as I would have liked them to be. The canyon was comforting as we drove through it. I could feel something still inside of me. This felt like the fresh start today, the day that I felt like somehow life was going to move on. We would not be smothered out. We would build a future, and in that future, I would make sure that everyone knew Eve's name and what she had done for the human race. I turned off the narrow highway and onto the small winding road. The trees grew a little thicker and a bit taller. The sun flashed in and out of view from behind them. I looked down at the dash at the temperature reading, 61 degrees. It was then that I realized it was the first day of March. Things like temperature and months and days were going to start mattering again. I wondered what day of the week this might be. A Saturday, I decided. Today seemed like it should be a Saturday. We'd work hard at moving into our homes today, and tomorrow we would kick back and relax
and tried to enjoy each other's company. The sun gleamed blindingly on the lake up ahead of us. I held my hand up to block out the light. I felt the anticipation of coming home. Home. The light grew more intense the closer we came to the lake. We drove past the gas station and the diner, and by this point I could hardly see anything. The reflection off the water was so intense. So I was only 20 feet away when the figure in the middle of the road came into view. I slammed on my brakes. Instantly, I could smell rubber burning the pavement. The figure took a few steps toward the truck. I could see dirt falling to the ground, but the light behind them was still too bright to make out a face. I opened the door and stepped out. My heart expanded to the size of my body, and my emotions exploded.
Think you could have buried me any deeper? Epilogue, 6 months later. A shot rings out, and I look up from the row of potatoes I'm tending. I wait 60 seconds and see Avian walk out of the trees with a fox in hand. He holds it up and smiles. I smile back before returning to the potatoes. No, no, no! I chide Creed. I lunge forward and pull the clump of weeds and dirt she is trying to put into her mouth from her hands. I grab one of the many baby toys in the basket beside her and give her that instead. Better keep that stuff out of your mouth, or it's back into the cage for you. It's not really a cage, but that's what the playpen looks like to me. I'd much rather have her down here, experiencing things with me, just not eating the dirt.
Are we trying to get extra minerals again?
Avian asks playfully. He drops the fox and his rifle in the grass, a safe distance away, and bends down to scoop Creed into his arms. He holds her high above his head, and for a moment it looks like she's trying to fly as she flaps her arms happily. I watch it almost as if in slow motion. A drop of drool escapes her mouth and hits Avian square in the forehead. Avian makes a noise of playful disgust and wipes it away. I think that means I love Daddy in baby non-talk. I tease him as I pull up another weed.
I'll take what I can get.
He sets Creed down on her blanket again. He crosses to me and presses a kiss to my forehead.
It's better than her trying to gnaw my finger off again.
I wish that tooth would just pop through, I say, looking back over at her. She's been miserable.
At least she has the crawling to distract her.
He laughs. She's pulled herself forward onto her stomach and is trying to army crawl back to the clods of dirt and weeds. Have either of you seen Tristan? Lynn calls from the porch of her home. She runs a hand over her slightly rounded belly. I turn to look at her just as her 3 students dart outside and run toward their homes.
He's still out hunting,
Avian responds, blocking the sun from his eyes with his hand.
Bill's out there too.
Lynn nods and walks back inside.
I'm going to go take care of this. Come inside soon.
Avian places a hand on my cheek and stares at me intently. Of course, I say, smiling at him. He returns it and pulls himself away. He picks up the fox and his rifle and makes his way to the back of our house. It is still so hard for him to walk away each time. Understandable when he had to bury me once before. I recall the absolute confusion I felt when I woke in the dark. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Panic had started to set in. It had probably taken me over an hour to dig my way out of that grave. My cybernetic lungs had never been tested to that extreme. I owed my life to my identical twin sister. If we didn't have the same DNA, I would have stayed dead. At a time when Avian was out of the room, V had cut my hand as well as her own. She'd shared blood with me, attempting to put her Torbane into my system, because every bit of the Torbane in my body had been destroyed when the Nova went off. If she'd done this to any other human being, she probably would have slowly turned them into a Bane. But because we shared the same DNA, because Torbane didn't know the difference between her body and mine, it stayed under control and acted as it did in her body. It sought out injury and went to work, but because it had to start with such a large amount of injury, it took days. V had watched me for 7 days and had to assume that it wasn't going to work. So for 5 days, I had lain in the ground, until my eyes shot open only to meet darkness. It had taken me a few days to recover. I was weak for a while. I was disoriented and confused. Avian had immediately taken me back to the hospital to undergo scans. Everything was exactly as it had been before. If I hadn't found my sister at Novatore, I would have stayed dead. Dr. Evans once said that he did not think Torbane could bring someone back from the dead, but he was wrong. As soon as Avian was convinced that I was indeed still alive, and as soon as he saw I was just fine, he brought me home. Home. This place fits the word. I look up from the garden and scan the area. What had once been a cemetery with a single, now empty grave is now an overflowing garden. It had been a lot of work in the beginning. It had taken every spare hand to coax the plants out of the ground toward the sunlight, but it would feed our little colony with no trouble. Others followed us out to our own new home, called Resilience. Wix and Victoria, who is pregnant again, nearly due with her second child. Tuck joined our ranks, and so did half a dozen others. We are 15 members strong, but most everyone has stayed in the city, ready to have life return to the way it was before the evolution. Royce works with Dr. Beeson's team to rebuild our technology, with a strong lesson learned to not try to play God. They have been building a fleet of solar vehicles and are currently working on getting electricity restored to our little community. Royce and I finally got to talk about my father. I felt like I knew him now. I know how he did love my mother. I know how much he loved his work. I know that he had a passion for running and archery. I know that he was stubborn and proud. He's long gone, but I have a better understanding of who I was and who I am. I know who Ryder is, but Royce will always feel like my father. People have been given jobs in New Eden. They run a fully operating store. Gabriel continues to develop a system of order in New Eden. He has taken on the role formerly known as mayor. The thought is funny to me. West and V remain in the city as well. For now, Dr. Beeson had slowly been deprogramming her emotional blockers. Very slowly. Baby steps, smaller than I'd taken. Every adjustment has been a challenge, but West is there for her every step of the way. He finally has what I'd never been able to give him. Trust. Need. It was obvious that it had been them that were supposed to be together all along. I wouldn't call them a couple just yet, but they're slowly moving towards that. And 5 days after I returned from the land of death, Avian and I were married. While I understood the commitment, the ceremony hadn't held the same meaning for me that it did for Avian. I'd already made the choice to be with him forever. Saying the words in front of everyone didn't make it any different for me, but I could tell it meant a lot to Avian. He was glowing with love and pride as he held my hands before everyone. Well, I had probably glowed too. I'd never been so happy. Now, we have a family. Me, Avian, and our daughter Creed. I never imagined that for my future, but this is indeed the future. One that is going to stretch on before us for a long time. It will take us generations to get back on our feet. I won't see humanity restored to its former glory. But who is to say that the way things were run before was the full glory? Maybe there is a brighter, better future ahead of us. There has to be value in learning from the biggest mistake in human history. We'd better get inside for some lunch, I say, dusting my hands off and standing. I am about to pick Creed up when something from the trees draws my eye. I pull the handgun from my belt on instinct and level it before me. A figure steps from the trees. "Hold it right there!" I bellow. The person holds their hands up to show they are unarmed, but takes a step forward so I can have a clear view of his face. "Tom?" He chuckles, hints of a smile barely showing through his wild beard. He walks forward, savage and dirty-looking. "Imagine my surprise when I was observing a Bane sweep in Charlotte, and they all suddenly collapsed to the ground. Not a wink of life left in them." A smile crosses my lips, and I lower my firearm. "And then I find this sweep isn't the only one. Every one of the Bane I come across is dead." He stops 15 feet in front of me. He is still dressed in camouflage clothing. He is carrying a massive hiking pack on his back. He looks exactly like he did when he first found me after I escaped the underground, when he told me about the sweeps. "I figured now I really was alone," he says, his eyes growing dark for a moment.
No more humans, no more Bane even. And then I remember this girl with the shaved head saying there's a colony of humans in Los Angeles, so I came looking for you.
Took you long enough to get here, I taunt him.
It's a long walk.
He chuckles.
I went looking for you in the city. They sent me out this way.
I bend down and pick Creed up, holding her on my hip. She grips the front of my shirt in her hand. It immediately goes into her mouth. Welcome to resilience, I say. Come on in. Creed coos and tries to talk to Tom over my shoulder as we walk back home. No one would ever guess she isn't just like any other baby. No one would know that her heart is 35% cybernetic, or that her lungs are 41. No one will ever be able to tell she's different. Tom follows me inside the home Avian and I call ours. Soft light comes in through the windows. We don't have electricity out here yet, but we've returned to Eden, to the place where we are safe, where we are a family, all of us, where we will band together and die for one another if we have to. We will continue to rise and to fight for what we want and deserve, knowing there will be endless tomorrows, and we will never take advantage of that fact. I am Eve, and I've finally fulfilled my creed to the future. This has been The Eve, the Eden Trilogy Book 3, written by Keary Taylor, narrated by Elizabeth Phillips. Copyright 2013 by Keary Taylor. Production copyright 2015 by Keary Taylor.